Hello. I found what I was looking for about 15 minutes after I postponed my live. And then I decided, well, might as well just feed the family and get that done so we can hang out and get through a good chunk of this. However, I just found a few things that I want to add to this tonight. So we're just going to get going and see where we end up. Like I said, there's so much going on with this situation. It's wild. Let's go. I should have titled this one Part 2 Hidden True Crime The Moment the Mask Fell, a look back at the facts, plus more, because I'm going to add in a few other things. This is wild. This internet space out here is wild. So, one thing I want to address right off the bat. Everybody okay? We okay? We all on? You should all be in the horizontal. I don't think I put the vertical option up. You should all be in horizontal. I don't think both options are up. They shouldn't be. I think I got it figured out to where I took that option away. I think, hey, Cash. Cash has been in here just talking. Hey, the boss lady. S. Francisco, Nana, Banana. Some of you guys probably aren't here anymore. Patty. I'm going to say hi anyways, though, because you guys were here. And then I rescheduled. Oh, I was hiding. Yep. I was hiding from Clue. Shh. Don't let the secret out. I was just hiding over here from Clue. Hey, Petunia. Yeah. Regardless of how you feel about BT, does anyone think? I don't know, Revival. The dimwits blaming her are delusional. I'll pull that up. I'll show you guys what she's talking about. Hey, Pika, because Revival's talking about burnt toast. I'll pull that up. Hey, Squeaky Wheel. That's what they're talking about. I'll pull that up. Hey, Linda, 1976, 9mm in lipstick. Miss Peacock, Zoya. I call him Dr. John, but John. Hey, Neat Noodle, Miss Peacock, we gob sheet. Pika, I hope you feel better. Take it easy. Hey, Crispy. Hetty Who. Bree. Peg. I said a couple of your names twice. Hey, Angie. Hey, Sis. Dragon Classy. They're definitely determined to burn the bridge. But, hey, Zuzu, welcome in. I said hi as soon as you jumped in. Hey, Sigma Shadow 6. All right, let's go. Let's talk about, we'll start here. So what's being talked about right now is this. This is what is going on here. This is Bullhorn Betty. For anybody that doesn't understand what's going on, Burnt Toast, who is a fellow creator, the mods will share. If you guys have her Rumble link, or if you can grab it and share it, that would be great. Please, if anybody can do that. She will be streaming for the time being on Rumble. You can also follow her on X. She's got both Rumble and X that you can find information from. Her channel, last time she was reviewing Hidden True Crime, and she got a community strike violation. But the timestamp it's at is at a cartoon character of a dumpster, like it's a cartoon dumpster fire. That's what it is. And she got somehow a violation on that. And then it progressed to her channel being removed. So she was reviewing Lauren, and all of this kind of transpired after that. So there's a lot of assumptions right now that it was potentially Lauren's people that reported it. I don't think we know solid who is behind reporting her or what happened here. I don't think we have 100% confirmation of who did it. But of course, Bullhorn Betty, you know, the shit stain of YouTube, has to have something to say about it. So here it is.
Hello, my beautiful people of YouTube. How you doing? How you doing, folks?
Actually, we've been doing great, and I see that your left tit got some support today. Good job, Betty. You accomplished something. You look like you're still in bed, but at least you got the left tit equal to the right today.
Bullhorn Betty. I cover true crime, but today we're covering drama. I just found out about this. Well, I kind of should have broke the drama this morning on my show because I got an email that...
Bullhorn Betty does not cover true crime. She's an exploiter. And what I do is exploit the exploiters. I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel and exploit the exploiters. If you want to say that, and poor pity Lauren, and poor pity Betty, and poor pity BJ, be the crybaby bitch you are, because chances are you're probably very close to being similar to the Bullhorn Bettys and the BJs. So be your best bullshit selves and let those masks fall. And I will continue to exploit the exploiters and show and highlight what disgusting tragedy vultures really look like. Betty is one of them. Just packaged different than Lauren, if you're confused.
Came in during my show, but I went over there, I looked at it, and I misread it. So I really didn't know what the hell was going on. And so I was over at my best friend's today, and I was going through my emails, and I was...
Her best friend who likes to say the N word with the hard R at the end of it, that best friend.
You know, reading my emails, and I came across this email again and reread it. And I read it the first time, and I thought it meant that somebody had pulled a video that Burnt Toast had made down that terminated the video. And I'm like, oh, it must have been that Hidden True Crime podcast. Laura, I think is her name. The lady that we had been talking about, because that's who I was talking about at the time in this whole thing. I did not know all this stuff was going on, and somebody had emailed me during the show, and you can hear me say acknowledging the email, and I thought it was just, you know, again, a video being taken down, which it happens. I've had a few taken down for a variety of reasons, mostly because of the hate channels. I don't really do anything to anybody. I don't attack people's channels. I don't go after them. I don't, you know.
You just focus attacking families and victims, you know, putting parents of missing children on thumbnails covered in blood when there's no evidence publicly available that they're guilty of anything at this point in time. But, you know, you like to call them murderers, and you go after, in particular, usually the mothers of any situation, any tragedy.
Very rarely do I file like a privacy complaint or you know, a strike on their channel. Occasionally.
And don't forget, just a memo to all my fellow liberal women, my fellow liberal white women of the world. We are the most disgusting thing on the planet, according to Betty. And we should all be eradicated, according to Betty. This one here on your screen. She's stuck on stupid.
It depends on, you know, sometimes I have a bad day and somebody pisses me off, and it's like, you know what, I'm just done, and I'll just go through my copyright and just strike somebody, you know, just because I can. And but I don't I mean,
as soon as I saw you pop in the feral progressive, I figured I'd better give that disclaimer for you and me and all the other people that Betty hates of the world. You don't even have to be liberal in her eyes. You just have to stand against her and you're considered liberal. Anybody that disagrees with Betty is liberal. So, I mean, it just kind of fits.
Like, I think I've struck a channel maybe.
Hey, Northern Light.
I think 4 times
Hey,
in
Emma.
5 years that I've been here. It was mostly at the very beginning of my,
That's
because
right.
that's what everybody tells you.
Christy.
Strike them, strike them, strike them. And then when you realize that it's just a whole bunch of drama and a bunch of work for a whole bunch of nothing because they don't do anything about it, you just don't do it, you know? And so I'm just one of those people that just don't do it no matter how bad. I know even my mods, you know, they're like, why don't you strike her? Why don't you strike? It's like a waste of time.
Meanwhile, they tried that game years ago on Burnt Toast. It didn't work. They were unsuccessful in their attempts. That's why she doesn't try anymore, because she was unsuccessful. She's also the creator, for anybody that doesn't know, who she's a part of this RICO and racketeering injunction filed in Pennsylvania against creators that I talk about too. She is one of the plaintiffs in that injunction, on top of just finished after over 2 years of going after Queen Bee. She was pro se, but she took Queen to court for defamation. And then after her deposition, she seemed to become pretty desperate to settle.
It's just a waste of time.
Betty is what we call a vexatious, is that how you say it? Litigant. However you say that word. The VEX word.
So anyways, I get there and, you know, I'm dawdling around, you know, we're sitting out there watching the football game. And of course I'm on my, you know, my stuff. I'm doing some Twitter stuff, watching the game. She's doing some stuff on her, whatever she's doing. And then I go back to this email and I read it and I'm like,
you're like me, Linda. Oh, and by the way, if anybody is new around here, I'm a commentary channel. I pause for fair use. It's kind of a thing. And with all the striking and shit going on, it's annoying sometimes. I get it. But it's kind of a thing you have to do. You have to transform the content, whether it's me talking, something like that. It's kind of a major deal, especially with people like this who are strike happy or report happy. They get their fifis hurt.
I remember looking over at Laura and I'm like, Laura, she's like, what? I said, I think Burnt Toast's account is gone. She's like, what? And I said,
vexatious.
Yeah, I said, I got an and I went through the whole dissertation. I just told you guys about it. And I said, but I just went and looked. I said, I must have misread it. And I read what they sent me and read exactly verbatim. I said, this sounds like the channel's terminated. So I went over to YouTube. I, you know, haven't searched for Burnt.
Hold up. What is the $150,000 receipt issue with B? Are you talking BT that people are mentioning? Peg, okay, BT. I'm not really sure. I'm assuming that has to do, that's what their claim is about Queen Bee. But last I checked, they were claiming it was $250,000. So now it's 150,000. I think 2 weeks before that, it was 100,000. Fuck, I have no idea. But I'm not sure what they're doing with Burnt Toast in reference to that.
Toast a really long time. So, you know, she wasn't in my search. I mean, she was. You could see that I had previously searched her name, but it was way. I couldn't even find it just by searching. I don't search very much on the YouTube on my phone, so it should only have like a few names, like you know, Clutch Them Pearls. Drunk Turkey Show, you know, just some things that when I check for some cases.
The real losers of YouTube. Carry on.
And whatnot. But I was looking for Burnt Toast, couldn't find it, so I type her name in, and I can't find it. And so I finally make a post on my YouTube asking if anybody knows if this is true. And so I got a few responses back and a phone call. And I don't know how accurate this is because I know.
Ring, ding, dong. Ring, ding, 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 dong. Sonya called her up right away and said, guess what? We got her channel down.
Our people don't associate with that trash people or those trash channels. And she is a trash channel. She's freaking nasty ghetto piece of shit.
Yikes.
Liberal, you know, aunt with a C. Okay.
Oh, Betty. part of the reason, in my opinion, she filed against Queen was in an attempt to get Burnt Toast information, and it never happened. Unlike Betty attempted to do even at the last minute. When Burnt Toast channel comes back up, those videos will be available, and it will come back up because Burnt Toast, unlike most of these motherfuckers, knows what she's doing. She is actually very, very smart, and she will appeal, and she will be back because she is one of the nicest. She might mock these people a little bit, but she's not cruel and unusual. She doesn't play dirty games. She's not anything remotely like the Bettys.
Our people don't.
She's damn good at what she does.
Associate with those that trash people or those trash channels, and she is a trash channel. She's freaking nasty, nasty ghetto piece of shit, liberal, aunt with a C. Okay, that you guys don't want to like me saying. So I'm just gonna say aunt with a C. I don't like her. She's destroyed before me. All she ever does is find one person and she just picks at him. And all she wants them to do is just lose their shit and go overboard. I truly think she tries to push people to unalive themselves.
Oh my, Betty. So that's complete bullshit. Usually, in order for Burnt Toast to even cover you, this is my opinion solely, you have already had to have lost your shit publicly. So Betty's lying because most of these people have lost their shit publicly. Burnt Toast just puts a bow on their public poor behavior that they've done. She's not pushing anybody. She's reviewing what they put out here. And this is a tactic of the Bettys and the BJs and the Laurens. Pour them, their mental health is suffering.
I've watched how far she pushed this lady. I think she called her name Shanty. Now, I'm not sticking up for it. The girl was a little wild and put her stuff out there. And
what did she just call her? She called Shanty. Lord bless it. Shut the internet down.
I've got nothing to say either or, but she just kept pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. She had called CPS on her. I mean, this lady is just really, really, really bad news. And everybody.
Oh, Chico, haven't you seen the most disgusting shit recently? Well, Betty and friends, the Bettys of the world again, have been questioning whether, and basically saying that Burnt Toast is not indigenous. That's been their newest fucking bullshit that they've been pushing recently. Fuck those people. Seriously, it's disgusting.
All the shittiest people on.
Oh, by the way, if you're new here, I cuss a lot, but I can lay out some videos. So bear with me. I do cuss a lot.
This YouTube platform runs to her, GW, QB. They're just all these trash junkies, okay? Most of these people on those clicks that we don't have anything to do with have all types of mental health problems and just substance abuse problems. Now, we don't know who Burnt Toast is. I have a sneaky suspicion of who she is, and I was hoping to have an opportunity to go after her. But with her channel down, it's going to be a little more difficult. But I might just sue the channel because they still have to have the information.
Oh my God, not again, Betty, shut up.
Anyway, so I might just go ahead and sue the channel to find out her information and just sue her because I've got statutes of limitations that I'm kind of running up against with Burnt Toast. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do with her just yet.
Betty. Oh, Betty. You had to use your legal appeals funds for the shit you're involved in Tennessee from harassing and stalking the parents and the grandparents of a missing child. You're appealing that and had to raise money, and you used some of those legal funds to travel to Arizona because Charlie Kirk was murdered, and that was of priority. And now you're threatening to sue more people, Betty. Oh, Betty. You're losing the one in Pennsylvania, too. Your free attorney that was so ready to take this to trial is sure having a struggle, isn't he?
But it sounds like she's gone. It sounds like she's completely off the platform. It sounds like her account was terminated. Now, this is one thing that I do know about terminated accounts because she had more than 10,000 subscribers on that account. There's no way she did not know that she was going to be terminated. Because usually, if you have
He actually, I don't know if B Tim's still in here or not, but if he is, he might be able to explain this better than I am, if he can. Again, I don't know if he's still in here, but at the end of or during around deposition time in Queen Bee's lawsuit that BHB had brought against Queen Bee, Betty tried to pull a slick maneuver and subpoena the identities of multiple people, Burnt Toast being one of them. I don't know who the other person is that they attempted to get, and if she was successful, I have no idea. But Burnt Toast had to individually hire an attorney to quash all of that from happening. She had to come out of pocket in a lawsuit she wasn't even in to pay an attorney to stop Betty's bullshit just a few months back. And here she is again talking about sooner.
10,000 subscribers or more, when your account's being terminated, you're given like a 7-day heads up that your account's going to be terminated, so you could try to resolve, save your account, download your account, do a whole bunch of stuff. It's a courtesy that they give to each and every content creator that's 10,000, unless it's very, very horrible. They usually give you a 7-day notification for account termination. So she had to have known that her account was going to be terminated at least a week before it was terminated, from my
Nope, that's a lie.
understanding. Now, is this truly from Lauren with Hidden True Crime podcast? I don't know. Honestly, I think it's a combination of things. I think because of who Hidden True Crime podcast is, how well they are, who they are on this platform, how many followers they had. I think she went after a really, really big person, and they lashed out. But I don't think that in and of itself would have been enough. I think it's the years of all the complaints she's received for bullying. And you can clearly, thank you, Dreaming of Blue Skies and Sandy Beaches. I appreciate that. I'll have to go through everybody in here so far. I'm not seeing anybody. I'm just still at the very top of our screens. I don't even know who's come in. So, Melanie, it's nice to see you. Outer Banks is not lit today.
Gosh.
Imagine that.
That's funny.
We got to pick on Outer Banks. I don't know why.
In a Vapor, I love when you roll in with some of the details on some of the stuff that I don't know anything about, but that's fucking hysterical that she defended Shani.
Lisa B, always Turtle Talk. It's nice to see you. Carolyn, it's nice to see you. Butterflies are free to fly. It's nice to see you. Blessed Happy Nana.
Burnt Toast is one that's been doing Hidden True Crime coverage recently. She did a multi-part series breaking down this 9-hour interview. She's exceptional. She's like I don't know what the actual community she's from is called, but they cover low cows. So LOL cows, laugh out loud cows. People that have displayed horrific behavior. To get on Burnt Toast radar, you have to be pretty egregious. That is my opinion. She doesn't do true crime. She doesn't pay attention to that stuff. Like, you have to be a low cow and hit all these different boxes to even get on her radar. And she nailed it. She didn't have a clue about who Lauren and John were, and she had them pegged.
Good evening, Chicky. It's nice to see
She's
you.
great,
Lisa B, always. Mama Bear, Dreaming of Blue Skies and Sandy Beaches. Medic Biker is up in the house. Sonia, it's nice to see you, my love. Deanna, good evening. It's nice to see you as well. Who else do we have? Mick, good evening. Deanna. Carol, hello. Hello. Jared, it's nice to see you. See, that sounds like hate. You have no clue, Jared. I would not be a troll in my chat. I just don't have the patience today. Okay? And quite frankly, I don't think you are. So mods, don't delete them.
Oh my God. Speaking of trolls, Dean, where are you at? Are you going to come hang out with us again tonight? Dean will be here. Wait till after dark, though. I can't get on that level yet to entertain you. Last night you had me fucking busting up. So come back at the end.
Yet, but I don't have. My level of dealing with stupid people today is like I ain't doing it anymore. Okay, you want to be stupid and act like an asshole? Do it on somebody else's channel. We're kind of over it, and quite frankly,
you're welcome.
We've got a little bit of wind in our sails now that we got this Hot Mess Express off this platform. And you know what? I consider it karma. You know, she did it to herself. She's just a hateful person and just nasty, and she's a bully. And that's the point that's being made here. She's just a freaking bully.
Burnt
She's a
toast.
bully to anyone that doesn't agree with her politics.
Yeah, Crusha, she is one that is very successful in her life outside of this platform.
Attacks me because she doesn't like Trump. She doesn't like that I am a MAGA person. She doesn't like I'm a front row Joe. She's tried to destroy my life, my reputation, and my career. She's nothing but a fucking bully, and she deserves everything she's getting.
Okay, hold the fuck up, babe. Listen, Betty's got something to say to you today. Listen to this. Let me slow it down so we can hear Betty in regular speed because she's real riled up as is.
And that's the point that's being made here. She's just a freaking bully. She's a bully to anyone that doesn't agree with her politics. She attacks me because
Burnt Toast doesn't talk about politics at all.
Doesn't like Trump. She doesn't like that I am a
who fucking does like Trump? I mean, seriously, even people that voted for him are recognizing the harm that's being done. Okay, come on, Betty. Wake up. It's 2025.
MAGA person. She doesn't like
It's a cult, bitch. It's a cult. And no, I don't
know though. I don't know because Trump has done a lot of things that other presidents
haven't.
Yeah, that haven't. I mean, like 32 felonies.
Oh, Betty, that's why Betty loves him.
A sexual assaulter.
Oh, well, shit.
Found liable by a jury.
Anything else you want to fill her in
on? No, not yet. She wouldn't believe it anyway.
Okay. Front row Joe.
She's a front row hoe.
Tried to destroy my life, my reputation, and my career.
Again, I don't care who you vote for, but the facts are the facts. Don't come at me. Come at the people that you voted for if you voted for him. Again, sorry. We just speak facts over here, and those are facts.
She's nothing but a fucking bully, and she deserves everything she's getting. And I will stand by that. I told my friends she may get her channel back. I hope she doesn't. I hope this is a good thing. And God forbid if I ever see her again on this platform after her termination, we're going to ban her again because she can't create an account when you're terminated. That's ban evading.
We're going to ban her again. You notice that little slip right there that she said?
Or after termination, we're going to ban her again because she can't create an account when you're terminated.
So what I believe might be another piece of this is Betty and friends likely started reporting as soon as they got wind that there was a violation in a 7-day. I have a feeling they probably started reporting anything and everything they could find too. That's my opinion. I don't have proof of that, but she just said we're going to have her banned again.
That's ban evading. So we'll see where all of this goes and keep working at it. But I hope Lauren did get her because, you know, this woman was horrible. And I hope that this is just a warning for the
Outer Banks. I will continue to talk about Betty every single day if I choose to. Betty is scum. I'm sorry that you still somehow, some way are twisting in your head that what Betty does to people is acceptable. I mean, you know, getting on here before there's any evidence, actual evidence from law enforcement that parents are involved in disappearances of children and accusing them of murdering children or things of that nature is pretty fucking disgusting. On top of, I don't know how you can support a racist, a bigot. I mean, hey, that's you. Transphobia, homophobia, bigotry, racism. If you want to fly those flags and say, hey, I agree with Betty, I'm a piece of fucking shit, then go sit there. But for me, I will continue to call out anybody like Betty or anybody else that does shit like Betty, just mask themselves differently. Have the wonderful day you deserve.
Hate channels that YouTube is
only
going to deal with your bullshit for so much. Okay? And this is one person. And you guys know
that big bad bitch stays away from me because I'll put her right in her place. She couldn't even remotely attempt to have a discussion with me because I would run her right around in circles with the facts of how foul she is.
90% of you are 10 times worse than burnt toast. You know that. It is only a matter of time. You keep playing these stupid games, you're going to get stupid prizes because what you're doing is going to hurt someone. Okay? That's plain and simple. Someone is going.
She's definitely not a fascist crispy treat. Do you know what fascism stands for? Do we need to have a discussion on what fascism is? Because
the 14 tenets of fascism.
okay, yeah. And again, Betty's not a fascist. And since when did that?
To get hurt. And you know what? You will have blood on your hands. And I promise you, people like me will make sure the whole fucking world knows what you did. And I pray to God, and I will work as much magic as I can, because the day that somebody hurts themselves because of your shenanigans, I swear to God, I'm going to be fighting for you to go to jail for murder.
Oh, big words for Betty.
I want you to understand that.
Your mental health and everybody else's that kicks families going through their worst. Remember what you said about Katie Proudfoot, that you didn't care and actually you giggled when you found out that she was struggling potentially with her mental health? You thought it was funny and were actually excited about the thought of her taking her own life. Fuck you.
I am not playing. You guys think it's a fucking joke.
Yo, Amethyst, come get your buddy you wanted to meet up with. You want to trigger me? You sitting in chats thinking that you're triggering me. This is a shout out to you once more, because I got a comment that you said, she's so easy to trigger. I don't know who you think you're triggering. I rid of you. The fact that you're sitting around spending time attempting to trigger me says way more about you. I thought you were so concerned about helping victims. Instead, you're spending time trying to get noticed in chats to upset me. Girl, bye. Go get your buddy Betty that you made a short and reached out to try to meet up with at Charlie Kirk's memorial. Don't forget. We won't. Carry on.
Being on these platforms, treating people like shit, pushing them to the edge, getting in their families, calling their homes, sending CPS out there, swatting their homes.
Never happened.
You know what you guys are doing to people while you're sitting up there lying about it. Well, your game is being known.
Where is the proof of any of that? Who's been swatted because of burnt toast? I'll wait.
To a lot of people. You guys are under federal fucking investigation if you don't know it yet.
Just like your filing in Pennsylvania was a federal filing. Under federal investigation.
You guys have been. And you guys still keep doing your
The only person that's under investigation is you. For hazardous work environments, for the left tit that's a tripping hazard, because you do not properly secure it before you crawl your ass back in bed and call it a job. That's the only person or thing under investigation, is your hazardous work environments for that left tit that usually sags to your fucking toes.
Stupid shit. I hope one day you get the knocking at the door when it's the cops. But trust me, if somebody hurts themselves because of your bullshit, you bet your ass. If you think your problems are bad now, wait until the whole true crime community demands for you to go to jail for murder. Because that's going to be the next step.
Oh, God. Okay, Betty.
It really will be. I truly believe that somebody's going to be hurt by one of these channels. QBs, GW, BTs. I don't think we're done hearing from that basket case yet. And these are all mentally ill, drug-addicted twats that all have lost their children once or twice, strangled their children or abused their children some way, somehow. Every last one of them. Yet they're the first ones that call CPS on a good mother. Because they're trash. Because they're trash. I really don't care what you trash channels want to do to Bullhorn Betty. You guys put me through 5 years of bullshit.
Right, Bree? I'm sure it's intel from her buddies that night who have satellites up in the universe. You know, they're working in partnership with some satellite company that hadn't even launched satellites, but they had satellite images. You know, her co-plaintiffs at night, and her lovely attorney, Joseph Lesniak, and who she once touted as her attorney, Bruce Castor, who was never her attorney. I'm sure she's got in with all of the alphabet agencies. She's probably a fucking undercover bed inspector. I don't even know. She's a bed bug finder for a federal government.
For nothing, just for fighting for victims of crime. And then every time you guys getting emboldened, you kept trying to go further and hurt more people and hurt more people. Well, you know what happened is a whole bunch of people got together and said, we're tired of it. And we started working really, really, really hard. And I have a funny feeling this might be one of many channels that will eventually, over the next year to 2 years, be removed from this platform, because I'm telling you, some of the content that they're doing goes well far against terms of service and is designed to injure someone.
Oh, man, those are big words that you fill on the daily with what you do to parents and victims. And they don't have a say. You get allowed to do it. So,
okay? And designed to injure someone. And I want you guys to know that. You know, this is, we don't have to get along. We don't have to like each other. But what we don't get to do is come here and destroy people's lives because we don't like them. Okay? We cover true crime cases. That means these cases are already out there in the public spotlight. We're not literally bringing the public to the person. The spotlight's already there. And what you fuckers keep doing is destroying innocent people for covering cases because you think it's exploitation. Well, it's not.
It absolutely is.
Newsworthiness. And as you guys,
it's newsworthiness.
Are learning by people coming and suing your sorry asses. We have a right to be here. We have a right to cover the stuff we cover. We're not grifters. We don't want to, we're not turning these cases into circuses. That's what you're doing. That's what these hate channels are.
Krusha, definitely does sound like there's an enterprise at work, doesn't there? And there is. Factually, a group of people. She admitted to having over 75 individuals help get all of the information for this RICO and racketeering injunction that they filed in Pennsylvania against 2 creators, claimed that the creators had basically interfered with the investigation into the disappearance of a missing child, which never happened. They made a lot of bold claims, as they have publicly acknowledged and admitted to working together as a group to target and take people down that are saying enough of this happening to victims and their families.
That's what they're doing. I hope Burnt Toast never is allowed back on this platform again. I think she's an evil bitch. I think that I truly believe she's already killed somebody. I truly believe she has pushed somebody over the edge.
Whoa, wait the fucking second. Oh, Betty. Okay, I'm going to back that up. This is a huge claim.
I hope Burnt Toast never is allowed back on this platform again. I think she's an evil bitch. I think that I truly believe she's already killed somebody. I truly believe she has pushed somebody over the edge.
Well,
it's too easy for her, and I've seen how she works. It would not surprise me at all if somebody has lost their life because of what Burnt Toast has done to them. She is an evil woman, and I don't see anybody more deserving of being removed from this platform than her. Actually, I'd like to see Queen Bee next, quite frankly. And you,
Krusha, isn't that shocking? Well, actually, I got a song for it. Because, and
isn't it ironic? Don't you think?
No, I know it was. Yeah, that, shocking, huh?
You guys can take that to the bank, but, you know, what do? You just wait for them to fuck up. I mean, I can't do it. Everything I've tried to do, right? All I've asked them to do is stay out of my business. And if they want to talk shit about me, do it on their channel. Quit sending their animals over here to my channel, right? Just, you know, have some humanity in you. But they're not. They're demons. They're just demons. They're demonic.
Oh,
no. They're so fucking demonic, they don't even know how demonic they are.
Not the demons again. Not the demons. X, thank you for being a member for 18 months. I hope you're doing well. What? Not the demons again. Please, dub us dark so we can all get on here and cry about it. What the hell are you doing, Betty? You might be right that she's saying egregious things in hopes that she'll get sued.
They're just evil. And they do evil shit. And what they do is they procreate, right? And all they do is raise demon children that are going to wreak havoc in a few more years. And
says the one who calls missing children defective. Says the one who said that some children need to be euthanized. Said the one who is not an actual mother. Again, no shade to anybody that is not. I'm just factually stating that Betty admits and talks about how she is not a mother, but talks about all of us raising demonic children. Yeah, I guess one of my demons wants to be a civil rights attorney because of people like you and the fucking rhetoric that you push and all the violations of people's civil rights recently. You know, it's kind of a good thing. And I'm incredibly proud of that demon child wanting to help others.
if you don't believe me, mark my words, I've said it 1,000 times. If Queen Bee's kids haven't been to jail yet, they will be going to jail. Why? Because they have a piece of shit for a mother.
Oh, you have never seen her before, Diane? She is one of the absolute worst. She considers herself true crime. She covers a lot of the same cases. If you came from like hidden true crime, she covers a lot of the same people in that arena. She is absolutely terrible, but she's different than Lauren in the capacity that she goes out and takes a bullhorn and screams and hollers at people because she's got unchecked rage. She's got very unhealthy coping mechanisms, in my opinion. And she uses a bullhorn to go stalk and harass. In fact, there's videos of her jumping out in the middle of traffic, verbally accosting a grandparent, the step-grandparent of a missing child, because she drove from Florida to Tennessee to surveil and harass the parents of a missing child. She also turned around and got that missing child's name tattooed on her body. As she calls the mother of the missing child a murderer. As she has harassed them, got slapped with 4 ROs for her egregious behavior, has threatened people with, gonna get her pew pew and things of that nature. She's also very proudly associated with the Proud Boys. She likes to throw up the white power symbol. Mike Lindell is one of her friends, or so-called people. She's an absolute menace to society. Most people recognize her from being out in front of the Laundrie's house. That's where she kind of got her first notice for her disgusting, egregious behavior. And it's only progressed and escalated. She's also a very frivolous litigant.
And I'm sorry, the fruit don't fall too far from the freaking tree. So I'm just waiting. I bet you her older one's already probably been to jail.
Oh my gosh, yes.
But
yes.
Again, we'll find out. But
I will change my title to include plus more, but this all ties together. So she's in the same genre as Lauren, or claims to be. Again, these people are tragedy vultures. That's the genre they're in. They do a disservice to true crime creators. And I'm going to give you some examples of why I think Lauren is not much different than this, just polished, educated, and married somebody with credentials. That's it. That's my opinion. No different than Betty, just packaged and sells it a different way. But the same type of techniques are employed by all of them. And I'll give you an example of what she just did over the last year.
Yes, I don't have adult children that they can attack. They've already attacked my adult sister, right? Tried to get her to lose her job. Oh, thank God she works for a news station that's used to stuff like this.
Her sister is actually a successful reporter. Betty, the only thing Betty has accomplished in life is having a rap sheet of over 40 plus charges for multiple different things, including DV incidents, or incidents of violence, I should say, and or substance use and things of that nature.
It's a news station, and they get crackpots all the time, which is what they call these people here on YouTube that call and try to get my sister fired. Crackpots. Like, who spends that much time? Somebody that's mentally unstable. Those are the only people that spend this much time on people that they don't know. So, you know, but it looks like, I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm upset about this. I'm not upset about this.
No,
I'm just, you know what?
Here is an example of one of Betty's behaviors. I have done quite a few pre-recorded videos on Betty. There's some very interesting things, but this one here, for anybody that's new to her, because we do have some new faces, August 27th, 2024.
In Folsom Prison, and time keeps dragging on.
Things can age well with Betty.
If I make a mistake, I have to own that stuff, right? I mean, I've got to, if I do something wrong, you know what I'm saying? I'm the one that has to pay the consequences for it. So I follow. I'm not going to be ching. I'm not going to be coming on TikTok saying I need bail money. Okay, you guys don't have to worry about bailing Bullhorn Betty out of jail. I promise.
A few months later, Betty got arrested for contempt of court.
And of course, her subs bailed her out.
There was some channels that really pulled together for support and had raised a significant amount that would help, you know, the legal expense.
She got arrested for going to Tennessee after she had 4 orders of protection served on her by the parents of a missing child, parents and grandparents.
Fund, right? Because I've shelled out a lot of money, and that's okay.
Again, her subs paid that.
That we were able to raise funds, right? And I was very helpful.
And the chat is informing you of a lot of things that she has done that are unfortunately documented by her and proudly placed in the public sphere for all of us to witness and watch. Her behavior is disgusting, and there's years of it. She also is a menace to her neighborhood. She goes to city council meetings and acts a fool. You can see their visible disdain of her when she goes up to talk. It's hysterical.
I was very thankful and blessed for a couple great supporters that stepped up to the plate. So it was, you know, with much more generous help, to say the least. Okay, so we were very blessed for that. And but those expenses are probably, you know, going to be a little bit, I'm not sure. I think I'm going to have to reach out to a different type of attorney for other legal matters that have resulted from this.
But remember, you said this.
Over and above that, if I make a mistake, I have to own that stuff, right? I mean, I've got to, if I do something wrong.
She's asked her audience for upwards of what, $10,000-$15,000? I don't remember what her GoFundMe, the total is for, but she has asked her audience to raise huge sum of money for appeals of these restraining orders because of her foul behavior that they think is justified. But instead of admitting that she was in the wrong and overstepped what she should have done, she masked it as journalism. She's an investigative journalist is what she claims. She's a fucking YouTuber. All right, it is what it is. But she expects her audience to bail her out of these situations.
You know what I'm saying? I'm the one that has to pay the consequences for it. So I follow.
And she'll also take a good free attorney, just like BJ, to become a plaintiff in the RICO and racketeering injunction filed by 10 of them against 2. This lawfare situation has been an ongoing trend in these tragedy vultures playbooks, just like Lauren's, Betty's, BJ's, and many more.
I'm not going to be ching. I'm not going to be coming on TikTok saying I need bail money. Okay, you guys don't have to worry about bailing Bullhorn Betty out of jail. I promise.
I mean, hell. And here's one more, just a funny one, but there are some good videos. There's actually videos. Well, and here's another thing that goes into this. Not only did she jump out in the middle of a traffic, I'll show you that. Let me play this. I'll go pull it. It's too hard to even make sense of because you're like, what? Why would anybody behave this way? Well, unfortunately, these people do. On today's episode of Ever Changing Stories with Bullhorn Betty, we learn why Betty has been... Betty has multiple stories of why she went to the pokey.
The reason why I was arrested is because I threatened I was going to sue people
I mean, we all knew this was a lie, right?
in a court of law. That is literally their standing. I threatened to sue someone in America.
She basically threatens to sue someone weekly.
So, like I said,
Betty is going.
this is beyond totally improper.
Does the chat want to try to explain the group that she was with and how that came about? Fupa's on the run. I mean, heels on the ground. If anybody and who the characters were involved for any of the new people, I appreciate the chat so much. You guys are so helpful. Thank you.
And in my opinion, totally against the Constitution, not even against the against state law, against their own Tennessee state law. So it is just, I'm kind of disgusted.
Actually, in my opinion, I think it's far more disgusting that someone would even claim that they are getting locked up for threatening to sue somebody when now the story's changed.
A few days later,
On what grounds? Oh, they arrested me for using hashtags in my my videos here on this channel.
You pick a story, Betty, please. She's just a prolific liar. I'll get back to that video in a minute, but here's a flashback.
Morning. All right, leave me alone.
Oh,
Good morning.
I don't know.
All right, guys. Well, I just wanted to say hi to you. We'll be back on the regular channel. Don't forget this channel. We still love you over here. I will be back on track. You guys know that this is intentional, distractions on my channel from all this bullshit that these hate channels keep causing for this channel for no other good reason. Like, I don't talk about them. I don't do anything to them. I'm not picking on them. I don't.
It's weird hearing my intro. Sorry, but she's talking in the background, so I'm just going to play it.
Discuss them at all. But they can never just leave me alone. And that to me is obsession. Okay? They are obsessed with me and my channel. And I think it's highly problematic. I think it's mental health awareness month. And we need to be understanding that these creators that can't let me go have mental health issues. Okay? Who else does this? This is not normal behavior for normal people.
All of these videos, there is a ton of history on my channel. Queen Bee's Burnt Toast, when her channel comes back, she has an incredible history of Betty. And it's a whole, but they're right. Betty is ground zero in all of this. She is one of a growing trend and one of the most problematic. These people are just masked differently. They behave the same. They're just masked and have, some are considered experts, but they do the same things to victims and their families. That's the sad thing. I wish more people could see that the Laurens, the BJs, the Bettys, it's becoming a growing trend. And they all claim one thing. We're true crime creators. This is our freedom of speech to do this to families. But then they're wasting our courts' times. They're shitting on victims. They're silencing victims. Rewriting their stories. It's wild. And it's getting worse and worse. And it's been going on for decades.
Let's be honest. Right? Let's be honest. These people are unhinged and completely, and they're trying to convince their people that I'm unhinged at the same time. But I'm not the one that is obsessed about them following their every movement, listening to their garbage on their channel. Like, I don't even listen to this shit.
That's how I ended up on YouTube. Molly Golightly is who you're asking about, Monica. Molly Golightly was associated in a part of the group. That's how I ended up here, because of what she did to the wife and the family, ultimately, of a Marine veteran who unfortunately tried to take his life. And they got a hold of the family, ripped the family apart. There was already division. It became a whole thing. That's how I ended up, was coming on here and debunking Molly.
Right? They're constantly over here listening to my
And other people like her. She was one of many.
shit because I have relevant shit to talk. That's what it all comes down to. And because they didn't think it, they're idiots. They're all over
Yes,
They had nothing but, poorly educated. I'm just still ticking through.
Hey y'all, once again, we are back with another nonsensical review of Betty, who can officially be renamed Bed Bug Betty. Bedbug Betty has been up to her typical shenanigans, but she has once again pushed the envelope a little. I'm not going to make you guys suffer through this, but here's just a little example. And I have already explained this. So these videos are available. I'll go back to today's Betty in a minute, but just for anybody new, I appreciate those. My OGs in here that have been here all along know all of this stuff already, but if you have questions, please ask, because there's a lot of characters we talk about. I've also detailed over 75 different creators that are in the tarot card psychic genre that insert themselves in active, trending, ongoing missing persons, horrific crimes, exploit them, do remote viewings on them, have mechanical animatronic fucking robots going off pretending that they're talking to the missing child, who people are bringing awareness to because there's no indication that he's deceased, but she's pretending that she's talking to him. Like, there are so many people like these guys. It is gross, and it's a growing trend. A little too far. That's my opinion. Betty has been recently covering the case of Sebastian Rogers from Hendersonville, Tennessee, who is a 15-year-old missing child. But instead of covering the actual missing child, she has been stalking and harassing the Proudfoot family, the biological mother of the missing child and the stepfather, and extended families of theirs. And this is how we feel about when the hidden gems that have left Lauren come in our chat and fill us in on some of the history over there, because most of us don't know it. So we appreciate you guys giving us history on things that you know, or places to look and things to go find. We appreciate you guys. And these are people that we know a little bit more about, but they're all in the same sector. That's the unfortunate part. All of these people claim that they're true crime. If you haven't seen those actions for yourself, I will link a video in the descriptions that I did that highlights some of her erratic behavior towards the family of the missing child. But great picks on both of those, Allie. Let's take a look at Betty talking to her audience about needing an attorney. And yes, my friends, you will definitely need your helmets for this one. Buckle up.
So I've been hearing all the lies and misinformation going around. I'm covering the case of Sebastian Rogers. He's a 15-year-old boy that disappeared from inside his locked home with only his mother, allegedly, and has not been seen.
I appreciate you guys coming out. I know the chat does too. They like to help. They really do. They like to have open discussions. Like, the chat in here is always amazing. So anybody that's new, please feel free to chat, ask questions. These guys, this is how I learned about all these people, was through the chat telling me, go look here, go look there. I didn't know who a fucking single one of these people were. I'd seen Betty through the laundry stuff, through the news, and some on TikTok. Like, I ran across TikTok true crime, and me just, that I get a twitch. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. YouTube's bad enough, but TikTok's a whole other world. But I didn't know who any of them were, and had a crash course 3 years ago. So that's how I learned, and I appreciate you guys giving us information, truly. Thank you guys for being here.
Or heard from since. He just was beamed up to Scotty, right? Went to bed, according to his mother, woke up, and he was just evaporated into thin air.
And as you know, that's not what happened.
And so with my quest for the truth and my commentary on this, apparently somewhere along the lines, they can't seem to stay off my channel. And apparently my commentary is...
I've covered Donna Serafina and Sweetie Pilo before. I've covered them.
Too threatening for them.
Once again, that's just not it.
Look up what constitutes cyberbullying, for the love of God. Me talking about somebody on my channel is covered under the First Amendment. I do not say anything. I do not send people out there. You know, it's ridiculous.
Actually, in Georgia, I think you guys did incite people to come down there and protest alongside you and make a spectacle outside of a tragedy.
I pray daily for God. It doesn't matter. I'll deal with it. Right? They're what are they saying? Oh my gosh, poor Betty's gonna be arrested. You guys can go pick out one of like 10 freaking photos of me of a mugshot for me. This lady has just sunk her damn boat. She's a freaking idiot.
Chronicles MGM.
Oh, this makes them look even more guilty. It does make them look more guilty. They're freaking idiots. Betty has looked more for Sebastian than his own mother. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think what it is she's trying to get the thing for Sebastian, the raising of the voices for
Hawkeyes, thank you for renewing. Welcome back to the cabana. Thank you again.
Sebastian, because one of the things that we're calling for is Seth to be cleared, because
You're good.
he's got an airtight alibi, and they don't want that.
Any true crime creator should know that there has to be a crime for anybody to be cleared of, first and foremost. In this case, there is no crime at this point in time for anyone to be cleared of. The parents' stories, all three of them, have been vetted numerous times by law enforcement. But at this point in time, there is no crime. And that is, I shouldn't have used the word vetted. They had been, well, actually, what did they say? The parents had been, the last interview that they did with any of the parents, or the public interview, law enforcement from Sumner County, this is in regards to the missing child of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. His parents were cooperative, but they have not really spoke. The FBI updated the timeline, but the last time Sumner County gave an interview was the parents had been cooperative and there was nothing. Like, they haven't named them suspects. Everybody knows that none of them will be cleared. They all talked about that until Sebastian is found. There's no indication, according to law enforcement, what happened to Sebastian at this point in time. Nothing. There is no evidence to support these wild theories and these crimes Betty has concocted in her head to clear someone of. It, again, is just another PR stunt, in my opinion. I almost want to say that might have been the term that they used, was vetted. The stories had been vetted and their parents were being cooperative. I can't remember. It was April 12th, 2024 was the last press conference they gave it. And we've covered that for anybody new here. But this is all about a missing child that, yes, there could be suspicious circumstances. I guess you could go there. But these creators have all but figured out the crime. It's gross what they've done. And Sebastian's still missing. They get on here and there's missing flyers. The FBI is offering up to $50,000 for any information. And these guys get on here and say, well, he's no longer here, and make up these wild theories. And it completely destroys bringing awareness to a missing child. Completely destroys. And then as soon as they get checked a little bit for their behavior, they call corruption on law enforcement. Could there be? No clue. But it's not what they claim.
So they're doing everything they can, but either way you look at it, you can't lie to a court for the ends to a means. I mean, you're committing crimes, but I guess she murdered her kids, so it probably doesn't matter, allegedly, right?
People be getting too comfortable with saying the wildest squeaky wheel. I can't understand why all of this new attention. I mean, again, awareness is great. Awareness needs to be brought. Sebastian is missing. No matter what the case is, Sebastian is missing and awareness needs to be out there. But they are amping up rumors again, resurrecting audio from a year ago, new stories. It's the wildest thing ever. And what I began to say earlier, what you're going to see is the missing father's spokesperson sent Bullhorn Betty a Venmo that said it was $50, and it said for beating up the bee socks. The child's biological father, his spokesperson, sent her $50 for jumping out in traffic and accosting the grandparent thing, and then following it up with allegedly. Notice how she claims that she knows that the Proudfoot family lied to the courts. Meanwhile, she has been hiding from service of the temporary orders of protection. So how would she know what they've even claimed in their affidavits to get the TPOs while she's hiding from the process servers?
They can sit there and tell me that they're going to run me over with a car. Their right-hand man on social media can say they're going to punch me in the throat. And
I'm starting to think she believes some of these delusions.
we can have Terry Bowerstocks follow me around for literally 30 minutes and then start harassing me in a public parking lot.
Betty, you lie like a Persian rug. But let's just insert a short little clip here to remind people what she did.
They threatened me. Oh, Terry Bowersocks.
Oh, and for anybody new here, these are considered nonsense inceptions. They get really tricky at times because there will be like 10 videos that have been reacted to, and I will come in and react to it in the end. But it's usually like me 3 different times of 3 different people reviewing the same clip. It gets a little confusing, so buckle up. And if you have questions of which nonsense you're listening to, so does everybody else. Especially when I review live chats and everybody's looking in the chat trying to see who I'm talking to, and they don't realize it's the video I'm playing. They don't like me, okay? I'm a pain in the ass.
Oh, you wanna come around here? Oh, look at who it is. It's Terry Bowersocks. Look who just pulled up. In the same QX80.
It is so bad. It is so bad what has been done. Truly, it is. What happened to awareness? And then this intelligence agency.
Coming up, taking my tag plate. Let's turn it around on his tag plate. Terry Bowersocks. Terry Bowersocks, right there. Came up and decided to take my plate on.
Hey, Lori.
So you want to know who's harassing who out here? The proof is in the pudding. The Bowersocks and the Proudfoots are the ones coming and harassing people. That right there, my friend, is Terry Bowersocks.
Think about this, though. What does Lauren do that's much different? She's kinder. She doesn't jump out in traffic after somebody, but she still has a camera detailing every movement that these people are making while she's there at trial, while she's trying to talk to people, getting these interviews. They're just packaged differently. One goes to buddy up to get the story in a more kind, professional manner, and the other one screams into a bullhorn because she has no self-control. But I don't think either one of them do.
Came by and took a picture.
Yes.
Took a picture. Why are you taking my license plate?
Why are you filming me?
Because you came by for me, Mr. Bowersocks.
Again, this is so the stepfather of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, Chris Proudfoot. This is his stepdad. So the step grandparent of the missing child. That's who Betty is screaming at in this video.
Ma'am,
Okay, I'm in a public place.
Yes.
Why are you harassing me and following me?
Why
are you harassing me and following me when I'm conducting business?
How can I be following you when you're
You
behind
just were
me?
in a plaza. You've been following me,
I was
sir.
dropping
You
over
guys
here.
have been harassing me and threatening me for 2 days.
Prove it.
I am. Right here, sir.
Wait.
Right here, sir. Prove it? Yeah. I did just prove it, asshole.
She filmed all of this herself and put it up. Was proud of this.
Better go through that fucking light. Fuck with me. I don't need violence. I will capture you on film.
Please tell us more, Betty.
You want to pull my card? Do that shit again, Mr. Proudfoot and Mr. Bowersocks. Pull that shit again. You will hear me roar. You will hear me roar. Pull that shit again. Double dog dare you. Double dog dare you.
She's a Betty badass.
Actually, I think right now, with all this shit, I think I earned myself a steak, y'all. I'm going to get me self a steak. And you know what I'm going to do? That officer was so nice to me. And he said, Texas Roadhouse is good. He goes, but I like junk.
This right here is from Tony Mathis, the national spokesperson of Seth Rogers, the father of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, sends Betty $50 at this time exactly and says, beaten up bee socks. The national spokesperson.
Jonathan's. So I have a funny feeling I'm about to go to Jonathan's and get me like a $50 or $60 steak. I think I earned it. I don't like spending that kind of money on me, but you know what? I just got stalked the whole time I was here. I got threatened with my life, and you know what? If I'm gonna get run over by a fucking truck tomorrow, damn it, I'm gonna have a steak in my belly. I ain't going out like that. I'm just saying.
You'll notice on the screen there is a screenshot of a payment from Tony Mathis to Bullhorn Betty. I cannot 100% vet that this is the Tony Mathis. It is. It was vetted 100%, and they confirmed. But I have no reason to believe it is not, considering it is a Venmo transaction. And that was later documented too. On the very same day that Betty was in Hendersonville, in my opinion, stalking and harassing the Proudfoot and Bowersox families. You will notice the note on the Venmo transaction says, beating up bee socks. Hey, Betty, thanks for acting like a jackass today so I could teach all of the recently new people that are around because of Lauren, you know, the person that you're over there cheering for. All the people that are around because they're interested in Lauren coverage. Thank you for running your mouth today and talking shit like you did so we could give a history lesson of how foul you are to victims and their families. Like I said, you're just packaged differently than Lauren. Same playbooks, same different things, just different techniques of how it's done, but you all exploit victims going through their worst and make it a career and then behave like this. Seems to me the PR weaponize your platforms and then cry foul and accuse people of potentially being involved in people's lives being lost. Murders. You accuse Toast of what tonight? You are so dumb. PR man of Seth Rogers, the biological father of Sebastian Rogers, the missing child. His PR man is sending Betty $50 for... I should apologize. I wish I would have warned you or told you guys. Betty claims that she is a political activist. That's why I even talked about politics in the beginning, because Betty is foul when it comes to politics. And she makes my good conservative friends, my normal conservative friends, look like a fool. She claims that she is everything that anybody that I know that's conservative stands against. Like, nope, they're not Betty's. Betty's what we consider an extremist, a radical. She does stuff with politics and religion too. That's where we got into that. Same as Lauren, it's just masked differently. She still uses religion and politics. It's just a little underhanded. Or potentially a stake for harassing, would that be the Bowersox family? You will have to make up your own opinions on what you think this is and if you think it's legit. But I'm interested to see if it ends up in court filings at some... Yeah, none of my conservative friends claim her. Nope. Not at all. Betty, BJ, and those people that actively, again, I'm just saying it, like, these people are unhinged. That is my opinion. That's not a clinical diagnosis. That's my opinion. Point. The Bowersox and Proudfoot family have 3 temporary orders of protection in place on Bullhorn Betty. Hey, Jack. She is hiding from service of said TPOs, but they have been filed for. The next court date is August 22nd. And I can't help but feel kind of odd about the fact that Seth, the biological father's PR... I should have included that so new people understood, like, this isn't against conservatives. This is against the Bettys and the BJs and the Laurens of the world. Lauren just told us she's proud of LDS. If you know what the LDS church and how they move in the political sphere, that's very concerning. And it's not a liberal conservative versus liberal. This is insanity versus humanity at this point. And I continue to say that. We don't let political identifiers over here divide us. We let people like this and their unchecked, unhinged behavior. We stand against all of this. Our spokesperson, who's been going on national media, is paying, oh God, Bullhorn Betty, who is outright. Hey, Ewan, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Doing the most. I will give you I'll pull a clip of BJ for you too. I sigh because there's just nothing productive. She is a co-plaintiff alongside Betty in an injunction in Pennsylvania that they used the parent of a missing kid, so Seth Rogers, his national spokesperson, Tony Mathis, who sent this transaction right here on your screen to Betty, paid for the steak dinner for verbally accosting the step-grandparent. Again, there's no evidence from law enforcement right now of what happened to Sebastian. That's just the facts. They haven't even ruled this like a criminal investigation or told us publicly what is going on. The FBI is offering up to $50,000. But the coverage of this has been wild. So there's obviously issues between the step-parent, the mother, and the biologic father. So he aligns himself with this national spokesperson, an agency called At Night Media that was just founded. It's around Nick the Hat, Hong Z. You can do public research, a Google on Nick the Hat. He's got a YouTube channel. He is a court litigated. He's a fraud. He was in federal prison. He's on federal parole. But they formed this At Night intelligence agency. They're a co-plaintiff, a dog handler that had some weird stuff to do with documentary films, like just a whole fucking shit. She's involved. BJ, Betty, a TikToker named Chasing Crime, and all of it surrounds Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. They're claiming in that barbecue lady from TikTok and Granny's Watching have interfered with the disappearance or the investigation into the disappearance of Sebastian. Granny is a YouTuber who does commentary. She's in the Krama community. That's what it is. Barbecues from TikTok. Granny's never left her state ever. And they went on local media and said that if Sebastian wasn't found after they filed this injunction claiming that these creators were a part of a RICO and racketeering organization, plus they had 50 does listed that they were going to eventually try to throw in there in this RICO and racketeering injunction that was filed in Pennsylvania off this missing child. It is fucking crazy. They claimed, At Night Intelligence Agency, not to get sidetracked, but they claimed that they had direct connections to the incoming AG when it was announced that Matt Gaetz was being nominated for the incoming AG. They made a post and said that they had connections and would be meeting with. And then as soon as that got pulled and Matt Gaetz was no longer, that quickly went away. They had connections to the current administration in so many different ways. But then, Dog the Bounty Hunter is involved in this. Shit, why did I always forget that. Dog the Bounty Hunter is involved in this. I'm not even joking. Dog the Bounty Hunter is a plaintiff alongside Betty. I mean, they kind of look alike, so it is what it is. I think they forgot that she was supposed to be a fill-in for him at an appearance, and somehow they became co-plaintiffs. Don't ask me, but they do look a lot alike. But it's been a whole shit show. Like an entire shit show all around a missing child's case. To the missing child's family. Now, one Lauren hasn't covered, shockingly. Now back to Betty again.
So those things are going to all come out. So people are saying, oh my God, she avoided her. First of all, I was out of state when I found out about this. I was sitting in Mississippi and I had a hurricane hit Florida.
Again, more lies. Roll the footage. I know, Allie. I'm sorry. I'm like overwhelming you guys with so much information. This missing child's case it's sad. He's been missing since February 25th into the 26th of 2024. He was 15 when he went missing. His 17th birthday is coming up in December. And the rumors that it's tragic. And people like this, this creator, Betty, got this child's name tattooed on her body as she was served with ROs from the parents. Like, how much more disrespectful can you get to get a missing child's name tattooed on your body as you're harassing the family? Unreal.
There's Chris's trailer. So by the time you guys even know I'm here, I'm already gone. That's how we roll here on the Bullhorn Betty Show.
So much arrogance from somebody hiding from service.
But I was here last night and he was not at his camper. And it doesn't appear like anybody is at his camper.
As the step-parent, Chris Proudfoot's, where his RV was located because he was out of town working on a project at St. Jude's. They went to these locations to keep him under surveillance. Again, law enforcement didn't name them suspects. Everybody's entitled their own thoughts and opinions. We just don't have evidence of what happened. Everybody's got theories. They're resurrecting audio again and telling new stories and doing new theories with lights. I don't understand what's going on. I really don't. This isn't how they bring awareness, but every time, everything around this has been, Sebastian was lost from jump. Admitting to keeping the stepfather under surveillance.
Here, and I guarantee when I go by their house later today,
a little bit off.
They will be there.
Listen to that again. A little bit off. It's good to see you. Thank you for the support. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see someone. I haven't seen some of you in a while. It's good to see you guys.
Here, and I guarantee when I go by their house later today, they will be there.
You would think so, correct? You would think it would be considered stalking. You guys that are new here, I have covered creators, one by the name of Silver's on the Scene, who claims he too is a true crime creator, trying to find these missing children. I'm not even joking when I say that this motherfucker, excuse my French, I cuss a lot, again. Nice as hell most days, but I cuss a lot. Admittedly, and I smoke a lot too. It bothers people. Anyways. But I live outside in Arizona. We're in a great place. Oh, Betty, you just keep catching me. I forgot what I was going to say. And I have so many things running through my head of all the shit that they've done, trying to tell new people about it. My brain is on overload because there is so much that this group has done. And there's just boom, 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 running through my head. Yourself in live.
I don't think Chris is staying here. I don't know why he's keeping his camper here. It makes me wonder because, they can get a search warrant for his camper even if it's in Mississippi.
According to Betty, all of this is fine.
Either way, it has nothing to do with this intentional. I wasn't even in the state when I was.
Thank you, Chico, for reminding me. Silver's on the Scene. He did videos of himself across from this RV park, right across the road, right off a main road. And he's out there and he sniffs the air for decomp. I'm not even joking. He audibly is sniffing the air on film and publishes it. And then he decides to make the trek from this RV park that she's filming out in front of. And he's driving down the road and he says, so on my way to Hendersonville, making the journey to see how long it would take, traffic, because they have it in their heads. They've got this figured out. And he goes, bloop, dropping off a body. Like, he's in the middle of talking and he says, bloop, dropping off a body. These people that are around this missing child's case, that happen to every one of these tragedies, whether it's the Laurens, whether it's the Bettys, these are the tragedy vultures that are attaching to these cases and their behavior. We have no proof of what happened, but these people jump on these active cases, attach themselves to families, divide in every way they possibly can to invalidate the families, have chaos, have content, have drama. suck up to them to get the stories. And if they can't get their way, they do dirty shit like this. That's why, unfortunately, it's not even shocking to most of us that Lauren was shit-talking victims' families as she was being nice to them. These people are foul, and there's so many of them, just masked in different ways, just claim different techniques. Look at the deception detective. That guy sells a deck of cards that basically claims that you too can be trained in how to detect lies. He claims he's an attorney. He's anonymous, but he's supposedly an attorney trained in statement analysis. These people like Betty and the BJs rely on him as an expert of sort to come up with conclusions. They're not making speculations. They're making conclusions about these parents and running with it. They push very specific narratives. It's fucking unreal. And there's no proof that he's trained in statement anything. He's anonymous, but he sells a deck of cards for like $70.
We found out because everybody in their mind lost their mind thinking I was served when I was standing in Mississippi. And I had no clue that this was coming. So either way, however you look at it, that was not the case. That is absolutely a fraudulent lie.
And again, back to ROs. She was served with 4 of them. And you know how many hoops the parents had to jump through to even try to get those? Let's go back to Betty tonight. And I'll pull a clip of BJ to remind you guys. So this is current time Betty and why this is all wrapped into Lauren. Because if you just came in recently, she was cheering anybody on that was involved in getting rid of Burnt Toast Channel.
That's upsetting.
And made some really interesting claims and accusations. Hefty ones of sorts.
Is I believe that she's probably gonna, she knows everything about YouTube. I have a funny feeling she's gonna try to arbitrate or, bitch, but she's a fucking Karen. So she's going to bitch until she tries to get her channel back. I pray to God YouTube is just done with her. I really do, because I think I think the people here are done with her. I don't even think she was coming on like once a week, maybe twice a week anymore. I mean, her content was becoming stale. She didn't put much effort into it anymore. She's just, and then she finally got some wind in her sail over Lauren, and looks like that was a step too far. That was the step too far, is Lauren. I didn't know it. Like I said, I was sent this stuff this morning and I thought it was the removal of.
Some do, some don't. It depends on who their favorite creator is oftentimes. It doesn't even involve the facts. It usually involves some creator that they like. People that follow the mob crew. He has vocalized that that's what his theory is. And so, of course, they believe that the parents, not based on evidence from law enforcement, because we don't have any. It's been really divisive.
One of the videos, and I'm like, okay, so what, and then I get to Laura's and I'm going through the emails again and I come across it and I read it and I'm like, channel termination? Channel termination? No, not channel termination. So I go on there, holy shit, I can't find her channel. Is this true? And you know me, I'm thinking, okay, it's not true. So I go to my post and I'm like, guys, I'm here.
I'm sure half the time the new people around here are like, what the hell? Who are you talking about? If you guys ever have questions, though, just ask, because there is a lot of wild people that we've stumbled upon over the last 16, 18 months over here. So we talk about some random people. And if you get lost, just ask.
Burnt Toast is terminated. Like, I think she's gone. Like, gone. And so then people started reaching out to me and saying it's true. It's true.
Yeah, supposedly deception detective is a attorney who his expertise is statement analysis, I guess, or he's trained in statement analysis. He can detect lies, and that's what his deck of cards teaches you how to do. You can also Google it and find the same information.
True, and I'm like, what happened?
Betty,
and they said that it had to do with somebody said like a number 5 person in here, and I looked at the numbers. And I'm like, oh, she only has 300,000 people, so she must have gotten an attorney or wrote, had a very well put together letter to YouTube. That's the only thing I can think of, because And I know how
Agreed.
nasty burnt toast is, so I can imagine she crossed the line. I'm surprised she stayed on YouTube as long as she did. She violated terms of service out the ass. Okay.
Burnt Toast is a low cow creator. She's been covering Lauren, Matthias, and the hidden true crime bullshit because Lauren is a true definition of a low cow. She's an excellent creator who covers people like Shani and Rev. BJ, she also covers, which I'll give you guys a little bit of a background here in a minute. She covers a lot of people. She's covered Betty, Molly, so many different people. She's an excellent creator, but her channel was taken down. She just on Thursday night did coverage of Lauren, and in her intro, she has a cartoon dumpster fire, like a dumpster. It's a cartoon though. And that's what the timestamp was reported for, like a terms of service violation. The specific stuff was listed above.
All the while sitting on a platform talking about everybody else violating terms of service. She was the worst. She was one of the biggest violators. You're not supposed to be attacking other content creators. That's all she's.
She is somebody I highly respect. She's great. She doesn't do like true crime, anything. She doesn't even watch that. She talks about that. She's just exceptional though, because she sees all the same things that we do, just in from a different angle. And it's wonderful because it's usually completely a non-bias. Like she has no idea their coverage on true crime cases.
Done for years is attack other content creators. That's literally a violation of terms of service year after year after year after year. I never understood. I thought she worked for YouTube or TikTok. I mean, YouTube. I thought she actually worked for YouTube, and that's why she was trying to keep her stuff, because I just never understood how she could constantly get away with freaking basically murder on this platform, and nobody.
I'm so sorry, Allie. I wasn't even paying attention. Sorry, you guys. If you are new here too, you have to forgive me. I'm usually pulling I usually have like 50 tabs open at the same time, prepping for the next clip that I want to play. If I miss your super chat, please, I apologize in advance. I usually try to come back. Sometimes I miss them. Let me guess. You have ADD, ADHD. I have it, and I feel you might too. I am 100% saying this in a kind and loving way, just saying I relate. I do, but I don't. I don't think I have ADD or ADHD. I have too many tabs and too many thoughts running through my head because the history with so many of these people and what they've done to families over and over and over again. Lauren is just getting called out recently for what she did because of this whole situation of calling Christina a stalker. But then it trickles into what she's actually doing to victims and their families, and what she has been successfully doing to victims and their families for years. There's so much to how these creators in this true crime space are moving within these cases. And there's so many of them. They're just, when we say like they're masked a different way, packaged a different way, it's wild. They use the same types of manipulation, religion, politics, whatever it can be to divide, claim corruption. Like it is so it's a mind-blowing situation. That's more than the ADD though. My head there's so much. I was the YouTube filing cabinet because the ones that I've detailed, I've watched pretty extensively over the last couple of years, and they're wild. We sound like lunatics to the normies, you know? I know, I'm realizing that, Brie. I have to, and thank you, Allie, for the support. I'm realizing that, but Brie, the message is spreading. Do you know how much excitement it gives me that people are like, wait a second, we didn't see this? Because you know as well as I do, most of you, you'll know what I'm going to say. My OGs are going to already know what I'm saying. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. You will not look at the true crime creators that you think are usually ethical in the same light. It really makes you look at things and go, holy shit. Like from the ad inlays, how they go about it. And then you learn the grimy shit that they do to victims and their families to get access to their stories. It's really gross. And you just can't. Fact is, his mom says he went to bed and she was home alone with him. She went to wake him up for school. He wasn't there. No trace in a subdivision. Yep, Jax, that's true. And there's been nothing, no sign. Thank you for the support, Bree and Jax and Allie.
Do a damn thing to her channel. So I just
There's absolutely no trace. And there is a lot of weird things. People, characters that involve themselves, from dog handlers to Dog the Bounty Hunter. Like, there's just been so much noise. When you try to look at the details and the facts, there's really nothing from law enforcement. They've been silent. The FBI recently, like I said, updated the timeline. Other than that, there's been nothing. It's really disheartening.
just assumed she was either, somebody higher up, or she was part of the Democrat Party, like a person from the Democrat. She attacked me.
I don't know.
politically. And so I thought it was somebody from which wouldn't surprise me at all.
Mhm.
And then I thought she was somebody that worked for YouTube
Yeah.
because J4J also had a falling out with the rest of the nasty. Well, of course, she's already just like
Real progressive. Over here, if there's ever anyone that you want me to look at, just let me know. I have detailed shit. What did we figure out? Like over 100 different creators through the Sebastian case. There are so many that are the same, and most of them were smaller channels. But there were some big channels like the Lore Lodge that covered Sebastian's case and pushed a lot of misinformation. Again, I need to remind people that have followed Crusha even. Lore Lodge is by Aiden. Aiden was the Turning Point chapter. What was he? The co-founder of Turning Point USA at Penn State, the chapter when he was at Penn State. Once you see this stuff, you can't unsee it. The same belief system of them, and I'm saying Aiden, At Night, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, and how they've used Dog the Bounty Hunter, his book series tour. Like, there's been so much inlay overlap, weird shit with religion and politics around, and how it's been used in this shit. The use of the current administration, it's been a mind fuck. Let's just leave it there.
Julie. They ditched. They could have just pushed through it, but no, they decided to align with all these hate channels, and they destroyed their freaking reputation. And now they want to back out and say, "Oh,
he is fucking terrible." Revival has some posts on her page that quote him and some of his ex comments. Disgusting, vile shit that he said, especially about women or to women, to men too. He didn't care. He was just vile, and he had a big following, like 600,000, wasn't he?
Jay for Justice, a freaking gaping lake. She likes to be on her knees for other people. She's a married woman that's still seeing other people. I don't know if she's done it lately, but I know for a fact she was on the knees or on her knees with my man.
Yep.
So my ex-man.
And again, there's no proof of that. She likes to throw daggers at Jay. I have no indication. She just has made up lies and rumors forever about Jay. That's what Betty fucking hates her for some reason. And she claims it's over JLR. That's who the X-Man is JLR Investigates. And if you know JLR or know his history or anything about him, he also started in this arena with all of these guys. He's problematic as fuck. The guy has sued everybody under the sun. There's a whole history there.
So my message to the women out here is quit smoking crack, quit putting shit in your arm, and quit spreading your legs. That's what I can say for a bunch of these channels here, And all
hate channels. Betty, you are the hate channel.
These women, they got like 5 or 6 kids. They're not even raising them.
What? Who are you talking about? I have 1 biologic and 2 that are mine that are just not biologic. Okay. Who are you talking to? Who's got all these kids running around that none of us raise?
And all these people are supporting him. Oh, let's talk about true crime. Well, the real crime is you not taking care.
I don't think any of us have 5 or 6 kids.
They're your own blessed children.
Are you talking to BJ? Why are you calling BJ out right now, ma'am? She's your co-plaintiff and your friend. What are you doing? Speaking of BJ, let me introduce you to BJ for those that don't know who she is. This is just a real quick synopsis, and I don't even remember what's in here. This is from a month ago. This is one of my videos. I don't know what this is. Bear with me. There's so much history here. She's another one. Claims she's true crime, uses religion, politics, whatever she can do to mask her bullshit. Asked her audience to help her go after people that hurt her feelings because she was called out. She lies prolifically while kicking parents of missing children and calling it a career. She's disgusting too. Here you go.
I think that's everybody that I'm on unblocked. I think everybody else is blocked for a reason. If you don't mind, please take a second and click that thumbs up. What number of thumbs up are we? That's what I want to know. Let me know what number of thumbs up we are. There's 700 people in here tonight. Can we get 500 thumbs up? Can we meet our goal? Hey, haters. Hey, haters, screenshot that. Oh, my goodness gracious. I'm so tired. Stretch.
She never yawns before those eyes roll in the back of her head. Again, I have no idea what's going on over there. She doesn't go to the doctor. She promised her people she would go to the doctor and get checked out. She swears she's not on any substances, but it's a chronic thing where she nods off on camera. She calls it nodding off.
What a joke. Meth? Laugh out loud. Have you ever seen a meth head? You're dumb. Right, exactly. Hello? Hello? Wait a minute. Hello, Clarice. Is it Clarice? I can't do it. Hello, Clarice. I'm chubby. See that? I have meat on my bones.
This is during the time frame of her going after other creators in using the legal system, claiming that they're involved in a criminal enterprise of RICO and racketeering through YouTube.
See those fat cheeks?
It's also sending other creators, Queen Bee, Clue, and Granny C&D's. Granny she was already in litigation with, but then she scammed, in my opinion, her community for over $8,000. Sent C&D's, has claimed her attorney does everything under the sun. Meanwhile, the attorney has been only successfully seen with his signature on 3 poorly done C&Ds. When she was responded to because she sent one to Granny, who she's already in litigation, Granny's attorney responded because they have current ongoing litigation, and then she sends her a C&D. So, of course, Granny's legal representation responds. She claims publicly that she's going to have her attorney respond, and that's what she's using money for. Over $1,500. She claimed that was going to help her respond to this Pennsylvania stuff outside of the RICO and racketeering. The attorney does not successfully respond, nor does she. Granny files for a declaratory judgment against her. She never responded. Pro se, she never had her attorney respond, but she collected all this money for an attorney that has not followed through with anything. It's quite wild. I'll be going into that tomorrow.
It's called eating good. Sorry, baby. I'm not on that. I have teeth in my mouth. I got a mouthful of teeths, and I got chubby jaws, and I got chunky little arms, and a gut. You know, I got a fat belly. Not me. Not.
Meanwhile, she had to Google the term fupa. Once upon a time, I stood up with leggings on camera and somebody said fupa cam. And I was like, yep. So it became a thing over here. It wasn't something started here. It had been a part of the OG drama community forever. There was even a song called Fupa Palooza. However, we kind of adapted a fupa cam joke over here. I one time titled a video Fupa on Da Loose. She thought it was a backhanded slap at her and had to Google the term fupa. If you see a lot of creators or people talking about the fupa, that's where that stemmed. And then her dumbass Googled it and made herself look like an idiot. So it became a thing. There's fupa chats. There's all sorts of stuff that gets thrown around with the fupas around here. But it was self-deprecating humor. And somehow it offended her and she had to Google it and it became a joke.
Me, I am sober.
And she's
still
beautiful.
Absolutely 100% open, Buzzy. If you want to do that hair follicle, all you got to do is give me the word, girlfriend. I can do it now. I can do it tomorrow. I can do it next week. Shit, I can do it in an hour. Let's go.
It's not very normal to see creators on YouTube challenging other creators to hair follicle test offs. Like, let's do hair follicle tests and compare. Like, what is happening?
I'm just saying.
No, she did that though.
And I mean that seriously. Let's do it. There may be meth on some of your mugs, but there ain't no meth on me. I'm just saying. Okay. All right. Anyway.
I feel like in order to explain BJ, I need to kind of explain history with Larry too, because that plays a factor in this. I'm really sorry we're doing a history lesson. I promise you guys, though, we will get to Lauren. But I feel it's only fair to kind of explain some of these situations because they are overlapping as we go through this. She actually did start covering the Lauren stuff too. She just got caught up in drama. She is extremely intensely involved in drama and claiming people are doing foul shit. It is. It's crazy shit that is happening all around, but she's the one doing most of the foul shit. She just tried getting no contact orders on 2 creators in October at the same time Lauren was doing this shit. Once again, she said her attorney was helping her and the attorney failed to show up and she also didn't show up on time and they were dismissed with prejudice, but here we are.
So who went real life on you again? Oh, Imster, honey. It's horrible. I don't know about that. See, I'm not going to be like her. I'm not going to accuse her of being on a substance without evidence.
Not only has she accused the parents of missing children of potentially being alcoholics, she also has accused other creators of being on substances. She's one that really, if you guys remember and are from the true crime space, you will recall Kylie Rodney when she went missing. She is one of the creators who exploited the absolute hell out of Kylie Rodney's case and made up disgusting rumors and held open panels to allow the most horrific speculation in that case. And then had some choice words for the mother, from my understanding.
They don't do that here.
Oh, what's Sharon?
Right,
Sorry.
exactly.
Does Kim want to come up?
Yeah, she said she was going to come up. Ooh, what did I just do? The heck?
I got you.
Did I just do? This isn't right.
Maybe your tab.
No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. I can't show it, unfortunately.
We just want
All
to
right.
play the volume.
All right, let me just, well, I don't like it so big. We'll just do it like that.
That's not a very good example of her behavior. For anybody asking what I mentioned about a medical condition, none of us know factually what's going on with her. There's a lot of rumors and speculation, but it's because of things like this. Again, she is doing this meanwhile talking about true crime cases and downing on somebody, usually kicking one of the victims or the family members of tragedies or missing children. That's what she claims is her career while she behaves like this.
Breed.
These are distinctly 1 year apart, these clips that are stacked. Unfortunately, well, hopefully it'll go better. These are both her.
Rain to speak over.
The red arrow is pointing to which clip you're getting audio from.
Well, I'm just going to say it. I think that it's, you know, it's completely unfair how I'm just like, people are so hyper focused on my channel. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing nothing wrong over here. But I do want to, let me go ahead and do my intro so we can get started. Thank you all for being here. It means so much to me, guys. If you don't mind, take a second, click that thumbs up. Thank you to everybody that joined me over on the second channel. We have 100 more subscribers, and we will be at 5,000 subscribers on the second
Have a great day.
channel. 100 more subscribers, and we will
see. You'll probably have a rude awakening over here. I'm what they call an asshole with a YouTube channel and a lot of opinions. I don't sugarcoat shit. I'm blunt as hell. I can walk a good timeline and pull clips out to explain things. They call me a filing cabinet. My own people do, or a Rolodex, or things of that nature. I talk about grimy creators who kick families. I don't pretend to be a professional, an advocate, a victim's advocate, none of that shit. I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel, too many opinions, and a big mouth that is sick of watching victims and tragedies be exploited by from the smallest, grimiest people all the way up to the top. It's been going on for decades. It's disgusting. Think back to Geraldo when they did the mock trial of John Bonet and how that changed. And then think of how recently Trisha of Web Sleuths was treating the family. A 70-year-old man, isn't he? How have we gotten to this being normal in society? Nobody is forcing you to stay here. That's what I can provide to you. If it's not your thing, cool. Don't let the Lord hit you where the good, or don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Or come back when you can't stay so long. I'm not here to make everybody like me. I'm an asshole. Straight up. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And I'm definitely not Lauren. So if you are used to having somebody be professional and sweet and manipulative and all of that, it ain't going to happen. It's just me with a computer and a voice. And it's the one little thing that I can do to say, enough. This is disgusting. These victims and families deserve better, because once you see what's happening, you can't unsee it. There's ethical ways that true crime coverage can be done. There are cold cases and awareness that needs to be brought. This exploitation and kicking families and fucking Facebook discussion groups and the most salacious rumors with no evidence and digging into family members and then trying to link them to creators to make the story more salacious and then exploiting that person off of that person and ending up in a big, huge circle that happens in every single one of these tragedies. Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers, JJ and Tylee. Should I continue to go on? Insert name. There is a creator that has done this, from the Laurens, the polished journalists, to the Grimies of the BJs, the Bullhorn Bettys, and everything in between. It is a growing trend, a profitable trend, when social media managers are telling people who do typically prison content that it's profitable to be in true crime. Well, Tina, shit, you just got a rant for no reason then. No, actually, it's probably a good thing that I explain what I even do. I talk about religion because I have religious trauma and it fucks me up watching other people with it. And a cult is a cult is a cult. I'm super interested in the cult space because unfortunately a lot of that is used. The religious manipulation. I don't care about your belief system. I respect whatever you choose to believe in. That's between you and who you believed in, who you choose to believe in. Or if you don't, that's okay too. Good humans are good humans. Shit humans will find any way to mask it. But religious manipulation is used heavy in a lot of this. And I'm sorry, when we are still giving and allowing penitent privilege to be a thing and extending it to faith-based confidential people, and they're not having to report sexual assaults, and we are still fucking finding excuses of why the FBI and our government is not releasing the Epstein files, miss me with this shit. I don't care where you land politically either. I was raised in an upside down extreme Christian nationalist household is what it would be labeled these days. A cult of religion and extremist politics. I grew up being conservative. What the Conservative Party looks like today isn't even remotely how I was raised, in pieces. And thank God, because my mom's dad. I was lucky to know that there was two sides. Not really how deep. That, the ideology, the people that fucking weaponize it to hurt people on either side of the aisle, I don't give a shit who it is. When we are making excuses to cover up sexual assault and not give victims justice, we have a fucking problem. I don't care where you land. They call me an extreme leftist because they think it's a jab. I don't care what it is. I'm going to fight for my fellow humans, no matter what color your skin is, no matter what you can afford. It shouldn't be that hard to fund EBT cards because food insecurity shouldn't be a thing. We shouldn't have to fucking be arguing over healthcare. We shouldn't be telling women what to do with their bodies. That's where I stand. It's an insanity versus humanity thing for me, not a side of the aisle. These are personal choices that we come from a generation of don't talk about it. We've got to start talking about it and being loud, because the more we are silent, the more that is happening to kids, and it's being covered up and not talked about because of us allowing this to happen. We're voting for these things to happen, people. Penitent privileges in 33 states. If you don't know what I'm talking about, please look it up. And then you watch, and I'm going to use Kresh's family. They weren't Mormon, but the LDS Church absolutely had a hand in trying to silence and control the narrative around what happened to her own Kresha K, their own family, because the belief system that was wrapped into that. Lauren tried to soften that blow. At the end of the day, I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel, a lot of opinions, and don't know how to fucking get anything to change, but I recognize that shit needs to change. Who is recognized as experts in these true crime spaces are fucking jokes with some credentials. Just because you have an education doesn't mean you should have any of those credentials. A lot of these people are failed in their fields, have been named in lawsuits because they wrongly accused somebody. I'm talking about Chris McDonough in California. But he's seen as this amazing source. We got to stop lifting these people. It's the same as Dr. John. Just because they can sell you a good story and they have some credentials behind it doesn't mean that they should be a looked to source for information when they can't recognize the own struggles of their wife sitting next to them when they're a mandated reporter. I love my conservative friends, and it was because of that ideology that I tried to get away from that lost me. I don't even identify as anything remotely interesting like an extreme leftist. I was a conservative that, because of how I was raised, I didn't even question it. That's what I was raised in. I didn't even know there was really, until my mom's dad taught me some stuff, my grandfather. And then Kyle taught me a whole fucking lot. Kyle's raising 3 girls and has taught us what it's like to be and stand up for women's rights. Again, I don't care where you line. We don't identify as that over here. If I offend you, I'm going to offend you, and I'm not going to apologize for it. I talk about factual situations going on, and I can back it up with primary sources. Are you proud of me? And I go on some great rants.
I just hate the fact that if you bring up anything, people just call you a Democrat. You don't have to be just a Democrat or just a Republican. I don't like either one.
Yeah, Kyle is.
It's not a fucking team sport.
It's not a team sport.
You should be able to stand outside and look at everything.
Well, and that's the same with religion too. I hate even saying Jack Mormon versus LDS. Like, I shouldn't have to.
Congress and all those fucking people are supposed to be there representing us. They're not supposed to be dividing us, and that's what they're doing. They're trying to keep power by keeping us fighting each other. It's not left versus right. It's up versus down.
And that's because, Duchess, you and I align on so much more. Like, you are what I know of the conservative, the good parts of the conservative party. You guys are old school valued conservatives. And that's what I recognize as good. Like, but that's completely different than the Bettys of the world. And, but you and I can talk about that too. I don't shame anybody. I love when I hear the Duke reciting Bible verses because I love that his faith is so strong. I respect it. It's cool when it's, but he's not weaponizing it. I can't stand people that weaponize that shit like the BJs. Okay, I'm done. Sorry, there's the rant. But if you want to know, if you're new here and confused of what I do or why I do it, here we are. And it's an evolving shit show. I'm learning right alongside of you guys. And a lot of my chat has taught me and opened my eyes. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it. And it's because many of the people in here that have given me their time, their energy, encouraged me to go research this, encouraged me to go look into this, sat with me as we connected pieces. That's the reason I'm here. I don't know if we can get anything to change, but we've got to speak up and say something. This shit's intense, and it gets worse and worse. We have an entire convention called Crime Con to have meet and greets with victims' family members. Unreal. They're not celebrities. They're trauma victims. We can't provide them with resources, but we can provide them with meet and greets.
We hit the 5,000
back to BJ
mark on the second channel. Incredible.
And I don't give a fuck if you have 2 subs or 2 million. If I catch you and you hit something I'm interested in, here we are.
We got a little ways to go on this channel, which is okay. We will get there in time. We are approaching a goal of 18,000 subs on this channel. We can do it. I know we can. But there was something that was said tonight that I want to clarify.
She is.
Oh, thank you, Laura. I appreciate it.
Construct, yeah, absolutely.
It means to you. Means to me. Guys, if you were given a membership, please tell Worry.
Again, this is an addiction shaming in any way, shape, or form. I raised my nieces due to addiction. Ultimately, it is what it is. These are things that she is doing in the midst of her true crime coverage and calling it a career, and then saying that we are lying, that we have done things like incite CPS. I had nothing to do with CPS going to her home. Her behavior and other people. She knows that, but she has blamed everybody. And she's used our legal system numerous times, like I've explained. It's intense, and she goes at everybody when she gets pushed back.
Thank you. Like I said, my channel has not been doing good on both. They're doing, lots of sabotage going on there. So any support really does help. It's crazy. I can't even believe that I'm in this, like this is the reaction, I guess. But yeah, hold on a second.
Random old lady, welcome in. Thanks for being here. And thanks for everybody sitting through that. And Tina, thanks for getting me on that rant, because I guess a lot of you probably were confused. What do I do? What do I stand for? Where do I lie? I don't know either. That's why we built an island. If people ask you what community I'm in, I can't tell you. I didn't know what a YouTube community was 3 years ago, and I still don't know. So we just call ourselves an island. That's why I say welcome to the cabana, and you guys are called islanders. They try to mock it, but it's truly actually kind of a cool thing, because we just did our own thing. We don't know where we fit either, but we just fit, and we talk about it all. From Mormon dating shows to this. Oh, and I'm also a really mean cook too. And I do have quite a few recipes that I share.
Maybe 1 minute.
Only go to bed.
Well, okay. Ow. All right.
This has become an almost nightly thing over there. It's actually really concerning. And it goes even deeper than this. It's a whole lot with her. But that's just a short, tiny glimpse of BJ. It's so much deeper than that. That's very surface and about her nodding out. Again, she admitted on camera that she was nodding out in September of 2024, and it's progressively gotten worse. And as I said, she calls herself a true crime creator as a career. She's the only job in her household.
And worried about other people's. Talk about a grift. Talk about a grift. That's a freaking grift. That's a freaking grift. Oh, thank you, Outer Bands.
Yeah.
Not that Lindsay, yeah. Here, I'm going to give you a heart and a thumbs up. There.
My OGs just rolled all their eyes because they're like, there Becky goes again on another rant.
There you go. You got a double whammy from Betty, from the old bets. As a married woman. Oh, thank you, Dreaming Blue Skies and Sandy Beaches. Woo, woo, woo. As a married woman, I'm so disappointed in Jay, and how can she do this to her poor husband who she wouldn't even... You know, actually, I heard her, because that was the reason why she got that one news reporter fired after that whole situation with...
By the way, if you really want a good ethical channel that brings awareness to interesting situations, my friend Duchess in the chat, she is dressed in blue currently. She is a very, very good channel that brings awareness to missing children, corruption. She cooks, she bakes, she hosts amazing Halloween costume contests. Some of you came in on that and were really confused. She's a blast. She'll drop her link, but she's also quite the TikTok creator. And Betty likes to talk shit and lie on Duchess quite often. She claims that Duchess went to a motorcycle rally with the parents of a missing child. She didn't. She was just the first to host an interview with them to bring awareness. She invited all three, Seth, Katie, and Chris, to bring awareness to Sebastian. She was the first creator, and that ensued jealousy and hatred and fuck Duchess and all the things from Betty. And so she's just decided to lie about her association.
Welcome to...
But Duchess responds with things like this. Here's an example.
Welcome to the shit show. Every single day, a new flavor of fuckery. Cause everybody's such, you see, and they're dumber than a bag of...
Or sometimes you might hear this screamed out.
Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
This is Smiley. Smiley is also a true crime creator who loves Duchess. She claims she's a true crime creator who brings awareness to missing children, but there is a bolo out for her eyebrow. It's been missing for quite some time. If anybody finds it, please call 1-800-microblading. Smiley is another creator, like I said, that exploits missing and then has mishaps like this.
Making money 12 hours a day. Hey, you can't go wrong with that. Hey. Make that moolah. Make it rain. Make it rain. Make it rain.
Bitch, what the fuck, bitch, what the fuck, bitch, what the fuck, bitch, what the fuck, bitch.
Or on her finer days, you might catch a mishap like this.
So on one hand, I want to believe Ellie, but on the other hand, I'm so freaking, absolutely freaking tired of Ellie. That's just me. And I begin to wonder as well. On the other hand, I'm so freaking, absolutely freaking tired.
That's a history lesson, a very, very short introduction to Smiley. She is another one on these streets. But when they're not screaming about Duchess, well, Duchess also responds like this, and then we'll get back to the show. Sorry for the little segues, but oh, I have another lineup I could show you of grimy creators in Sebastian Rogers' case. Goodness, the list just goes.
Bitch, if I said some shit and you looking for apologies, scram, now you bother me. I meant that shit. Ooh, nah, bitch, if I said some shit. Now you calling me an idiot, but you're still not getting it. Yeah. I meant that shit. Every word that I said, bitch.
That's the beautiful, lovely, talented Duchess in the comment section. Please make sure you are subbed up to her. She is in the Carolinas and has been covering Tyler Doyle, who has been missing for 2 years. Am I correct, Duchess? And she also talks about the Scott Spivey case, which if you don't know and you are from the true crime arena, that another case. Chico also is another creator in here, talks about a lot of corruption in the Memphis area, detailed Tyree. Oh, she covered that through the trial and everything, Tyree's case. Great creators, though, that I am proud to sit beside. And there's so many more. That's just a couple right off the top of my head.
WFLA suing her for stealing all that Gabby Petito content. You know, when they were running live from the front of the house, she was taking their content and running it live on her channel and stealing viewership from WFLA. And so they ended up suing her. And when there was a reporter for some news organization,
Duchess, will you drop your link?
That came out, they pulled her past records of this abusive event that happened at her house where her husband was, you know.
Will you drop each other's? Revival catches some amazing clips. She's also for the Lauren Matthias people that are interested in Lauren. She has read Lauren's book and has done a breakdown of the book in, I think there are 3 chapters each. Great series that she's done. Highly encourage.
DVing her. And she was running around the house and stuff like that.
They'll probably just start dropping channels if they recommend them. Great.
That, and he put this in a news article, and she called that news article as a victim of this crime and got this guy fired, you know. And in all fairness, it was overboard. I mean, she was being sued by WFLA. I mean, it's not really something that you should be reporting on, a woman being beat by her husband in your news article over her having a civil suit over a Gabby Petito. It was really...
Ma'am, what? Since when did Betty have boundaries or lines? Did she just find these today? She pretending again? Oh, Betty, you and your lies.
Poor judgment and lack of integrity, or so to speak, in journalistic, you know, again, one thing didn't have anything to do with another. It was just in an effort to basically defame.
Betty is famous for her poorly done graphic tees that she wears. She actually had one of Chris Proudfoot made and wore it while she was stalking the family in Tennessee. Yeah, the step parent of a missing child's face on a shirt. This one happens to say half holy, half hood.
Her publicly, and so she ended up getting that guy fired. So even though you're talking about her husband and stuff like that, you know, I don't.
Oh no, she doesn't make them, Lindsay. Her mod Sonia has a graphic T-shirt shop that makes all these wonderful, disgusting designs.
I don't even know if they're still married, and two, if they are still married, you know, I feel like she's probably one of these women that are just a miserable woman in a very, you know, volatile relationship, and she chooses to stay.
It's actually kind of fun given the little history lesson, because I forget how much fucking history is, and people that don't know, they just don't know.
So, you know, you never know what's going on behind somebody else's, you know, doors. But you know, you think Jay, you think that she would, as much as she puts out there domestic violence stuff for her audience, you think that she would probably, you know, make the phone call herself and get her.
She's talking shit about Jay again. She really hates Jay. She claims it's over JLR because Jay and JLR were friends, but he was jealous.
Out of the situation that she's in, if she's still in it. But you know, again, those are just things I learned through the years of, you know, news articles and stuff being published out there. And I really actually liked her until I found out that she was fooling around with Jonathan, and along with probably about 15 other women.
She likes to make crazy claims like this.
And then that was all found out after he was having an affair on me with Magnolia, Jamie Phillips. So, you know, it kind of sucks a little bit. That's all. That's all.
She has a tendency of throwing shit at everybody that JLR is around and with. It's weird.
Just to think there's worse than I know. I know there is really a lot worse than her. There is. And I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why they have to be so hate. Nobody, I mean, I don't ever see, I mean, outside of like BJ, you know, I don't really see anybody really attacking them. Like Justin for All, like I don't say anything about.
Outside of BJ. Oh, you got a shout out, girl. Oh, shouting out your co-plaintiff there.
Them on here. I mean, maybe in passing when we're having a conversation, they annoy the shit out of me and they destroyed my life.
I can't wait till the lawsuit stuff is done, because Betty is going to shred BJ.
What do they expect me not to say that?
You can't stand her.
Of course I'm going to say that. When it comes up in conversation, I'm going to tell you exactly who it was. I'm not going to hide it. But I don't talk about them. I've never tried to bully them. I've never tried to destroy their life, deplatform them, you know, demonetize them. You know, even after everything that they've tried to do to me, I've never fought back. Not on that level, because it's.
And y'all, what's being said in chat is not rumors. She actually had to admit it in deposition. Burnt Toast covered that on our channel. So Burnt Toast actually read through the deposition of Betty, and she had to publicly admit to things because she lied about these things and was suing people over these statements that were factually true. Like, and she had to admit to it in a deposition. It was the dumbest shit. So she's celebrating Burnt Toast channel being gone because she got made to look like the fool she is.
Something I don't agree with, and so I won't do it. And I know you could ask my mods. Even my mods have, you know, asked me at points in the past, not anytime recently, but you know, when we were years ago, they were like,
"You have to have Betty's face poking out of the other side of the thumbnail. This is a shit show, but here we are.
Why don't you do this and why don't you do that?" And it's like, you know, no, I'm not going to. You know, we're going to fight this. We're going to fight this, you know, above the belt. They want to go below the belt, let them go below the belt. By the time it's all said and done, people will see who the cowards are.
Burnt Toast is great. If you guys have not checked out Burnt Toast, she's on Rumble for now until she appeals losing her channel. But again, the last thing she was covering was Hidden True Crime, was Lauren. She was on, I think, part 2 of the Dr. John review. Excellent coverage. But during that, she got a community guideline strike on a cartoon dumpster fire. It's fucking wild.
Who the pieces of shit are, and
then something happened and her channel was terminated. I don't know if it was mass reporting, like flagging and reporting, or bots got it. I have no idea what happened. I don't know how all that shit works, but she'll appeal it. Burnt Toast is incredibly intelligent.
Or not. And then you know what? It's crazy because I didn't realize there was 25,000 pieces of shit on this platform.
I'm serious.
But there truly is 25,000 pieces of shit on this platform. 25,000. 20.
Yep, it's that live stream. So we don't know if it had anything to do with, we don't know who reported or what, you know, the timestamp though was of the cartoon dumpster, but it was in that stream, she reviews Dr. John's response.
5,000 pieces of shit on this platform that support pieces of shit. Drug addicts that abuse their own children while talking about everybody else. It's the most.
Yep, which is community guidelines. And then, like I said, I don't know if bots picked it up. I'm not sure. Burnt Toast is on X and Rumble, and she's talked about and posted what she assumes, and she's appealing it. So I do believe her channel. She is very, very ethical and very good. Like, she's very good at what she does.
Oxymoron thing I've ever seen. But you know what? I'm glad they're not part of our team. They don't deserve to be part of a winning team. They don't deserve to see good things. They deserve to be there with their misery. They deserve to be there with all their anxiety and anger and frustration.
I didn't even think about that, Brie, when you said that earlier until you came back, and then I've been thinking about it still, and I'm like, oh.
And pissed offness.
That's why
and we just let them stewing in all of that. And it seems like every single day they go on those channels and just stew in all of that. So while they're being distracted in their own filth stew, we're just going to continue to ignore them and pray to
Brie. Our earlier conversation actually inspired me to go pull what I did when we go into Lauren. I'm going to start in an odd place outside of her 9 hours tonight because of our conversation earlier and that thought.
God, that more channels go away. I mean, at the end of the day, I never thought we would be in a day, because I fought and fought and fought with all the reports of bullying of me that woman has done. I never thought she would actually ever be deplatformed. I gave up hope. And quite frankly,
they tried every which way to get Burnt Toast channel down for years, her, JLR, and others, from my understanding.
I'm very thankful. I'm very thankful that she's gone, but once she's gone for more than 30 days, I will breathe a little easier that she's gone for at least a significant amount of time. Now, there's no saying that she's never going to get her account back, or she's not going to be able to try to start all over again. I don't know how all that works, but it's my understanding that she's not going to be able to immediately start an account if she has an account ban, and it sounds like the termination is banned. So we'll see where she goes. If you guys hear her voice on the YT, send it over the old bets and let me take a look at it. She's got a very, very specific voice. So I think we should be able to determine who she is. Hopefully she just starts getting back to her normal life.
She's once again dog whistling for any information to try and dox Burnt Toast. That's what she's doing here. She's been desperate. Like I said, she attempted, I don't remember exactly how they went about it, but she filed, I think, a subpoena while suing Queen Bee to try and unmask Burnt Toast. And Burnt Toast had to hire an attorney to quash all of that. Like, Betty does shitty things, and she has been desperate for the identity of Burnt Toast. And she's like cheering on Lauren and Dr. John because of it. And she's like, I don't know if that's where it's from, but if it is, she just finally met her match.
And leaving her nastiness and bulliness for real life and her own life, right? Instead of being a keyboard warrior, her having to take that nastiness and put it all over everybody around her so they can really...
Fit and curvy, I hate that it happened. Absolutely hate it. But if anybody knows what they're fucking doing, it's Burnt Toast. Like, Burnt Toast is so intelligent. I hate that it happened, but I know she knows what the fuck she's doing. And Betty,
see her for who she is. I don't call this vindication in any stretch of the imagination, but I do find karma involved in this situation quite
I don't know,
bigly, if I had to state that for myself.
Not only that, she has an AI image of Sebastian's mom on her thumbnails. That is an AI image with blood all over the mother of the missing child. Again, you can have your personal thoughts and opinions, but to go to the extent of making an AI image of the parent of a missing child that there is no information or indication from law enforcement whatsoever of what happened to Sebastian is egregious. To come out here publicly and say that she murdered her child pieces, packages. The child's defective. Like, she did all of that. Betty has done all of that. And that's just this Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers case. It's every case she touches and details. It's horrific.
I'm not happy that her channel's gone or that she had her voice taken away from her.
Oh, no.
As much damage as she's done to me, I just wanted her to be a better person
Yeah.
and realize how much pain she was causing people she didn't know. All
I
the
agree.
while trying to say that those people were causing pain
It broke my heart when I saw it. I was like, fuck.
to other people. How do you sit there and try to cause pain to people while saying they're causing pain to other? It doesn't work out like that.
I'll grab her Rumble link and put it in the description of this video too, so anybody that comes back to this video can find it. I know they dropped it in the chat earlier, Burnt Toast Rumble link, and I think they might have dropped her X account too. Those are two places you can keep up with her right now currently until we learn what's going to happen.
It sounded like she was a bully and all she wanted to do was bully people under the guise that she wasn't bullying people.
And her hidden true crime coverage has been exceptional.
That's all that is. That's the same with GW. It's the same with QB. It's
She's
the same
great.
with all of those nasty
Hey,
fuckers.
Patricia.
And I'm going to continue to say it because you know what? I don't like them. I think they're disgusting pigs. And quite frankly, I think YouTube is better off without a lot of them. I just wish that
Burnt Toast is consistent as fuck. I respect the shit out of it.
they would do better content, but it's not my choice for what they do. It's only my choice what I do. And I choose to come here every day and fight for victims, not fight boneheads that I don't know that live across the frickin' country smoking.
So she was just a part of the glitch? I really hope that's true.
Crack pipes and beating their children or strangling their children. Okay, I don't get down like that. Facetious, yes. Satire, not really. But giving you guys an example of why exactly I don't like those people and don't hang out with those people because they're freaking drug addicts. And
this shit gets old, Betty. Stop. Just stop. That's interesting, Lindsay.
am a recovering drug addict. I'm never going to be friends with those asshats and those hotheads. Okay, I'm never going to be. They're never going to be my BFF. And anybody that keeps going.
Oh, she's horrific. I can't wait till Burnt Toast channel comes up and anybody that's new to Betty gets a history lesson from Burnt Toast on Betty. The history of Betty is so extensive and I can't even do it justice. Burnt Toast, that's why Betty hates her so bad, because Burnt Toast has her pegged. And it's all just her own words, her own behavior. Burnt Toast just talks about it.
From true crime over to those hate channels. I'm going to tell you, like Julie just found out, what are they going to do? They're going to chew you up, spit you out. They're going to make you feel like they're your friend until they've got you used.
Good.
Why? Because they're nothing but pimps. You want to
Okay, that gives me a little hope.
talk about the exploiters? Those are the exploiters.
Yep, I exploit you. Fuck out of here. And do, and will, and continue.
The guys, the people that scream the loudest are the ones doing the dirtiest. And you guys need to know that.
I don't call it a career, ma'am. Sorry.
And you guys have known that for years, and you choose to still support the bullshit. So go support it. If you're part of the 25,000 pieces of shit on this platform, you deserve everything, all the misery that you want.
She doesn't name me. Betty called me one time on the phone, made a veiled threat. I laughed about it, made it into content. She kind of doesn't fuck with me anymore. I didn't play like she wanted to. But she don't name me. But by the way, if you're a new sub here, I'm included in the shit channel she hates. So we're demonic over here too.
Okay, that's all I gotta say.
You just don't fuck with me.
Change the tune, change your life, inspire yourself, and be a better person. That's what I say. If that's what you want, come on over here. Go to any other channel, but stay off those damn hate channels. They're toxic, and quite frankly, I think that eventually somebody is going to be, unalive because of these hate channels. And when they do, we're going to make sure that they go to jail for murder. And I'm going to tell you that. We're recording everything. It's only a matter of time before they push somebody over the edge.
We are, again, acknowledging that there's a group of them.
And, or vice versa, incite one of their audience members to unalive somebody. Either way, I think they should be held.
As they call for vigilante justice quite often, like Dog the Bounty Hunter got on that court TV and said that you can just go kicking indoors basically in Tennessee, calling the missing child the wrong name, the father of the missing child the wrong name, but, you know, inciting people to go kick in doors in Tennessee because they didn't have any evidence of anything but a thought.
Responsible, and we are working on legislation that's going to be making sure that that stuff, you are going to be held accountable, liable. If your conduct directly results in the injury or death of another person, you're going to be held accountable for that. So, bottoms
Miss Lawyer herself.
up, folks. Bottoms up. But this is one step. I hope this is real. I guess we'll find out if she's gone, or if she's going to make a comeback and get her channel back. And
Freddie's on pins and needles waiting. Look at her. This is taking a toll on her.
when she does come back, I hope she changes her tune and quits bullying people. You know, who has time for all that hate? Apparently a whole 25,000 scumbags do. So anyways, rocket out.
She's damn good at what she does. There's a reason why she's got a good audience.
With your coffee beans out, I just thought I would share my thoughts on this whole thing with burnt toast. I'm not crying. I'm going to sleep just fine tonight. It's not going to affect my sleep. It's not going to make me sleep any more sound. It's not going to make me sleep any less sound. It's just going to be another night for me, you know. It didn't have to come to this. She should have stopped while she was ahead.
She doesn't even know what happened.
But once you get comfortable hating, it's just easy to hate. It's so much easier to hate and get lazy and complacent in that hate. And it seems like that's what she did. So,
oh my God, I love the fucking pedestal moments from these assholes.
anyways, this is where we are. And let it be a message for other people. Quit being so nasty. God bless.
Fuck, oh dear. Unreal. There's Betty. Okay, let's walk it. Let's go. We're going to go into Lauren now. So she's cheering on Lauren and anybody else. Oh my gosh, Shannon, that was fucking crazy when she called me. The dumbest thing. And you know, the best thing that happened is I didn't answer it. I didn't even notice. I do not disturb on. So I didn't even notice, and she left a message. That was the best fucking thing in the world, that she left that message. We got the best laughs, and we've continued to get the best laughs out of that for years. Bobby, I agree. Yeah, I've been a big burnt toast fan since moment one. Burnt toast is consistent as fuck. Seriously, you can count on the same things. If she says it, she's going to have a clip to back it up. Yes. Lindsay, you didn't know that? Hold up. I still got, you want to hear it? It's just a couple seconds. I still got it on my phone. Give me a second. Let me pull it up. I forget. There is so much fucking history. Sorry, you guys, for getting detoured, but it's important because I do talk about a lot of different topics, but ultimately they all revolve around this like one area. Different creators mask differently, different stages of the fuckery they pull, the games they pull to deflect, distract, not get called out. Like when they get called out on their shit, they start filing crazy shit in courthouses. They're wild. Here you go. This is from January 31st, 2023.
Rebecca, Becky, it's Bullhorn Betty. Just wanted to call you, say hi, babe. How you doing? Want to find out what your big deal is. Just trying to find out, what your problem is. I mean, my name is Andra. My real name is, and you being on Andrea Loop and all, I'm just curious. Is there something I can do for you? Is there some kind of conversation we can have? Please, by all means, you see my number on your phone. Why don't you give me a call back, babe, before this gets any worse for you? Get me? Have a good day. God bless.
God bless. So years ago in my 20s, I lived in Corvallis, Montana with my mom, and she lived on Andrea Loop. But that was like 15 years previous to when Betty called. It was so funny because she was dangling it over my head like it was some factual information. She was doxing me with a 15-year-old address. And she was sitting with with Molly Golightly at the time that call was made. They had just went and got somebody fired from Ashley Furniture for doing their jobs. Their Karen asses went and got somebody fired, but they were sitting on live stream together. And Betty called me from a Google Voice number. They're fucking crazy. The God bless at the end, yeah. Nope, I don't know how she got my number. It's not hard though. They doxed me, and so I initially came on here anonymous with a voice changer. I didn't fucking know what I was getting into. And quickly learned the likes of Molly Golightly, Without a Crystal Ball, like crazy shit. Whirlwind. I had no idea who these people were. And I started my channel in July, end of July, was doxed in December. But they were hot and heavy after my identity. And then I got accused of crazy shit, got crazy emails, everything. But they were, they were wilds. Wild. I got blamed for taking Molly's channel down. That didn't happen. Molly took Molly's channel down. She was vile. Okay, so going back to the email, we're going to segue now into Hidden True Crime. We talked about this the other day when Hella Excited Utterance put this on her community post, and I was alerted to it by one of you. I didn't even know about her channel. Lovely channel. Highly recommend. Have enjoyed her content. We talked about this, though, this email that they had uncovered, and it was on Reddit. And this is that Bobby Olson email, okay? So I'm sure you've all heard that that's talked about. Well, I went to look because I was like, who's this Bobby Olson? Female, of course. But this is interesting to me.
Were lead detectives and
people had alerted me that it was the detective in the James Craig. So I went to look because I got to thinking, like, what are all these connections about? Where do they come from? How do they connect? I just find this interesting. So we're going to watch this a little bit.
investigators on the James Craig case, which we covered that a case and trial in full. I have to tell you, ladies, again, just how honored I am to sit with both of you.
Yeah, it was her and her people that I had pissed off because that's who I was documenting or like detailing when I came onto this app. In the cases, what they were doing to a victim and the family, it was just chaos, the shit that they were causing, her and a bunch of other creators. Come to find out, I had narrow vision on that one. There was hundreds of people doing the same shit to that case too. Unreal. But that was an interesting, she had like 80,000 subs and I was 0. Didn't know a fucking thing, didn't know a person. Here we go. It was interesting. Oh yeah, Molly's an interesting character. Moose Knuckle Magoo.
I see you both as lead detectives, as investigators. Obviously, I know that your law enforcement background is immense.
So this is the officer that wrote this email. This is the email. For anybody that doesn't know, this is Bobby Olson. This is in regards to CrimeCon. If you didn't see this email, it says a true crime podcast host. This is from Hello Worker Bees is what the title of it is. And the subject is threat to CrimeCon vendor. Lauren was not a CrimeCon vendor, but she had contact with Bobby Olson, who is the detective in the James Craig case. And this email was sent out from Bobby Olson to the Worker Bees in regards to Lauren and Grayson. This is the full email. It was dropped on Reddit, and then Hella Excited Utterance covered it on their community wall. That's how I was alerted to it. But this is that officer, that detective right here, Bobby Olson, that she's talking to, who was a part of the James Craig case.
And I want to talk a little bit about that, but I also see you both as symbols of sort of this relentless pursuit of justice for Angela Craig. Angela Craig was murdered, and we can say that now because he has been convicted. James Craig, her husband,
for stopping by, SK. Oh, shush it.
Husband has been convicted of murdering her using arsenic, cyanide, tetrahydrozoline and other poisons. We'll get into the details because nobody knows this case better than these two women here, these two detectives who have been actively, in my opinion, fighting for justice.
I have mixed feelings on that, Robbie, with the glasses, and I'm going to tell you why. But we will eventually play that down the road. But here's why I have mixed feelings. Because Betty and Molly, I don't know exactly who had the pen, but one of them had one of those spy pen cameras, and I think went into a church with it to film in regards to people around Summer Wells case, if I'm correct. I'm not 100% on the details of which one it was, but it had a spy. I think those glasses could be used in a very nefarious way. I'm glad that she had them for her protection. I am glad in this circumstance that she had them for her protection, but I also see them being used against victims and their families in very nefarious ways by people in the true crime sphere. So I have mixed feelings on the glasses. Does that make sense?
For Angela Craig for years, and I just want to begin by thanking you both. I watched you both on the stand. You both had to.
I get it. I think there could be a lot of cool videos done with them. Absolutely. But I just see nefarious purposes in the true crime space.
Be witnesses in this long trial. And not only that, but not only an investigator, but Bobby Joe Olson, you are, I have to say, a victim, because there was a hit list and you were on it. James Craig from behind bars.
But just because you can record in a church in Tennessee doesn't mean you should, especially of children, especially around a missing child's case. Again, we have to, if we back the blue, then we need to fund and not have the people running the FBI that are running the FBI, like Cash Patel and Bongino. I mean, I'm sorry to preach, but I'm going to preach. But we should be funding law enforcement to do better in these investigations, so people aren't playing investigative journalists and going into churches and recording kids to try and get info. Like, we shouldn't have YouTubers doing that, people. Like Molly, Betty, we should be funding law enforcement.
Was trying to hire someone to kill you because of your relentless pursuit of justice. And you had to testify on the stand about that, and that it was another charge or conviction that he faced. And he has been convicted of attempting to hire someone to kill you as well. Quite the twist in this heartbreaking story.
I know you are. I'm not being harsh on you. I'm just saying, like, ultimately, these YouTubers, but it's a growing trend, you guys. It's really daunting. It's really scary when you start looking at this genre and the people like Lauren, the people that are doing nefarious shit like recording. It's really disturbing. Sorry, I get on a soapbox, but once you see it, you can't. And they're all just packaged different ways, but they do the same shit.
Horrid story. That unfortunately is a true story, true crime.
None, Betsy, none.
With that being said, I would like to actually start by asking why you both chose to do this interview, if I might start there.
Yeah, I guess I had reached out to another producer, and
Lindsay, not only that, you got to take into account she was invited. She was invited there by Chris. She said so herself. She was invited to Tennessee by Chris. Who invites Molly anywhere? I'm sorry, Chris, if you hear this. Not really. What? Come on. Molly
was like, did you see that
that woman is nothing but problematic?
Jurors talked on a podcast that was sent to me by my mother-in-law. I watch Hallmark movies, and so I don't listen to any true crime, really anything. I feel like I live it every day at work. And so Hallmark's kind of my jam.
This is so weird to me. This interview is so fucking weird to me. The Feral Progressive, sadly, it's outside of there even.
I just want the world to be perfect for 2 hours and everyone has a happily ever after.
Yes.
And so I listened to the jury talk, the 3 jurors that talked. And I had expressed my disappointment in not being able to talk to the juries after the trial. And that's something I always look forward to. And
let's look at the date of this. So this was September 1st. No fucking way. You guys, this interview, did you guys realize this already? Has somebody already talked about this? This interview was September 1st. This email was written September 4th. Unfucking real. See, I don't follow true crime like this, so I don't know the details of all these cases or when they were happening or the detectives involved. That's where you guys have been filling me in on so much. This is mind-blowing to me. 3 days between the date that this interview drops to when that email is written. Huh.
Especially in this trial being, I was somewhat of a victim. And it's just always awesome to get their side of it, what happened. And really, I kind of just, I don't want to call it a spiel, but I talk to the jurors. Like, we sign up for this job. We sign up to see all the horrible things we see. And these jurors don't. And so I always just like.
Yep. Date of the interview. I'll pull that back again. September 4th, 2025, 2:09 p.m. Date of this interview. Dropped on September 1st, 2025. 43,000 views. 3 days between. 3 days between the email. Lee Michelle, I haven't heard about anybody getting one. Can you tell me where you heard that or who's saying that?
To ask them how they're doing, how they're feeling, how it was being a juror emotionally, really. And then I just usually tell them from just talking to other jurors in past trials, I know kind of what other jurors have experienced. And so I always just like to express that to them, that they're going to have feelings, they're going to feel alone, their lives are changed. Like, these are murder trials. Like, they're some are very gory, and this one was an extremely emotional trial. And so I just, like, you getting to talk to them and them trusting you to do this story, I was just really hoping that, you know, I'd be able to kind of reach out to them via your platform and really just thank them. I thought it was absolutely amazing.
Everything we talk about in the dates that just keep popping out at me are like, this is why we go back and talk about this stuff, though. This spun off of Bree messaging me earlier today, and I was like, wait a second, let me go see something once. When did this relationship, or when did she interview her in regards to? Yeah. But I was so interested in the interview, I didn't even check the dates. And now just looking at that email and the date, this is wild.
That they were all.
Everything just keeps colliding right at CrimeCon. What is the date? Hold up. What's the date that Christina, the last court date? Let me go look. Hold on.
They all had that group chat and they all still communicated.
Hold on.
And it sounds like they're getting what they need and that they have an amazing support group. And that means the world to us, right? Like, the criminal justice system wouldn't work without jurors. But I mean, at the same token, it's sad to hear how they felt. And again, from past juries' statements, I know that that's a lot of times how jurors feel. And just, I wanted to let them know, like, that's all normal. That's all. And I hope that, I think the one juror said that, like, a part of my.
So the declarations were wrote on the 27th or filed on the 28th of August. So this was all filed the 28th of August. Then days later, she does. So she files for the temporary no contact order the 28th of August. By the 1st of September, she's doing an interview. And then that person within days, Bobby Olson, is the one sending an email on her behalf. September 4th, to CrimeCon to basically bodyguard her. Wow.
My soul left me that day. And it's just so disheartening to hear again. Like, we sign up for this, they don't. And their lives are forever changed again because this one human. And I really hope that that part of her soul does come back. But
Chico, that's the one I've heard about a couple weeks ago. I haven't seen anything outside of that. Yeah, that's okay, Lee Michelle. If you can put channel name here. If it's the one that I think some of us saw being passed around, I think it originated on X, but there's no name on it. And then I think it was allegedly Innocent that reshared it. And people initially thought it was sent to allegedly Innocent, but it definitely isn't hers. I think she just reshared it from X. And I'm not sure whose it is. There's no name. And last I heard, that's the only one I know of. Duchess, the timeline of events gets... Okay, perfect. Thank you, Lee Michelle. Yep, that's the same thing we knew. Bree, this is crazy to me, isn't it? Isn't it wild?
Because, you know, the job that they did is amazing in the grand scheme of it, right? Like,
Lauren really put wheels in motion here, didn't she? She had so many people a part of this without their knowledge of being a part of this. Mormon Stories podcast she did in this time frame, Mormon Discussion, Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. There is just one coordinated move after another in this.
Hopefully given the family a peace of mind, they can heal, they can move forward. But really just wanted to come on here and, say thank you to them. Like, again, our criminal justice system.
She has a playlist in regards to this, but another Mormon crime, from my understanding. I don't know all the details of the crime, but another Mormon crime, the people involved, Mormon ties, is what I know. I don't know all the details of it, but she has a playlist of her coverage of this case. You want to know what I found disturbing? Oh, I'll wait. Let me wait. We'll finish this.
Work without them.
Absolutely. I love that intent and thank you. And I know that they will be so grateful for you and that acknowledgement. Thank you, Detective Wilson.
I don't
know. Detective Harris?
Bree, I don't know. You saw it before I did. You're ahead of me on this one. I didn't even connect how close that timeline was with this until you mentioned to me today what you did. And then I was like, wait a second, let me go look at something. And it just ended me here. I didn't realize how tight all this was. I got questions now. I don't know. Is she risking anything? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is this just acceptable now? I don't know.
I just think a lot of times I'm a big true crime podcast listener, so we are the opposite when it comes to that. But I think a lot of times within that realm, the cases that are bigger or more well known, especially like when you look back at like the BTK killer and Dahmer and, a lot of those.
I'd like to know the families that have sent her C&Ds. If anybody has information on that, if she's ever talked about the families that she has previously got C&Ds from, I would love to know who that is and why they sent them. I'm wondering if it's misinformation, if that's why they sent them, or what she was doing to the families that initiated C&Ds. I would be genuinely interested if anybody knows.
Ted Bundy, those are the ones that everybody wants to cover because they know people or naturally know those cases. And so, some of these smaller cases where it affords an opportunity for us to be able to really talk about the dynamics of the people within the case as well as the victim. I mean, in a jury trial, it's really a highlight reel of everything that happened. You know what I mean? This particular case has 10,000 pages of discovery, 2 terabytes of information. And, we go through these processes that allow us to talk about certain things within the trial, based on motion hearings. And so it is nice to finally kind of unwind isn't the right.
See, Lindsay, I'm going to have to go down that rabbit hole a little bit now that you mentioned that. I've heard bits and pieces, but I haven't dove in. I know very surface level, but I'm going to have to go in and look a little bit further.
But to be able to talk about the people and how crucial they were to this case, of course, Detective Olson and I, yes, we worked it, but without the cooperation and the help of the people that were really involved from the beginning, you know, kind of giving them the pat on the back that they deserve, if you will. It's nice to be able to talk about Angela Craig and who she really was as a person, not, you know, the 10 days of her death.
Yeah, so well said. I just have to point out, I actually find it fascinating.
It feels odd to me. It does. I'll wait and see, but there's a lot of people that she involved in her setup, in my opinion, so far. It definitely is looking like this was all set up and people were pulled into what she was doing. I don't know. This is wild.
That you are both in this work. One of you watches Hallmark movies after work, and the other is like, oh no, I will do true crime podcasts. That's actually really just interesting to me.
It's very motivating when you listen to them when you run, because you're always watching around yourself. So.
Yeah. So well,
that's kind of concerning to me that I mean, hey.
Well, yeah, you're both incredible. And actually, you know, while you were on the stand, we, of course, because you're expert witnesses on the stand, we learn about your background in law enforcement. Would you mind just sharing a little bit about your backgrounds with us today before we continue to talk about this case?
Yeah, sure.
This is Detective Olson, sorry.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, so
Lisa, but think about, okay, the level of attempt of what was this? What is this? This is the biggest Barbara Streisand effect I've ever seen anybody do in my life. Like, what is in those text messages that somebody goes to this extent? That is extremely concerning to me. Extremely concerning, because she went all in. This was planned out 6 months. That is my opinion based on what we know.
I started my career in 2004, and
I am actually really concerned of what's in those messages and what the damage it could do to some people and victims and their families and other creators and shit, because she is doing everything to not get those to come out.
In the state of Minnesota, where I grew up. And then while I was in Minnesota, I worked as a patrol officer. And then
there is a Ballard connection with Lauren and others around Lauren. On top of her covering Ballard, there is a connection there.
And became a detective in 2009, I think. And then my family and I moved to Colorado in 2012. And then that's when I started working for the Aurora Police Department. I worked patrol, worked in our burglary impact unit, and then our...
If it's not text messages, what do you assume it is? Videos? Secret recordings? I venture to say she's got some secret recordings hidden. I do. Some maybe selling of information to others that she was told.
Special Victims Unit here at Aurora, and then in 2020 went to our homicide unit.
Okay.
And Molly Harris here. I started in Carbondale, Illinois. I worked as a patrol officer for 5 years, from end of 2013 into 2019. And
yeah, but this is pretty extreme for even that, don't you think? I mean, look at John. I don't think he would even be shocked at this point.
I was a patrol officer and
got to do what you got to do to get the story right. Ugh.
School resource officer at a high school. And
I mean, we know Betty, JLR, and Dolly, like they just, I don't know. Maybe it was Outback Steakhouse instead of Chili's in this situation. I don't know. I'm not throwing shade at anybody.
Then lateraled out here in 2019, started on patrol here, went to our domestic violence unit as an officer investigator, essentially the same thing as a detective, just not officially the promoted rank, and then came to the homicide unit in 2020.
J. Rose, that would be interesting to know if she's worried about those communications getting FOIA'd and released.
And I find it fascinating, from domestic violence to homicide, which honestly, this case is about both, in my opinion.
I can't fully answer that. Somebody in the chat might be able to at this point. I don't know her membership status to the Mormon Church. I asked that myself, though. I don't know factually yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably the coolest thing about our homicide unit is we're kind of a catch-all.
People have said that this right here in the email that she sent, hello worker bees, is a LDS phrase that is often used. I just don't. Yes, she is. People have told me that that line is pretty LDS specific.
Have people from formerly in the gang unit, formerly in the robbery unit. Bobby obviously comes from special victims unit. I came from domestic violence. So it's kind of a cool melting pot because everybody has kind of a different background, which ultimately always helps in these cases when there's that element. And so for me, you know, coming from the domestic violence unit, I was extremely passionate about this case and getting, you know, the evidence that we needed, as well as being able to prove this beyond, you know, the point that we did, just to show how really damning it can be within a you know, intimate relationship, and how challenging it can be even without a physical aspect.
Absolutely. You know, James Craig, an Aurora, Colorado dentist, what looked like from the outside a successful practice, a successful family, 6 children, a marriage of 23 years.
Oh, young black, you think it's going to go that big? You do think it could go that big? Oh, shit. I wasn't even putting that into play yet. Oof.
Religious. They belong to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It seemed as if this was a family that had it all, and yet, you know, this domestic violence. We learned about Angela Craig's journal entries. We learned about so much of the manipulation, and I do want to get into that a little bit later, especially knowing that you were part of the domestic violence. That is one reason actually I was drawn to this case. Is
Whitney, that was the first time I'd ever been told that. Also, like, that's why I said I don't know her status in the Mormon church. I can just repeat what people have said to me. Again, I've never heard it used by anybody, so in an email like that. But
clearly she was murdered, but there was also so much emotional manipulation for years. And in my opinion, I'm not the expert, you are, but what I saw.
I really hope that's not the case, Lindsay. I guess I didn't even go that far because there's so much unraveling over this. I didn't think about that, but now thinking about why the family sent her C&Ds to and where they came from, I'd be interested to know.
From the trial was this sort of emotional manipulation for years, and just sort of.
Well, actually, let me segue here for a second. So something that did concern me today that I came across was, let me see, did I pull it? This. So again, I wish nothing but the best for Brandy. Absolutely nothing but the best. And I think they have done some kind things for Brandy's family and awareness for Michael. So I'm not going to take that away and be a shit. But I find this concerning. And I'm going to play why.
I would literally probably, I won't say kill, but I would allegedly hurt somebody really bad if I ever found out they did something like
this. Man has been arrested now and charged with kidnapping and murdering Michael Vaughn.
That to a little boy, and I knew about it.
On January 26th, 2024, Hidden True Crimes Dr. John Matthias, a clinical and criminal psychologist, interviewed Stacy Wondra, the man now charged with kidnapping and murdering 5-year-old Michael Vaughn, also known as Monkey Vaughn.
See, that's where I come from a disadvantage because I don't know the true crime cases like that. So you guys filling me in on some of this is eye-opening.
Dr. John conducted the interview at the request of unnamed parties.
Dr. John conducted the interview at the request of unnamed parties. Who were these unnamed parties, and was there financial motivations and means behind these unnamed parties? And how could that not be seen eventually as, was it law enforcement that requested it?
Charged with kidnapping and murdering 5-year-old Michael Vaughn, also known as Monkey Vaughn. Dr. John conducted the interview at the request of unnamed parties. We hoped that with John's expertise, some information could be gleaned. The day after Dr. John interviewed Stacy, I interviewed him as well. That was live on our YouTube channel.
Back-to-back interviews under a paywall.
But Dr. John's interview was only seen by a very small audience within our Patreon community.
Behind a paywall for $5. I went and checked. It has been up since January 26th, 2024 in their Patreon.
For reasons we kept it more private until now. Now that charges have come down, we feel comfortable finally sharing that full, unedited interview with you. This is Stacey Wondra in January of 2024, claiming his innocence.
Whitney, we are probably way closer than we even realize. I'm not far from Gilbert.
While telling John details about his life and upbringing. John then zeroes in on the timeline of July 27th, 2021, the night that Michael went missing from his Fruitland.
Lisa, I saw it. So they hid this under a paywall, right, Hillbilly Belinda? Unreal. They hid this under a paywall on their true crime channel from January 26, 2024 on. This concerns me. Who's this unnamed party that's requesting? This is a suspect in the disappearance? I mean,
Idaho neighborhood. Take a listen.
And
hey,
live.
let's do it. And live. Yep, we're live. So hey everyone, I'm here with John and Stacey Wondra. We're live right now. So we're going live with Stacey. And for those of you that know, I'm just going to give a little intro to everyone here tonight that's watching. I don't think we're going to have that many people tonight. This is kind of a private conversation among people whose voices deserve to be heard.
People who paid for these spots.
But those that know that John and I have been following the Michael Vaughn case from...
I don't know. This is concerning to me. How do you guys feel about it? Let's go back to the Bobby one. But that concerns me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And they hid it behind a paywall, Hillbilly Belinda. They hid it behind a paywall from January 26, 2024 on. People knew that Dr. John interviewed him, but you had to join their Patreon to see it. Yep. Sure as fuck did. And now they just released it. Mm-hmm. She interviewed him too. Nope. Patreon. January 26, 2024. This is a first for Hidden True Crime. This is the description. We have followed the Monkey Vaughn case for years, and tonight John plans to interview Stacey Wondra. This is an incredibly sensitive live, thus is for Patreon gems only, as to keep the audience small. We need to also explain that we cannot control the language of our interviewee tonight. We are giving him the space to talk, and John will be moderating. The best way to get to know who Stacey is this article, and then drops a link for Idaho Statesman article. We can share more later. Tune in here on Patreon to watch. 6 p.m. Pacific, 7 Mountain, 8 Central, 9 Eastern. January 26, 2024. And then they just released it. I know. It just keeps getting worse. Hillbilly Belinda, were you in here just a few minutes ago? Or did you just come in? And welcome in, by the way. It's good to see you. So Brianna messaged me earlier, and we were talking about something kind of unrelated, but ultimately it made me go look. So I looked at this email again from the other day from Bobby Olson that was on September 4th, 2025, the one that was sent to CrimeCon by Bobby Olson. Well, this is the interview with Bobby Olson. So Lauren filed for this motion on August 28th, 2025, for the temporary order of protection. September 1st, she has an interview with Bobby Olson, who's connected to the James Craig trial. 3 days after the interview with Bobby Olson writes an email on September 4th at 2:09 p.m. on behalf of Lauren to her worker bees and says that this is a threat to a CrimeCon vendor. So from the date from the TRO filing on the 28th of August, Bobby does an interview on her channel September 1st, and then the email is sent on her behalf for CrimeCon weekend. Unreal.
Yeah, I think that's maybe just sums it up. The emotional abuse that you can't always see from the outside. So.
Right. And I think when people think of domestic violence, they think of the physical aspect, as whereas this case was, and couldn't be any farther away from that, right? This was 23 years of manipulation, but it's,
The pretty distinct airplanes. Yeah, we're only like 10, 15 minutes from the small airport here. The smaller Allegiant airline.
Well, and
my favorite because it's the easiest to get in and out of.
And we've talked about, just the level of, I guess, attempted control by James Craig, even not only just within his relationship.
Stacey Wandra went on a few different YouTube shows from my understanding. I don't know all of them, but he did go on a few different YouTube channels. I can't remember all of their names.
But within his work community, sending...
Again, I'm not taking away, I wish nothing but the best for Brandy. I can't imagine what she's been through at all.
Messages of don't go to the police with this information. And then additionally, trying to control the narrative even from inside, the confines of the Arapahoe County Jail. He was trying to dictate so many elements of this entire investigation, regardless of what we were doing to disprove it. And, someone like that doesn't typically become controlling overnight. That's a historical thing. And I think that was very evident through the content of message.
Why is Lauren so close to the screen?
Just between him and Angela, just his constant communications and making her get to the point where she's apologizing for trying to approach him for the things that he had done, through levels of infidelity.
Right. She's all of a sudden apologizing to him and he becomes the victim. And you're like, wait, how did this happen? Those texts many of those texts were read in trial, even more than I had read in an
Hillbilly Belinda. I hadn't even gotten this far, but Young Black Economist mentioned some things earlier in the chat about leaks in some of these cases that they've covered already. And that's not something I had even gotten there or considered yet, that potentially that's what she's trying, set all this up to avoid coming out in these messages and shit that she's trying to cover up from hiding or covering up and hiding. It's really concerning to think about what could potentially come. I hadn't even gotten there, but I really hope none of the justice is fucked up for any of these cases because of the shit they've done. We did a whole history lesson of Bullhorn Betty, Hillbilly Belinda too, because there's a lot of people around here from the Lauren coverage. So we kind of ended up with Betty freaking the fuck out and losing her shit tonight. And then it's been we've been on a detour and have not even got into part 2 of the 9-hour segment because there's all these other weird pieces. By the way, if you guys don't follow Hillbilly Belinda, she's funny as shit. She also covers low cows. What community do you claim, Hillbilly Belinda? She's another one. She cracks me the fuck up. She's blunt and cusses. Be prepared. We are not like Lauren. We are not polished, sweet. I mean, they might be sweet, but we're assholes. Be prepared.
Initial backstory I read a lot of those texts in this backstory before the trial began because that's so much a part of this. He's helping her, or looks like he's helping her while he's murdering her. It's such a stark contrast in this case.
Okay, I didn't want to put you there unless you wanted to claim it. Girl world. I can't say that properly. Girl world is the community she's from, which is a whole other shit show of locales.
So shocking to see that in real time. So, right, those texts are just shocking to see. A quick word from this episode's sponsor. For me, staying focused during long projects can be a challenge. I think I've shared that with many of you before, but that's where Lumi gummies have made a real difference. Consistent, mellow, and delicious, Lumi gummies are crafted to help you feel balanced, centered, and ready for whatever your day brings. Whether you're looking for a burst of creative energy, a way to stay present, or simply some clarity, Lumi has a strain that's right for you. Just the other weekend, I had a big reorganization project to tackle. Yeah, I was nervous. Well, I took an orange cream cookies sativa gummy, turned on my favorite latest playlist, and before I knew it, I was fully in the zone. It made the whole process smoother, lighter, and actually enjoyable. Lumi gummies are available nationwide. Go to lumigummies.com. That's LUMI gummies.com and use code HIDDEN for 30% off your order. Again, that's lumigummies.com. Code HIDDEN.
Why? Tell me why the one chance I take to take a potty break and let you guys play for an extended period of time, she doesn't add inlay of fucking gummies. And yes, I did wash my hands. But tell me, what is she doing here? Like, this is cringe as fuck. She's promoting gummies in the midst of all of this. Are we joking right now? Okay. I don't know why this is so funny. It's funny to me too. Did that just happen? Is this happening? She became part of the gummy squad tonight. For anybody that doesn't know, that's what that BJ character. Oh, Lisa, I covered Bullhorn in the beginning of this. She's on a complete breakout, freak out rant in the beginning of this. That's what we've been covering is Bullhorn Betty. And then we kind of did a history lesson of a little bit of BJ, a little bit of this, we're just starting Lauren coverage. There's a lot of new faces around here that don't know some of these characters, and it's really hard to explain how they're all so similar, but they differ in certain ways. So we've been all over tonight. It's a true nonsensical stream. Whiplash. Use code HIDDEN. You too. I think she needs to smoke more.
Take me back, can both of you, to being called on this case, how this all began. Can we talk about this case?
Yeah, so there's 14 detectives in our unit. We have 2 sergeants, a lieutenant.
That was the worst ad inlay I've ever seen. This is what? Oh my gosh, Hillbilly Belinda. Oh, be prepared. You might want to just watch her rant, because I went every other which way and I went on a fucking rant in the middle of it too.
Operate on an on-call basis. There's 4 detectives on call with a sergeant, and then basically patrol will usually go out and then determine what their needs are and then contact one of the sergeants in our.
They're telling me that she got an email and posted on Twitter. So she updated, I think they said something about 5 o'clock p.m. around there, that she got an email, must be from YouTube, that she was part of the glitch. So hopefully that's the case. That's what I'm hearing in the comments. I have not gone to check myself. So take that for what it is. But there should be an update on Burnt Toast Twitter, from what I'm understanding.
Our homicide unit, and then we get called out. So I believe at about 8 p.m. on March 15th is when our dispatch center got the call from one of the forensic nurses at University Hospital. And then our patrol officers responded and quickly learned that an otherwise healthy 43-year-old woman came into the ER, kind of just lethargic, dizzy, and within 2 hours crashed and was presumably brain dead.
Did he take a plea? Does anybody know the outcome of this case from the true crime segment? If you do, did he take a plea and waive his right to any appeals? Does this man potentially have appeals? What I'm ultimately asking is, could this interview with the detective, if this man has appeals ever that are able to be granted, could this interview with law enforcement be used for an appeal? He was found guilty at trial. Okay, so he went through a full trial. Okay, thank you. I don't know this case. He was found guilty. Okay, thank you. James Craig. Yeah. I don't know these cases like that. So I appreciate where you guys give me information on that. So he went through a trial. So he does likely have appeals. He didn't take a plea. He can appeal. Okay. Thank you for the information. So things like this could be because she sounds like she was a detective on the case. And she's disclosing, I don't know if all of this is public information, everything that she's talking about, because I don't know the case like that, but it would be interesting to see if she's releasing anything that's not publicly known information that could be potentially used down the road. Yeah, she has been young black. She never blamed it on anybody, especially because it was the cartoon thing, which was so off. I haven't heard her say anybody. A lot of people assumed, Betty assumed it was due to Lauren. I didn't even think that. I thought, well, shit. And Betty's like, we'll get her banned again if she does come back. Okay. Thank you, guys. I'm catching
hospital staff didn't know why. And then I think a couple hours later, a business partner had come forward and said that
the charade might be up. I can see that too.
That the female's wife was a dentist and that one of the office managers had opened a package and had found it to be potassium cyanide. And that business partner was also a dentist and confirmed that there's no need for potassium cyanide in a dentist office.
This is Ryan Redfern.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys, if you missed Betty went the fuck off and accused Burnt Toast of some heinous things today. Betty's being Betty.
Correct. And that's basically what we had.
Yeah, this was in 2023. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got that call.
Yep. So I mean, basically that's the information we got. Molly was not on call. So she wasn't there kind of that original night. I always say that she got a good night's sleep while we were out. So yeah, so we went out at about 11 o'clock on March 15th.
Okay.
And me and another detective ultimately interviewed.
Thank you, Linda, for that information. That's what I don't know the details of the cases. So I don't know if anything is like overstepping here on their behalf, if this was all publicly known information that was already disclosed.
Dr. Ryan Redfern, and then
if they're walking a line, then there is nothing for them to use. It's just an interview, which happens. I mean, fuck, now we have documentaries being released before these cases are even going to trial, which I find to be fucking wild. Does anybody else have a hard time with the documentaries being released before trials?
His wife, Michelle Redfern. And I mean, it was 2 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the morning now on March 16th when we're interviewing them. And then 2 other detectives went to the hospital.
Love Louie. One thing I'm noticing is there seems to be a common like benefit, whether it's channel growth, seen as an expert of sorts, exposure, whatever there's some mutual beneficial situation with most of her arrangements with the other experts.
Talked to hospital staff quickly. And then a group of another pair of detectives interviewed that office manager that had opened that box of potassium cyanide.
Okay. And was that Caitlin Romero?
Yes.
And you interviewed?
I did. Hillbilly Belinda. I did. Yep. She thought she was going to sweep this under the rug. I'm glad she's getting attention. She won't listen to any of us little channels, maybe with bigger channels saying something. I don't know. Something's got to change here, though. This is wild.
She had opened the box or at least opened the invoice.
Yes. So right? I believe someone else opened it, but again, not know.
Whitney, we are super freaking close, babe. Whitney in here, she's 5 minutes from Allegiant. She's technically in Creek. I'm a former gem and found you after the 9-hour shit show. Loving it here on your island. I'll see you around. She's like, right. Yeah.
Hey, neighbor.
Hey, neighbor. It's great to have you here, Whitney. I hope you come back and hang out with us. Thanks for stopping in. We probably go to the same gas stations and grocery stores, depending on which direction I turn. Yes, she did. Yep. Absolutely, she did a great job.
knowing anything that was inside. And then Caitlin was like, wait, I think that was a package that Jim had told me was coming and said that it was private. Don't open it. There were some biohazard stickers on it. And so she further opened it. It is common for dentist office to get fentanyl or pain medication. And so they were expecting a package.
Free, spot on again. Best case scenario, a bunch of simultaneously shady people are covering their own asses at the same time. But damn it, look how many there are. Unfortunately, so many. So freaking many. Yes. Young Black economist, I like that. She's one of, like, it's growing. I'm trying to think. I was just thinking in my head if I've seen of any bigger channels than hers. Well, and she also knows some of the side of Mormon stuff around the MLMs, because a lot of those are in Utah. So that kind of does cross into a little bit of the religion side of Utah, which I find interesting, because wasn't the girl that she does their podcast with, Cece, and is it Sherilyn? I don't remember her name, but wasn't she just on with Colby? Sherilyn Dale? Isn't that who Cece does the podcast with? And wasn't her co-host just on with Colby? Anybody following me? You guys are delayed.
That sort.
It's raining in Arizona, by the way. If you hear it, we're sitting outside.
And so she had, with the biohazard stickers, potentially assumed that it was that fentanyl and opened it. And then that's when she saw the invoice that was James Craig personal.
I would love if Swoop would cover this.
And then saw the potassium cyanide.
Hey, just for you.
Again, had never seen an order for potassium cyanide be delivered to the office.
Yeah. Had you ever seen a case like this when you were called on that night? Yeah, that was an overnight thing, right? It all happened late at night.
Yep, it is. Let me go find it. Hold on. I'll prove it to you guys what I'm talking about with the podcast and Colby.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that kind of shocks everybody. Really, the kind of those first 4 days were so pivotal and critical in this investigation. I think everybody expected it was months and months and months, yes, because of other items and data and other things that were going on. But really that first 24 hours, really became critical in this case. And at the point that she had been called out, like we talked about, our unit is very unique. It's just because you weren't on the call out team doesn't mean you don't get involved. I can't tell you the amount of times we've walked in and like, we need bodies to go help do this. And you'll have no idea what has happened. You get like a blip of information and then, basically information of what we're looking for. And that Thursday morning, I remember walking into our headquarters building where we're at, and they're like, we need more people to go search.
Okay, I was right. Hold up. Give me a second. Sometimes I feel like I'm having brain farts with all these people. So Cece Suarez and Sherilyn Dale have a podcast called Here for the Clout. Sherilyn Dale was on Colby Ryan's podcast on October 27th, 2025. So what, a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago? So Cece's co-host was on with Colby. Okay, I gotcha. I see ya.
Search, and I was like, okay. And sure enough, like her original co-lead already had predetermined vacation. And she was like, yeah, you're going to be my co-lead now. And that's honestly how this all kind of happened. And really,
isn't he like 160,000, something like that?
That started the process of doing all the searches for both the family residence and Summerbrook Dental.
Wow. I know. And that was quick. You had to do those searches quick. When Angela died, I want to say passed away, but after she was murdered.
Oh, they did.
That search of his.
I didn't know that. Okay. I didn't know they just recently stopped. Thank you for that information.
house was very fast because he wasn't even able to go back there with his children. So you understood and just jumped. You were able to secure a warrant very quickly.
They did a final. You're right. They did a final episode. Here you go. Just to prove that a month ago. So a month ago, they did their final episode of Here for the Clouds. Well, that's a bummer.
Yes. So that other detective and I went and met with Jim Craig that morning of March 16th. I think we met with him at about 8:30. At the same time, other detectives are starting to execute that search warrant at the house. I got to the house at about 8:45.
I'm going to want to rewind for, hold on. Their police department. Okay, hold up. Sorry. This is how it works over here. It's not ADHD. There's too many pieces of too many puzzles, and we start talking about it, and then we end up down these weird rabbit holes. Welcome to the nonsensical shows. We just go and we end up in wild spots. We're supposed to be reviewing the 9 hours. We haven't even gotten into, we're not even an hour into that shit, and we've been all these other places. But it's quite interesting when you connect all the pieces and realize, ugh, I don't know if it's interesting. I don't know. Either that or I'm mind fucked. Probably mind fucked at this point. Lacking brain cells twitching, all would be appropriate. Lost my marbles.
I think everybody expected it was like,
I went back about a minute and a half.
It was months and months and months, yes, because of other items and data and other things that were going on. But really that first 24 hours, really became critical in this case. And at the point that she had been called out, like we talked about, our unit is very unique. It's just because you weren't on the call out team doesn't mean you don't get involved. I can't tell you the amount of times we've walked in and like, we need bodies to go help do this. And you'll have no idea what has happened. You get like a blip of information and then.
Oh, yes. Public service announcement. I guess that I am covering Lauren solely because I'm afraid of a creator by the name of Clue. Wah, wah, wah. Just joking. Clue's not scary at all. Some people didn't realize that I was being sarcastic and thought I was serious earlier today, but it's called dry humor. I'm a sarcastic asshole. Clue doesn't scare me. She's actually, doesn't at all. But Lauren's a shit show and deserves coverage is truly why I'm covering Lauren. Carry on. And Miss Leah. It's Miss Leah's fault, ultimately. She's not here, but I'm going to blame her because she already knows it's her fault. My mods get me into some really rude shit. When this was going on, Miss Leah texted me. I was live. Lauren went live and was doing this. She texted me and told me, and she was really feeling bad for Lauren. And I went in and started watching it that night. I watched the entire 9 hours. I definitely didn't sit on the edge of my seat. That would be lying. But I listened to the entire 9 hours waiting, thinking there's no way. There's no way she's not going to be ethical. Sure as shit, by the end of it, I was pissed off and said this was a fucking disaster. Unless she came out with proof and blew everybody's mind, this was the worst thing she could have ever done. And sure as shit, here we are. That's how this happened. It's Miss Leah's fault.
Basically information of what we're looking for. And that Thursday morning, I remember walking into our headquarters building where we're at, and they're like, we
wrong.
Need more people to go search. And I was like, okay. And
my mods are always innocent.
Sure enough, like her original co-lead already had predetermined vacation. And she was like, yeah, you're going to be my co-lead now. And that's honestly how this all kind of happened.
I'm not even interested in it though, Chico. We haven't even talked about this. And I have no interest. Like, I'm just not interested in it. It's too much. When I genuinely was talking about it, being like, I don't have an opinion. There's too much. I really don't. There's too many fucking wild rabbit holes down that. I'm more interested in this because it's got cult following and shit like that. It's weird. But sorry, I just am more interested in this shit than the fucking chaos and drama that is manufactured as fuck, it feels like.
And really, that started the process of doing all the searches for both the family residence and Summerbrook Dental.
Wow. I know. And that was quick. You had to do those searches quick. When Angela died, I want to say passed away, but after she was murdered, that search of his house was very fast because he wasn't.
These people just, I can't even listen to it. Like what they're saying is just, I'm sorry. I want to end up going here a little bit. Are we okay? I don't want to watch that interview. I'm sorry. It's just, I think we've seen enough. If you want to watch that interview, I linked it below, or her channel below. I'm just not even, I'm sorry. But the timing of this is what. Thank you for becoming a member, Whitney. Welcome to the cabana. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Kate, it's fucking wild. If Lauren and Dr. John have this channel removed, is there a plan in place as to how you can let us know about the details and what can be done to help get the channel back up? Squeaky wheel. I hope that doesn't happen because I have no idea what to do. Actually, I don't have another. I do have a Rumble and I do have a Kick. I've never streamed on either. I've uploaded a couple of videos to Rumble. I would probably go to Rumble, and I do have an X account. But if my channel goes down, Duchess, Revival, Chico, everybody will let you know where to find me, because they can take me down. They won't silence me. I'll go to another platform. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not harassing them. I'm not bullying them. I'm using their public statements to review what they're doing. We're just finding the patterns, the timelines, the behaviors. That's all we're doing, is giving commentary. It's all under fair use. So ultimately, I'll be back. But if something goes, we will find each other. But I'm not shutting up. Thank you for asking that, though. I just don't promote them. I even have a backup channel that's got a bunch of recipes and cooking and shit on it. I just stick to this channel. We do everything here. I take you guys to random concerts. We went to Morgan Wallen, Chris Stapleton. I take you guys to motocross races, Vegas. We go to the mini cow farm. We kind of go all over the place. We go on RV trips with mini cows. Don't ask. There's videos. It explains it. That was wild. We've done it twice now. We survived, though. It was fun.
He being able to go back there with his.
I just can't do this one anymore. Let's get to the 9 hours. Let's skip to it. So again, if you're just coming in, let's walk that really quick, though, once back before we go back into the 9 hours, so we can kind of wrap that up with a bow. So what we just learned, well, what I just learned alongside some of you already knew this. The temporary order for protection was filed August 28th, 2025. On September 1st, 2025, within days, she has Bobby Olson on her channel for an interview alongside her sister, who were involved in the James Craig investigation. On September 4th, 3 days after the interview that drops on Lauren's channel, Bobby Olson, who was in that interview, sends an email on behalf of Lauren to her worker bees about CrimeCon events, calling Lauren a CrimeCon vendor when she was not a vendor nor a speaker at CrimeCon, and alerting them to a bunch of misinformation. Not once does she mention that this was a temporary order of protection, and the details were not well laid out in the order. But that's where we're at. And now we're going to go back into the 9 hours. We left off about the 51-minute mark, so I decided to pull it back 5 minutes so we can just be refreshed of where we are in the story. And as we continue to go through, if there's anything relevant, we will pull it up and talk about it. Buckle up. We'll do this for about another hour and a half at least. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Sorry it's been a bumpy ride all over the place tonight.
July 10th, 2024. In the morning of July 10th, 2024. July 10th was a big day. I'm outside of the courthouse.
Feral progressive. 23-year-old daughter. Major cowgirl. I was born and raised on a farm. Kenzie loves the farm life. Huge cowgirl. Loves country music of any sort. Her first concert. Always been a huge Morgan Wallen fan. She bought the tickets. Mom was her date. I had so much fun because she had so much fun, but it was an experience. And he's got an audience and a fan. Like, I've never seen a fan base like that in my life. Like, everybody was singing the songs louder than he was. It was wild. It was at State Farm Stadium. It was an experience, but I enjoyed going with her. Chris Stapleton, 10 out of 10 recommend for anybody. Love his music. Love his personality. Great worth concert. Again, she bought the tickets. I was her date.
Of the Alec Baldwin trial. And I interview I interviewed several people that day. So I don't want anyone confused. There are 3 lives that day. I don't want anyone. But one of the many people I interview live on camera that day is my stalker. And I introduce her as a fan of my podcast, A Hidden Gem.
So good.
I personally did not think it went great for content. No harm, no foul. It happens.
Who gives a fuck about content? He tells you within the first hour what this is all about. She was hoping for a documentary. She said that video, she never intended it to be public, but then mentions it might be needed for a documentary. Are you fucking joking? Like, the whole setup was told to us in this first hour.
And then that day continues of July 10th, 2024. And at this time, my ex-contractor, who was my then contractor and friend, so my contractor at the time of July 10th, 2024, she is streaming the Alec Baldwin trial live on our YouTube channel for us.
Kylie, I did think she looked puffy too, but I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt here because I have no indication that she would lie about this, but she has claimed that she's had MS for years. That's actually documented years and years ago that she had MS. So if she does, they could be using steroids for something which causes puffiness of the face at times, or steroid use for anything could cause puffiness. So that's what I kind of went to. And again, I don't have any indication that that's a lie.
While I am,
and that's just an observation from me.
I'm in the media room at the courthouse, covering it, and she's there. And I reach out to this ex-contractor, again, my contractor at the time, let's clarify that.
There's Colby. They made sure he was pinned.
I reach out to my contractor who's live streaming the Alec Baldwin trial. And I ask how things are going with the streaming. I discuss work in a text with this ex-contractor, then contractor. And
yes, there is footage that's been released, Brianna. It's on Hella Excited Utterance. She released some glasses footage that was taken at CrimeCon. Christina had glasses on and actually recorded some of the interactions. Smart decision.
Explain that I like this press room for the moment before heading to the courtroom because, and I'm going to say this verbatim, this is what my text says to her, quote, "It's space from roommates. One of them is kind of annoying." This contract worker then asks if it was the one I had on a live that morning in front of the courthouse. And I explain that it was. The contract worker states back to me in a text message, "Not going to lie, that person is obnoxious. Don't put her on camera again, laughing face emoji." I agree. And I say she is constantly anxious, loud, and
she did say that, but I think it was kind of a slight because she's also said she doesn't use Botox.
Worried. End quote.
She kind of tries to throw jabs and be funny too with her. The looks that she gives during this 9 hours just frustrate the fuck out of me looking back at it. She is so
a very private work conversation in a text message. July 10th, 2025, that evening, the contract worker calls me and unexpectedly and angrily quits on me.
All of this is fluff and filler because ultimately this shouldn't be the purpose or the reason for her filing against Christina, but here we are.
And also ends our relationship for good, as in is never going to talk to me again and is going to block me. She accuses me of several things. She worked for me, but we were also very close friends. And after this phone call, I try.
Patty, it gets, well, the one BJ is on, she says horrific things. So I understand the creator drama around her to an extent. Now I think it's gone. There's so many different things happening. I don't understand what is spun off of all of that right now. That's what I'm avoiding. But she does, she's like Lauren in weaponizing the court system. So some of the pushback she gets is necessary too. But that involves her instant taint. She uses drama as a deflection off of her fuck shit. Lauren hasn't done that yet. It'll be interesting to see what kind of drama she creates to try to change the narrative. BJ's is drama. I don't know what Lauren's go-to revenge is going to be.
Not to, but I start crying hard. And Lori, Lindsay, and my stalker, who are my roommates in this Airbnb, they comfort me.
It happens.
And I am embarrassed, and I keep apologizing for crying. And I am grateful for their kindness. In fact, it was a very traumatic moment for me. And I guess I can say I'm still grateful for their kindness in that moment.
Oh, we're going to learn about their creator drama. There's going to be drama when those messages ever do get leaked. If they do, we'll learn about their creator drama. Every little segment circle has drama that creates and concocts, and this shit happens. It's just a mess, though. A very private work email. How the hell does one expect privacy in a professional setting? What is she saying and to whom? I have so many questions. Yeah, well, I guess the producers would be involved in creating the production and the manufacturing of these shows. So, thank you for the support, Bree. I don't know if I like the outcome of that, where that could be.
And that kindness that they showed me.
Yuck.
Made me open up even more to them.
Absolutely.
In the coming months, because they were there for me during a very traumatic moment. The end of July 2025.
She really is trying to get those tears to just trickle over the side. Here comes.
I hire my stalker. It was Lindsay's suggestion to do podcast episode artwork for me. She's a very talented artist, my stalker. And this continues.
Oh, they fell.
For months.
2.
In October of 2024, I cover a trial, as many of you know, in Delphi, Indiana, with Lindsay. And I am paying Lindsay daily to be there for me. In my opinion, I was paying her well to be.
Again, doesn't matter about any of this.
Be there for me daily. And I'm also paying, it's an all expense paid work trip.
These are standard business related things. Get to the point. I don't give a shit. If you employed her to do a job and she did said job, then shut up about you paying her. That's irrelevant. You got services for your payment. Carry on.
Paying for all of her lodging and all of her food and everything she needs to work for me. My stalker flies out to attend as public for a couple of days and pays me to stay in my Airbnb that I had. And she takes photos of.
Right here, she's trying to diminish the fact that this whole situation, it's not like this woman called her up because she was stalking her and said, hey, can I share an Airbnb? They were friends and colleagues at the time. Come on now. Stop this.
Me outside of the courthouse in Delphi, Indiana for my podcast. I did not pay her for these photos.
You think it'll come?
It's an additional free gift for me.
Really?
I buy her dinner. Cool. I confide in Lindsay, admittedly, that it is harder to work when my stalker is around, she seems kind and is very generous, but it's just a lot. And
I don't think all of it will be released though, Kylie. I don't agree with, like, I'm not for releasing all of those. If there's correspondence that's harmful, I hope that it gets in the right hands. That's how I should term that. But she brought all of this into a court case. So at that point in time, she opened herself up for the possibility of these getting released as is.
After my stalker flies home, I temporarily go home as well for Halloween because I need to trick or treat with my little boy. But I do decide that I need to go back to Delphi, Indiana.
I don't think Christina would be the one that would be in possession of these messages. Honestly, that's my opinion. But I think it would be multiple other people that would be in possession of these messages between Lauren and others. I could be wrong, but it seems like that. I don't know.
While I am gone, Grayson, who you guys now know as my producer, Grayson, takes notes for me in the courthouse while I'm gone. She does an incredible job, a hell of a job. Couldn't have done them better myself. I didn't do them as good as she did them those 2 days that I was gone. And I begin paying Grayson for freelance work, including those notes. I then, back in Delphi, I start noticing a lot of red flags. And these are red flags for me.
I would love to see him debate somebody.
They might not affect everyone. Some people might not think the red flags.
Right.
Other people think maybe I misinterpreted them. It doesn't matter. These are red flags that affected me and concerned me and the way that I work and the way I function. One of them was that Lindsay wanted Grayson to stay in a separate Airbnb.
She was actually to this comment that I've got pinned. I'm not sure how to pronounce Vibe's first name. M Vibes. I don't want to do that name disservice in any way, shape, or form and be disrespectful. But she was actually Bullhorn Betty in regards to you, if you catch up to this part, because you're probably in the beginning of this. Bullhorn Betty was offered a mental health evaluation. Somebody can type this to her too if you want to. You don't have to, but if you want. Bullhorn Betty was offered a mental health evaluation by police at one point in time over the last year and a half. And it was in records. She's a constant problem. It's nothing new. This is just Bullhorn Betty. This is her.
Than the one I had with plenty of room. And Grayson was working for me. She was young. Mm-hmm. She was alone. And I was paying for the lodging. And that was a concern to me. I suggested maybe the Lindsay get her own hotel if she needed space, and that upset her too. I just couldn't figure this out. It was a dynamic that was hard for everyone. It's just what, and like I said, she likely had her reasons too. It's fair. But I had my reasons.
Right.
And this was becoming uncomfortable for me.
Sure.
Another thing I learned that Lindsay did was take my phone, and without my permission, she logs into YouTube Studio and learns how much I am making that month. And she shares this with Grayson. Something else that made me uncomfortable. And there were a few other things.
Okay. Did she log into her phone? Here, let's just think rationally. Did she hand her phone to do something in her YouTube studio and she saw her revenue? Was it something simple as she handed her phone, acting as a producer, she went into YouTube studio to do something and saw her income? And how can that be proven? Obviously, she didn't steal her phone. That's not the claim that she's making. So you can't really claim that that's a problem when you handed her.
Lindsay is also working
She's an employee.
for another creator while I am paying for her to be there working for me.
I don't know.
Full time, and I'm paying all of her expenses, and she is passing off material that I had requested her to collect to other creators to be used for other shows. These were things that made me uncomfortable. I'm not even teach their own. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Doesn't matter. They were things that made me uncomfortable. There were other red flags for me, personal red flags.
I think it's likely they had the passwords for business related producing YouTube studio type things. And I mean, fuck, people have shown their own back office on here. Okay, get the fuck over it.
Once we are back from Delphi, I decide to terminate.
Why is she so worried about her income being disclosed? I don't get that. Because she makes that much money? Was she concerned about people learning how much she's making off of these tragedies?
Things with Lindsay after the Delphi trial ended. I ended things very nicely and respectfully. She's very talented. And I realized that
Sigma, do you think he is though? Honestly, do you think he is, or do you think he's a part of it?
I needed someone exclusive. Someone after experiencing what I did in Delphi with, realizing that she was a contract worker and that she was sharing and helping other creators, that, I realized that Hidden True Crime needed someone exclusive, like an exclusive producer that didn't want to work for multiple people. And so I told her that I was excited for her to work with this other larger podcast and this public figure. And here is the termination letter. I want you guys to see it. I want to show it so that I need people to know. And it's very small. So let me see if I can get it and read it. I need to go. Okay, I can read it. I made it larger. I say, after careful an update on our working relationship. December 2nd, 2024. After careful and deliberate consideration and after reflecting upon the changing dynamics as you work for other true crime podcasts, John and I realized that it will be too difficult to navigate conflicts of interest and that we need any current or future employees we hire to work exclusively for Hidden True Crime. We had high hopes that this could work, and we love having you on board, and you have had such a positive impact upon our channel. We feel incredibly lucky that we are recipients of your work during a transitional period of career where you have had so many options in the true crime arena. We are particularly impressed with your move into such an important role working for Redacted. Yet, as we have been reflecting upon the complexities of sharing a producer, we have come to a difficult but clear realization that this small true spine, that in this true crime space.
Again, ma'am, at the end of the day, this has nothing to do with Christina. This has to do with a completely different person. See, all this fluff and filler is where you got yourself caught up, because what you tried to do was baffle everybody with bullshit. And you got caught up along the way. You overshot everything. You involved too many people, too many stories. You lost everybody. And one thing you didn't do was show proof. You caught your hidden gems because they're used to you baffling them with bullshit. But you lost quite a few along the way too, because you ultimately didn't show proof of anything you claimed and filled it with bullshit.
Any producers, HTC hires will need to work exclusively for Hidden True Crime to avoid issues around privacy, sharing content, and information across channels or podcasts, which greatly concerns us.
Yeah.
As I have always stated, your desire to work with Redacted is an incredible opportunity that you should take advantage of.
Oh.
And we are thrilled for you.
I would think a producer would know that. Wouldn't you guys? Would you think a producer would know if the channel is buying subs? She is. Linda, it's absolutely disgusting. It's time for a review of every case Olsen is. Honestly, Sigma, this is oof. Blurring the lines. Yeah. These make me nervous, actually, seeing how grimy all of this really is. Surface level, I didn't even recognize that this would be this deep. I did know that this was going to open Pandora's box. However, I did not expect it to get this big.
Your exceptional talents being recognized with such a major talent Your absence undoubtedly will create a much bigger workload for us once again, which we do not look forward to. So we know that your efforts will be sorely missed. And we know, however, that the growth and experience you'll receive will be unique and provide a rare opportunity.
Fucking get to it. Stop with the dramatic reading of a fucking termination letter with an employee that's not your fucking stalker. You don't have a stalker to begin with, but
opportunity for you. I'm proud of you for this opportunity. Go show them how amazing you are. I'm sure we will see you on the
Go show them how amazing you are so I can turn around months later and slander your name from here to Kingdom Come. And then I can say that you're all burning down the kingdom. And then John can do a thought experiment and talk about Becky and Cynthia, whoever. I don't even fucking know. Victoria, what the fuck? The thought experiment. He lost me at Becky on that one. These people are crazy. Like, why did you put this in here? They produced this shit.
Podcast charts very soon, and that we hope our friendship and true crime combos can continue. And who knows, if we're lucky, maybe we'll be collaborating later together in the future once the opportunity presents.
We're lucky? Yeah, I would call this quite the fucking collab. Slander, defamation. Those are my opinions.
Itself, always my best, Lauren.
Always my best.
And so,
go girl, do your best.
I later, just so you know, one other aspect of this, months and months later, I did send Lindsay a cease and desist. I had heard that she had been saying some things that I consider defamation to several of my professional contacts. One text that was sent to me stated that I went psycho on her and that I am manic. And other things from another creator that Lindsay was saying about me. Things that were not true. I sent her that cease and desist and requested that simply she cease and desist about speaking about her time as my producer. I feel like this sets the stage for everything else to come. When my life then becomes a living hell for my entire family. So let's fast forward to April 9th, 2025, when my stalker confronts me in the Maricopa County Courthouse while I was reporting on the Lori Daybell trial.
Oh no, not the video. Oh no.
From there, I'm going to start reading my declarations.
Tell us.
I'll add comments where needed.
Give it to us, Lauren.
So here we go.
All right.
So this is the first declaration I send out to receive my temporary stalking injunction. The reason why I'm just going to get into the declarations, I'm going to stick to legal documents.
She's going to skip to documents she wants her people to hear and not read all of them. That will be where we pick up, is filling in the documents she leaves out of these declarations. She only reads chosen select ones.
I'll add anything extra. I think they tell the full story. There will be a few things I need to add.
She thinks they tell the whole story, her side of the story, I guess.
I hereby declare, under penalty of perjury, that the facts stated in this declaration are personally known to me and that they are accurate to the best of my knowledge.
It's crazy.
My name is Lauren Matthias. I'm over the age of 18 years old and I am competent to testify. I am knowledgeable personally about the matters I am testifying about. I am the petitioner. I met my stalker in April of 2024. During the summer of 2024, she began doing contract graphic design work for my business. Do we have those invoices? Let's pull them up. They may not matter but I would like to show them. There's one. Okay. I'm paying her. That's all you need to know. However, for the past few months, my stalker has been intentionally targeting me and stalking me, making me fearful for my safety and well-being.
They fucking decided what visual aids to put up at the time that they're reading this. I want to remind you that this was all a production. They worked on this for days. So they decided how she was going to lay this out. She started off with that 20-minute video alleging that she was feeling or having thoughts of suicide. She mentioned suicidal ideation. Then she plays that 20-minute video, 20-minute video, whatever it is, of her crying in the bed, screaming, says it wasn't for public consumption. Then she mentions it might be needed in a documentary. They have produced this entire thing. So instead of going through with the court hearing, she decided to produce a 9-hour show with visual aids at the same time. They had this all planned out in order for this production. Insane.
As well as the safety of my family and my producer Grayson's safety. My stalker has also been using a group of people to help her achieve her goal. This started on April 9th, 2025, when my stalker confronted me in the courthouse in Maricopa County, Arizona, while I was reporting on the Lori Daybell trial.
Timing was absolutely intentional. She usually releases earlier in the day of most of her segments. Yes, they sometimes do an evening show, but it's more rare. But that running 9 hours into the middle of the night when people are half awake, not really paying attention, not really asking questions, or, you know, other things are going on, dinner time, bedtime, relaxing for the evening. They're not as in tune to what she's saying. You guys, she's been a journalist, or quote unquote in this industry, from the moment she got home from her mission. This is her world. The world's a stage. She wrote a book. Again, shout out to Revival. There are so many things about Lauren that are just confusing as fuck. But one thing consistent, everybody else is the problem. And Lauren, poor Lauren.
The stalker came up to me, cried, and let me know that she had heard what I had said about her, and that two former contract workers were releasing my text messages that I had with them during their time working with me.
She knows how to maneuver a mic. She knows how to play into it. She knows how to turn the tears on, off, the dramatic impacts. There's one part in this where Grayson says it's got like emotional pull, or it's emotionally charged or something. We'll get to it.
Now I'm going to ad-lib, a little bit more here. I actually wrote that ad-lib, a little bit more about what the stalker said. I'm so nervous. I'm like reading ad-lib.
Yeah.
So, let me tell you a little bit more what she said. She came up to me and said, "I know what you said about me." She was crying.
The feral progressive, I don't think she wanted to be an actress. I think she wanted to be the perfect Mormon girl. She seems to have an issue with what she is perceived by fellow LDS members. She has a really big issue, as she is proud LDS herself. There's one thing that's been consistent in her story that she told on Mormon. It's always how other Mormons, LDS members, perceive her. It's kind of strange. She might be a failed actress too.
Give her a hug. A few of the things she stated were, well, first off, I want to point out that there was a no recording order in the courthouse, a severe no recording order in the courthouse. Why? Because there's a high profile, internationally well-known trial going on. And every day we are reminded that there's to be no recording in all of the courthouse, not just the courtroom, but the courthouse. And that if you are to record in the courthouse, you will be held in contempt of court. And that there are signs everywhere saying, do not record in the courthouse.
Sigma, it sounds like that's likely what's possible that happened was a part of that glitch. And if that's the case, I really hope so. I don't know enough about all of that stuff, but if anybody can get a channel back, it'll be Burnt Toast. She's very good at what she does and knows. So hopefully it was just a glitch. But ultimately, I have complete faith. Burnt Toast is incredibly intelligent.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
She's flat on her back.
Smush.
I went and curled up with her, and then she rolled.
Kenzie had to come show me pictures of Smush. Bree says maybe the 9-hour live was supposed to be her victory lap when Law and Crime cockblocked her. We got this instead, and she denies it being about views. Bree, I don't know. I don't know. Thank you for the support. I don't think this was a victory lap. Becky, she's terrible. Can you imagine how exhausting this had to have been? Sorry, catching up with you guys really quick. Oh, fun fact. Lauren tried out for a short series talk show that Oprah offered on her own channel. That's right. There was no video recording in the courthouse. Audio recording was allowed. Thank you for that information. Oh, it still does to me, random old lady. That's something that really stood out to me. And then I transcribed it and found out the word stock was used over 400 times. And variations of it were used excessively. I think stalker, 100 and something plus. She knew exactly what she was doing. This was all a production. Every bit of it. She knows how to draw in. She's been doing this shit. The story she's been telling for years. She knows exactly what she's doing.
I would have never thought she was recording. So
wrong show.
The stalker says, I know your ex-friends are releasing everything. And it is horrible what they are sharing.
Well, if that's
and
her,
I cannot believe what you said about me.
Janice, if you're the Janice being mentioned in this, hello, and I'm sorry that you too got pulled into this shit show. I'm sure this has been frustrating and incredibly maddening watching all of us talk about the situation that you got thrust into.
I knew what I had said about her. I told all of you at the beginning of this, I called her annoying. And I knew exactly what it was and what she was saying. And I wanted to face it head on and own it and apologize. I don't like hurting people. And I want to be honest with things. That's who I am. And so I said, let's talk. Let's talk. And she's like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to. And I said, you know what? Please allow me to talk with you right here about it. I called you annoying and I'm sorry. I didn't know you well then. And I told her essentially that I felt like perhaps at that time that she was further along.
Thank you, Janice. I appreciate that.
Along in the friendship than I was. Maybe she thought we were closer than I felt at that time.
Can I fuck you guys up just for a minute? Okay, for my newbies, here's another history lesson. BJ's husband, I told you guys I needed to introduce you to Larry. I'll give you a short taste of Larry. Okay, speaking of cows, young black economists dropped 3 cows. Don't ask how we get here, but they're considered low cows, so this is it. So BJ's husband one time said this. Again, just a reminder, BJ is a less polished version of Lauren, true crime community. It's a whole shit show. Another character I cover that exploits families and victims, calls it a career, just less polished and educated and all the things. Her other half's name is Craig. We call him Larry. It was a fucking joke. It was supposed to be Lloyd because he's got finger bangs and kind of looks like this. But it should have been Lloyd off of Dumb and Dumber instead of Larry. However, all of us are idiots and we agreed that it was Larry. I started calling him Larry and people are like, what the fuck? Why are you calling him Larry? And it was because my dumbass thought he was the finger bang dude in Dumb and Dumber and everybody let me go with it. Nope, sure shit. It was Lloyd, but his name's Larry. Larry says crazy things. He's also been busted moaning for Jesus. When I say moaning for Jesus, he has a TikTok segment where he does Bible studies, and he accidentally scrolled to his porn in the midst of his Bible study and then rolled into talking about volcanic eruptions. He's really into weird shit. But this is one of the things he said in one of his rants. And it's a dancing cow because they're dancing cows. Okay.
Spit on me some. Tell me what you want to say. Tell me how much you hate me. Tell me how bad you're jealous of me. Tell me. Spit on me some more.
I am getting a great example in how we explain the world we are in to normies. Bree, I'm mad at you right now for that. You made me recognize that we are not normal. We know way too much about these people that do the weirdest shit and say the weirdest things and exploit victims. Like, what world are we in? And trying to explain this to normal people that don't know about this world, listen to what I sound like. I sound like a blubbering fucking idiot. How do you explain these people? One more, just because I can and because it's kind of fun. Let me give you one more introduction for the newbies to Larry. It's a good palate cleanser. Again, Larry is BJ's husband. Here you go. You can cuss at me later for this. Again, his name is Craig, BJ's other half. He is a character on her show that helps at times exploit victims in their tragedies, but he only really knows about the cases that are profitable to BJ. His words, not mine.
As a joke.
I know. These people are fucking stupid. It's Brenda's birthday, though, y'all.
You're cutting into my humor.
I'm not. They
I
are.
got my own kind of little brand of humor.
I know you do. Y'all.
Disasters and happening everywhere, man. I'm amazed by the volcanoes that are waking up.
I feel like I'm gonna look back and look for
Okay.
Told you.
the giant cock.
Did you mean to say singer?
These things are said during the middle of her shows.
Do this ain't shtick. Do this ain't shtick.
Oh, do me a favor, though, and throw some balloons in chat. Throw some hearts in chat. It's Brenda's birthday. She's having a bad day as it is. Yeah. What's wrong with it?
You like that slapstick comedy.
No, I like your kind of humor too. Oh, look, there's nothing that you can say that's going to break me or make me worried in any sense of the word. You mugged. I'm not gonna get back.
I probably scared so many fucking people off tonight. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I apologize profusely. These are the people we cover. And they're all the same. They're just manufactured, packaged differently. Okay. Don't hate me. Hate them. This is what they say. I just put it together. These are their words. We just make them stand on it. Oh, and my channel is marked for 18 and over on every video. Every video, my entire channel is marked 18 and over.
I'm not going to get mad. You support a devout racist. And here you are coming into my channel talking about, Craig didn't say professional white people. You dumb bitch. That's not what he said. He said they don't act like decent white people. They don't.
I love when Autumn's delayed in chat, by the way. That's Autumn. This is typical. She's delayed in chat, I think, a little bit. And responding, but I can tell where they're at in the video. And I'm like, I hear you, girl.
They act like white trash. That's not racist.
Oh, stigma.
Yeah.
Stop being Jerry Springer and be a professional fucking white person, okay? My humor is like if you got to listen and think about what I'm saying, and if you're smart enough, you'll see that it's funny.
Craig doesn't hate Muslims.
I disagree. I kind of am anti-Islam. Because,
Craig, no, you're not.
yes, I am. You'll see the sarcasm in it. What have you. So it's not for everybody because most people are dumbasses, in my opinion.
Her husband also claims he is a watchman, if you understand what that means. He's made a lot of predictions. And they believe in Pizzagate, if that gives you any inclination of where they are from.
I was trying to think of this joke. He said, what has 28 teeth and holds back the Hulk?
Okay, you're up to it.
My zipper.
I did not expect that one.
I do have a delay. I have a little bit of a delay on my side with you guys in StreamYard.
It was funny because I seen this Kermit the Frog.
Mhm.
He goes on Omegle. You know what Omegle is?
Yeah.
And he has like a cucumber, and every once in a while, like Kermit will pull his cucumber up and whip it around. And he'll say, "Helicopter, helicopter." Is that narcissistic?
No.
Is that arrogant?
All right, I'm gonna try to do this. I'm gonna try to open up because I hate that I'm gonna hold on.
My cousin want to take you over there.
Oh my god.
And that's unfortunately some of the tamer things that Larry has said and done. So we have Dr. John and Larry. These are the significant others of these creators. I don't know. You tell me, would you rather have a Larry, aka Craig, or John? They're all kind of the same at the end of the day. The spouses are always like the supporting role of the century. Star roles. They really support their women when they fuck it up. They're right there to fuck it up even further for them. John and Craig are consistent fuck ups for their spouses.
That I was still getting to know her, and that it was difficult sometimes to work around her, and because I felt she was annoying sometimes while I tried to work. And I didn't record it, she did, but this is what I recall.
Julie, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. I appreciate you guys.
And that I was sorry. And I felt really bad, and I knew her better. And
True.
I felt terrible that I had hurt her that way.
Quit.
I was also completely taken back by the fact that a bunch of my private text messages were being released. Scared that.
Oh my gosh. I feel like I should almost end on that. There's a lot of newbies in here tonight. I almost feel like I should end on the best rant that the Islanders stand on and we giggle about like little schoolgirls still at probably like twice a month. It's just a thing over here, but it's still the best fucking rant of ever. And it sums me up perfectly. Petty Betty trash bag Karen. Don't expect much more. I am what I am, according to BJ. Maybe we should end on that rant tonight just for shits and giggles. Because why not? We've showed them an entire buffet of shit show tonight. And we've barely touched the surface of the people that we've covered or talk about and trying to catch people up. And here we are.
Hell out of me. I didn't know what that meant. 6 years of messages. And this woman saying to me, they're horrible. They're terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Your friends are horrible. They're cruel. I can't believe what they said. I can't believe what you said. She brought up poisonous donuts, Lauren, poisonous donuts in Delphi. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. She's like, you don't know what I'm talking about?
The lip biting. Is that okay? People that know her or watch her, is this a normal thing of the lip biting? I'll play that at the end. I will. Lauren knew exactly what that meant. Is that a normal though for her consistently, the lip biting?
something about poisonous donuts. This is what I recall again. She's the one that recorded, not me, too. You know what I'm talking about, Liz.
Ma'am, you were recording outside the courthouse. You have footage of it.
Sent it to you. You sent it to Liz. Who's Liz? Who's Liz? What are these poisonous donuts? Liz. You don't know who Liz is? No, I don't know who Liz is.
Oh, I'm sure that's how that conversation went. Right.
Who's Liz? You said, Lauren, that somebody sent you, that somebody in Delphi tried to bring you poisonous donuts, and people were there and they were trying to be kind to you. And I'm still like, I don't get what she's talking about.
Right. You're the calm, passive one. We watched you screaming and hollering, I feel threatened. I feel threatened.
The way I learned later, and both those stories are true. People in the Delphi trial brought me donuts and it was kind. And then there was another time when there were a couple of YouTubers, Susan Hendricks was there. We talked about it actually in a live. Were they?
Josie, I'll give you an example at the end tonight. I'll play the best rant of BJ's towards me of the year. Well, it happened last year, but it's still the best of 2024, still existent to 25. It's still the best rant she's done on me. She's another true crime creator, claims to be self-claimed. It's her only career, her only income. It supports her household just like Lauren. She's just packaged differently and has a channel of 20,000 instead of 300. She doesn't have professional journalism, anything like that. She doesn't have anything. She's just an idiot, but she spins drama when she gets caught up. She's got 2 channels, but she started off being a drama channel, then made money off of true crime.
They were banned from the courtroom and they brought donuts and everyone screamed and said, don't take them, they're poisonous. And that was the story I had allegedly shared with Liz. I didn't know who Liz was. She kept trying to press me, who's Liz? Who's Liz? And I said, oh, Liz. Remembered who Liz was. We concluded the conversation. I felt on a good note. I profusely apologized.
Yeah.
I told her I was sorry for what I had said. And for what many of the things perhaps that I had said to those.
Wishful thinking. Are you wishful thinking? How do we know that? Hey, Brian. Can you tell me where that came out? Where was that announced at? Was that announced on Trisha's? Oh, wow. Hold on, you guys. Sorry. Queen Bee. Okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't know Big Al. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Sorry, guys. Big Al was a community member that a lot of people over here know. So sending my thoughts and condolences to his family. I don't know what happened or anything, but wow, you just never know. He wasn't very old either at all. Yeah, please keep his family and loved ones in your thoughts. And if you're the praying type, he was pretty well recognized in a lot of overlapping communities around here. So, goodness. Every time I heard Big Al talk, I remembered the guys from Grumpy Old Men from the ice fishing. Him being from northern Minnesota. Oh my gosh, it was all. Welcome to a nonsense live, Whitney. We occasionally do marathons like this, 12-hour marathons. I can talk and I can take you on a journey. That's what I'm saying. I'm not good at a lot of things, but I'm good at giving some history lessons on a few things and some timelines. That's about all I'm good for. I got dry humor, bad jokes. Can't carry a tune in a bucket, but I love to sing and rewrite fucking songs. I'm an asshole. I cuss a lot. I've probably said that 4 times. And we go on some wild journeys, but we never know how we're going to end up or where. And here we are, all together, barely made it out. But there's some crazy people around us. That's really unfortunate. I'm really sorry to hear that. Thank you for letting us know. Wishful thinking.
Ex-friends of mine. And then,
yeah.
So let me continue. Let me continue.
Same, Bran.
So the text about the stalker stated that she was annoying. I apologized for hurting her feelings. So I'm going back to the declaration now. And I even followed up with text messages taking accountability. Exhibit the apology. Let's show that. Do you have that apology? Okay. We'll wait for this. I said, I love you and I'm sorry. Thank you for talking to me. I have a lot to process about myself and my actions. She thanked me for being vulnerable and vulnerable about myself.
Okay, again, still, like, stop. You are fluffing and filling this with so much fucking bullshit that doesn't even matter in the timeline of this, ultimately.
I said, everything I love about you is real and sincere. Everything I judged you for before I gave you a chance, I was wrong. Unfortunately, you can't erase words and they hurt. I'll forever regret the things I said and thought. But the truth is, I defend you to the moon and back forever, and I do. But I realize it will take a long time to earn your trust if I ever earn it again. And if I don't, I understand. I was so wrong. But I know that no matter where our paths lead in life, I know I'll forever defend you and call.
She's a love bomber, manipulative with her words.
You a dear friend with the biggest heart I know. I'd do anything for you if you ever need me.
Everything is, I would do anything for you.
And then, oddly, we'll talk about some other stuff after that. We'll talk about this in Grayson's declaration. But I also did leave court early that day because I had a panic attack about private texts of mine perhaps being released because people.
Okay, bitch. First of all, if you had a panic attack about private text messages, again, that's a you issue.
Were angry at me. It was a very frightening thought.
Frightening or nerve-wracking? There's a distinct difference.
But we'll get into that later. We'll continue with my declaration. The first one. Later that night, I received a threatening voicemail from someone named Liz. She brought up the fact that I had said that I didn't know who she was, which was something that I told my stalker during our conversation. And so now I'm realizing, oh my gosh, she recorded me. Take a listen to the voice.
It's Liz. Let me remind you, Liz, I know you don't recall my name, but I actually think you do recall my name. But I'd like to talk to you for a second. I'd like to talk to you about number one, I guess, why you don't remember my name. But number two, I'd like to talk to you about why you are so upset about texts that you have sent to me in group chats about other people who I'm sure you don't. I'm sure it's hard to admit that you have said those things about those people. But
how is this threatening?
I want to clear it up with you. So I would appreciate if you would call me back. No.
She says she would like to clear it up. Where's the threat?
Not trying to be threatening or anything. I would truly like to clarify.
I don't know.
Maybe where I'm missing something. So if you would please.
Can anyone in the comments enlighten us on the poisonous donuts? I do not know. I don't know much about these. I don't know the true crime aspect of the things that are being discussed. I apologize in advance. That's not the world I come from. So I don't know if that was a talked about thing.
Give me a call back. I would appreciate it. My number is, and my name is Liz, Liz. In case you don't remember, Liz, Liz.
Yeah.
Don't want to.
That's right. It's not.
So at this moment, I'm having a panic attack about text messages being released. I'm worried about a friend whose feelings I've hurt. I'm worried about the potential of what this means.
I don't know.
Thank you. I'm not trying to be threatening, is exactly that. It's threatening. And I am worried that
God.
a vulnerable conversation that I just had with somebody in a courthouse now was recorded and being shared to people who might be calling me and threatening me. This was a very overwhelming moment for me.
Yeah, her mentioning that this wasn't a threat must have been the threat. One of those situations. I'm not threatening you. I want to clear this up and discuss this. That's the threat. That's usually what gets them. Saying it's not a threat is usually the threat.
Very.
These fucking spin masters. I'm telling you, they all serve a buffet of fucking word salad. Once you see it from all of them. They just sell you a different product. She's the fucking BJ's the Temu version. She might be the upgraded Wish version. Headed to what's another reseller? LuLaRoe. I mean, she kind of reminds me of the Dorito leggings.
I can't even explain.
It's probably the fucking shape of her brows. I mean, forgive me. It's late.
What I felt in that moment. Thank you to the people who were there for me. And so, after I received that text message, I sent the stalker a text message stating to please not share our conversations, that it was private.
No, she lived in a hotel room away from John somewhere.
Private, and that I was feeling threatened. And if we can pull that up, there are so many exhibits here. Hey, I would appreciate, this is what I wrote on April 9th. I would appreciate you not talk about.
No. Liz is just, here's Liz. Okay, ma'am, what does this have to do with how we got here? All of this shit, when you go piece it apart, that's why I was like, I'm never going to figure this out. And pieces of it, I probably won't. I'll be honest. I probably won't figure out who all these different pieces are. There are so many fucking rabbit holes that she opened up off of this and pieces that I'm just like, what? That involve so many different characters, but that was the purpose. She dressed up a salad bar of word salad, a circle jerk of sorts, and here we are. This is the final product. What a fucking premature shit show.
About our private conversation, which you described as vulnerable with other people.
She blew it in this 9 hours. And then Dr. John put the cherry on the top.
I have done this for you. Yet I am already getting calls about things I said to you in confidence, and I feel threatened. Do not screenshot or share private conversations that are meant to be private. Do not share things that I've said to you in private, because they are considered private.
I mean, how does Liz have messages and communication if Liz wasn't a part of this? Liz just appeared like the alien anal probes. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I give up.
And I reiterate, this is becoming a threatening matter, and I will have to take legal action if it continues.
It does.
Stalker responds, Lauren, I can confidently say that what you're claiming is false. I haven't talked to anyone about our conversation. By the way, that's not true. I later learned that she did indeed record it, by the way, and then she put it on TikTok. So we'll get to that. But Lauren, I can confidently say that what you're claiming is false. I haven't talked to anyone about our conversation. As for your other request,
God.
I think you already know that I'm not the one you need to worry about when it comes to sharing private conversations. In other words, shaming.
You know, to the OG Islanders, you know, we've came a long way. and it's been a real long stream and an epic shit show of proportions when we are all looking forward to me playing Getting Cussed Out by Brittany J. When we are like looking forward to hearing the Petty Betty Trash Bag Karen rant, we have hit an all-time fuckery level this week that we've tapped out on. We spent last night watching a Mormon dating show. That's what we did on our Friday night. Our Saturday night, we're spending watching a combination of shit shows. Are we okay? We might be needing to ask ourselves, are we the ones that are okay? Kyle's right here. I don't think he's okay either.
I mean, my ex-friends, I'll be honest, receiving a message like this, especially with accusations and threats, really puts salt in the wounds. I didn't expect that from you. Okay.
Oh my God. I laughed so fucking hard.
A couple of days later.
Hey, Vibe. Good to see you. I laughed so freaking hard last night, Hawkeyes. And Dean, the icing on the cake. For anybody that doesn't know, I use a marijuana gummy to sleep at night. And by the time Dean had rolled in, I had already taken that. So everything was funny to me. And I was dying because I don't know what the fuck Dean was talking about, but I was here for it. He was shit talking and I was like, dude, we just watched Mormon dating. We're not on your level. How did you get here and what are you talking about? It was a blast. Poor Dean, though. I think he's still lost and so am I.
I was sent a Reddit comment by somebody. And we learned that it was made by my stalker. Just a couple days later, alleging that I was plagiarizing and that I had...
Lily, you won't catch this yet, but I actually am glad you understood what I was saying. I'm not trying to shit on conservatives at all. Most of my conservative friends agree on those things. And the new conservative look like Betty, my conservative friends don't identify with that at all. They just don't. Good people are good people. And that's why, but thank you for acknowledging that. I wanted to say that if you get to this spot, you might tap out before that.
Poached an employee from another person in my industry. I don't, oh, we have it. Here it is. Supposedly, Lauren poached an employee and the employer...
Denise, all of this says to me is there's a lot. There's a lot. Her reaction to all of this is so performative and over the top that it tells me that there is a lot that she doesn't even and can't track, but needed certain elements to escalate this story. And she thought this was going to land. Yikes. There's a lot that she obviously has done and said.
Is recycling scripts that she did for Lauren. Not sure if this is one of those cases, but a friend of mine overheard the girl she poached from talk all about it at one of the trials. This isn't true. It was put on Reddit.
Oh my gosh, it's so much fun.
And so I thought, who did this?
We laughed so hard.
Well, luckily, she left a lot of trails to confirm without doubt that it is my stalker. And we have that evidence. I'm not going to show it now, but we have the evidence. Because
here we go. See, the thing is this is what scares me, and I'm going to be honest. As true crime subscribers in what they consider a true crime arena, the fact that very few people, I mean, there's more and more that are waking up and asking questions, but people bought this. She's using terms like evidence, these court orders, and it shows the lack of awareness of people and the willingness to ask questions. If you can dress up a story with some word salad, knowing how to insert things, be repetitive, so you are basically mind washing or brainwashing them to believe, like you say it enough times, people are just going to believe it, relying on emotional manipulation. But the fact that they are not questioning her when she shows zero proof and is using terms like evidence scares me for the true crime community, because she is one of many, and there are bigger subs than, or bigger creators than her that do this even better. And
she has since deleted that and much of her public posts, but we have all of the evidence. It's her.
Yeah.
And it was shocking to me. Again, I thought this was my friend and someone that was working for me. and now someone that's possibly sharing my conversations. What's going on?
Shit, I can't remember. It was mentioned at the end of that segment last night that we watched.
Yep. That was made by my stalker alleging that I was plagiarizing and that I had poached an employee from another person in my industry. I texted my stalker requesting.
I actually did a practice run of speeding her up, but I think the thing that I've determined, you can speed her up and we can still understand her, but you miss out on the true emotional manipulation that she is doing with her facial expressions. She is sad face, very, her Zoolander looks take me over the edge. Like she is relying, and if you speed her up, you miss some of how intense and performative they really are. So I'm sorry I'm making you guys suffer at regular speed. I tried it, but this is truly what this was.
That she does not defame my business online, and that if she believes I am plagiarizing, to report me. In other words, if you believe I am plagiarizing, report me. I didn't tell her to stop talking. I actually said to her,
guys, I made a short of her cough next to the Zoolander cough scene. You can't unsee it. I'm sorry. It just happens. It's either in my shorts or my videos. You have to check it out. It's there, especially the cough.
If you think that I am plagiarizing, that's serious, and she should report me. She denied they were her posts, despite evidence from her account, which I have again saved, showing it was her account. And after some back and forth, I blocked her as I began to feel unsafe. She then sent me, after I blocked her and after we both agreed, she said, I'm not going to continue this conversation with someone. And I said, you know what? You're right.
I'll pull it for you guys.
At this moment, I don't know who she is. I don't know her intentions. I am feeling very threatened. I block her. This relationship, unfortunately, sadly, is going to have to end. She then sends me an aggressive email. And in it, she states, Lauren.
Here you go. Oh, by the way, oh God, I'm going to get in trouble. Yeah, this just, okay. I told you guys I'm an asshole. Don't expect much more. This is when TikTok recommended the sound. So I put this video into TikTok. Don't be mad at me. Just don't. Okay. Don't come for me. TikTok picks the sound. You can put it in there and it will recommend. And this was the top recommendation. Blame it on them, not me.
Agrees and it's plain as day to see. There's nothing more to say. It's very clear to me you're a cunt. When you close your eyes at night, I hope you never wake, dreaming of those grizzly bears, you putrid little snake. Everyone agrees and it's plain as day to see. There's nothing more to say. It's very clear to me you're a cunt.
It's the cough. I tell you, it's the cough. Watch again. Sorry, don't be offended.
Everyone agrees and it's plain as day to see. There's nothing more to say. It's very clear to me you're a cunt. Plainly you are dying cause you clearly give no fucks. Sucking on the knob of greed while pounding on your nuts. Everyone agrees and it's plain as day to see. There's nothing more to say. It's very clear to me you're a cunt.
I mean, it's the cough. Sorry. I've enjoyed it. You guys, I'm a mess when it here.
Love the name.
I'm telling you, Christina's TikToks, I got you, girl. And I can do it right here on YouTube. This is just your own words in an editing app and them picking the sound. You just provide the content.
Look at you. You busted. You busted. Shame on you. You're wrong. I had seen you. She was doing. You nasty bitch. Who I know what you did last summer. Hooked up that fool in this dark gray Hummer. Y'all was on the Sunset Strip. It was just so quick. Didn't think nobody knew, but I knew it. Yep. You be on the under with your dirt.
She doesn't like song lyrics, so I played with them a little bit. TikTok's helped. Oh.
But of course, Becky's posting all kinds of other things, like she's saying.
By the way, P.S. People call me nonsense. My actual name is Becky. That's why we all crack up about the thought experiment he did, because my name is actually Becky. So we've played with it a little bit for those of you that didn't understand. And that's me. There's me that I imposed between them.
Lauren, sounds like
there's a available AI dumpster. That's interesting.
your cough has gotten better. Haven't heard you cough once in 43 minutes.
Truth. Might be because I'm not stressed.
Oh, this part's interesting. If you haven't seen this one yet, there's some actually really good tidbits over here that we found. This was from her Patreon after CrimeCon, September 12th.
Lauren, sounds like your cough has gotten better. Haven't heard you cough once in 43 minutes.
Truth. Might be because I'm not stressed. Here's the deal. Let's talk subscribers. So with my cough, we're getting to what the possible reason is.
So you mean to tell me that after what you claimed happened in your 9-hour stream at CrimeCon and how you were afraid for your life and had to have law enforcement come and serve that protection order right away on Christina and attempt to have her arrested multiple times, in my opinion, at CrimeCon, you return home days later and then get on this internet and state that you're not even stressed anymore? That's likely why you're not coughing. You didn't say it once, you said it twice. Are you okay, ma'am?
Going to your question about how my cough is better and I haven't coughed in like 43 minutes, it could be that I'm also not stressed. So nerves are affected by stress and anxiety. So it could be that
Lauren, sounds.
I mean, she's done it to herself. She's burning down the kingdom all on her own.
This is April 21st. Lauren, I was going to text you this directly, but it looks like it didn't go through. So I'm guessing that you blocked.
We're back to the 9 hours.
Me. Yes, I did.
There's some pretty good tidbits in some of the shorts, though. There's a lot of people that have put up shorts and little videos that have caught different things that they've called her out on. There's some really good videos being done and catches that are just, fuck, what the hell?
If that's the case, that's totally fine. Just be real about it. Hitting block after starting a fire doesn't make you a victim. It makes you a coward. On top of that, you're really out here playing the victim while casually coaching someone on how to trash a redacted creator on Reddit. Bold move, especially for someone who loves to preach about integrity every 5 minutes. But hey, maybe encouraging anonymous hit pieces is just part of your brand.
I find it interesting that they mention Reddit.
I wouldn't know. I've been too busy minding my own business and not anonymously running smear campaigns in the comment section. She meant on Reddit. Also, a fun twist. I now know that that Reddit comment actually came from one of your own mods, and yet you still claimed it as your own when bragging to your old friend.
Was that a part of the job duties to be a mod or a producer for Lauren, that you have to defend her on all these apps?
So either you're lying,
you have to take up for her and Reddit,
lying to them, or you're lying now. Take your pick. Do you prefer hypocrite or liar? Sincerely, Stalker. I have no idea what the hell she's talking about, but she has added some screenshots to this email. Can we look at those screenshots? Do we have the screenshots? We're trying to pull them. We'll see if we can pull them. In it are alleged screenshots. I'll just explain it while Grayson's looking.
We're only going to go for about 10 more minutes. I got to tap out. We stayed up late last night. We've been staying up past my bedtime. By the way, I get up really early and I go to bed like an old lady. But we've been staying up and being jackasses, watching Mormon dating shows and Lauren Matthias. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It's been fun to get to know some of you guys and interact with you guys. I really appreciate you guys letting us know the information. You guys have been extremely helpful. Those of you that have left her and are filling us in or pieces of the story. Janice, I appreciate all the information you're providing in the comments. Other people, thank you, because I just don't know a lot of these pieces. There's so many different angles to this story and complexity and years of it. It's a lot.
And
so I appreciate all of you. There's so many people doing such good videos and bringing different aspects to this. It's a mind fuck, though.
Screenshots from a message the stalker has added.
Guys, we appreciate you.
Happens. We'll edit later.
Oof.
The stalker has added the reminder where we left off. And in the reminder where we left off, I don't know, it's my...
We'll do another combo stream tomorrow and I'll introduce you guys and kind of inlay like I did. I think it's good because it's important for people to understand that the lawfare that she attempted here and the public smear campaign is being done in so many different segments around the true crime creators in varying degrees. It's shocking, but to kind of catch you up so anybody new here understands what we're talking about too, it's hard to not give some of the history of who we compare or contrast or talk about while we're going through this.
She is stating, I've never rewritten history. I've acknowledged what I've done. I've apologized, acknowledged your hurt. I'm not afraid to own my mistakes. And then we agree. Look at that. She agrees to be done engaging. We agreed. Or is that my text? Is that my text? This is my text that I'm like, this sounds more like me. Okay. This is me. So she says, reminder of where we left off.
Really?
This is my text. I state that
the mod she was talking about was in this chat tonight, Sarah.
I've never rewritten history. I've acknowledged what I've done. I've apologized.
I can't stand how she love bombs. I'm sorry. For those of you that were friends with her, that had to be exhausting. That had to be exhausting. Right. There is absolutely zero deprecating humor in most of these fuckers. They think they're above everybody. They think they are something special. It doesn't fucking matter. The entitlement around these type of people, no matter how they're packaged or sold to the audience, the one thing that's consistent with all of these characters is the sense of entitlement. And then they use the limited public figure when they want to be recognized. But then when it's convenient, they're like, I'm a private citizen. Oh, gotcha. Okay, Sarah Boo, thank you. Yep, this is fucking wild. Wild. Okay, sorry.
And acknowledge your hurt. I have never taken that back or pretended otherwise. Even my
caught up in your guys' comments because you guys are teaching me so much about the shit that I didn't even know.
Initial text today. I am not afraid to own my mistakes, as I am an honest and imperfect person who works to be self-aware and honest with my actions. Pointing out words written on your public account with a request you don't publicly defame me, and sharing that it hurts me in no way rewrites history or disregards what I have apologized for and owned. And I have owned it here today, tonight, too. I want to point out, I called her annoying.
I'm sure that's not all. And after this, yeah, ma'am. Oof. You should have stuck with that story.
I hope one day that
your head and never talked about this. Like, you did yourself a disservice here.
you'll be able to also do the same when you hurt people and make mistakes. We agree to be done engaging.
Ugh.
I think that last paragraph was a mistake from me. That was a typo. Okay. But I was clearly trying to apologize then. So she puts this in an email.
A typo, huh? Okay.
After she calls me a hypocrite or liar, that, and then she shares other photos, and these other photos, do we have those? We're trying to find them. We might.
And where are the threats and the stalking behavior? Can we get to that? Oh wait, you don't. Haha. Joke's on us. We already know the ending is a huge disappointment.
There's a lot of stuff going on, guys. So
kind of like Dr. John's toupee at times. I mean, we're used to toupee disappointments around these parts too, by the way. If you don't know, let me introduce you to the toupee slippage of Joseph Lesniak. Joseph Lesniak is the attorney that went on court TV representing Dog in the At Night Media in the Sebastian Rogers case. That's Joseph Lesniak. He is also the attorney on record of this civil RICO and racketeering injunction filed in Pennsylvania against 2 individuals by 10, including, we detailed some of that tonight. That's their attorney. That's his hairline. He should have spent more time suing the toupee company. Thankfully, Dr. John hasn't had any slippage like that yet with the toupees. At least somebody's holding up their end of the bargain. It might be Dr. John's toupee, but we got to get where we can. We got to take our wins where we get them. All right. We're going to leave off here. I promised my OGs this. If you're not an OG and didn't ask for this, I'm really sorry. This is a rant. We will pick up on Lauren in the 9 hours. For the next 8 hours of torture of our lives, that will turn into 36 hours. I already told you guys right to begin with, expect at least a 10-part series out of this because I talk a lot. There's a lot of shit going on that needs explanation when you talk. Yeah, it's just a lot. Sorry. I feel like we have to apologize. I'm realizing how we sound to the normies now. I don't like it, but here we are. This is one of the best rants. So I piss people off by doing the content. I do imagine that. I'm such a peace, love, and happiness girl over here. Truly I am, though. I'm not evil. I just use their own words and point out lies and inconsistencies and ridiculous shit. That's what I'm consistently doing. And like I said, bad jokes, horrible singing, and some dry humor. It's not that deep, but I piss people off. So in August of 2024, the one that we refer to as BJ did this amazing rant because I had reviewed her content and pushed back on some of the things she was doing. Here you go. Thank you all for being here. If you decide to check out now, I appreciate you guys for hanging out with me. We will be back to Hidden True Crime. I will let you know. I'm going to insert Betty's little face jumping off in that thumbnail too and include her in the title of this one. But we're just going to include this in the Hidden True Crime because Betty brought her up. Here we are. But this is BJ. This is the Islanders theme song. So if you hear us talking about trash bags, petty Betty, Karens, simple bitches, this is where it comes from. Oh, and by the way, my friend Revival writes me obituaries when I get sick. It's not mean. That's my friend. I love her dearly, and it's fucking hysterical. She's killed me off 3 times now, factually. It just is the thing, okay? We have a weird sense of humor around these parts, but we enjoy it. There's also, if you remember, there's some We Do Not Care courtesy of Revival. Her humor is top notch. There's some funny fuckers around this parts. At least we find ourselves humorous.
This. I thought it wasn't personal, but there you are talking about me muting. She literally is over there saying she mutes every time her husband speaks because she's scared of what he's gonna say because he's drunk. No, you big-nosed ugly bitch. The reason that I mute when Craig is speaking is because she
still loves me all this time later, and she still loves me. if she mocks you being an islander or you happen to come across her and she's holding her nose, she's trying to imitate me. She holds her nose to impersonate me because she says I sound nasally. Yeah, it's a thing.
Pops his head in and I don't know what he's going to say.
She loves me though. Bobby, good night. Thanks for being here.
It's not YouTube's business what we talk about in my personal life. He only drinks on Fridays, you dumb twit.
She was talking about Larry. Larry, who I introduced you to tonight. That's who only drinks on Fridays. Again, no shame. If you're of age, do you. But it's actually every day that ends in Y, and then they make excuses because of that. It's their thing, not ours.
Not that that's any of your business. It's not. It's certainly not. You are a nose.
Again, for any of my Lauren, the new people, because of Lauren, Revival has been breaking down the book. Please go check that out too. Lauren's book it's pretty interesting. When did she write it again, Revival?
Good for nothing, sleazy trash bag Karen. That's what you are. A middle-aged Karen that has nothing better to do than to use the names of victims and their families as an excuse to drag people constantly to make your miserable self feel better. I can't with you.
Sigma, I don't know if you are up to current time yet or not, but even if you aren't, the funny thing, if you get to this part and you hear this, her favorite movie is Idiocracy. And Bullhorn Betty, who you guys were, some of you were introduced to tonight, some of you knew who she was. She calls it Idiostasy. So BJ and Craig's movie, she says every couple has a movie. They've claimed publicly that their movie is Idiocracy. And like I said, Betty calls it Idiostasy, and that's pretty appropriate in these parts. Oh, Brain, I am absolutely fucking miserable. 100% straight up miserable. I have a beautiful, I mean, my life is just like everybody else. We have our struggles, we have our ups and downs, but I actually have a wonderful life. But they call me miserable. It's a thing. It's okay. And I'm always angry and yelling at people. Always angry. Don't forget that. Revival can prove, and she's going to, that the permanent smirk and scowl and the bad haircuts has been a thing before I had choice. My mom did it to me. Blame it on my mom, not me.
You really need help. You
sad
when your own husband comes on YouTube and says that you are, what is it? What was the term that he used? Nonsense's own husband says that she is.
Chris, which part in the we respond? Which part?
What was the word? Oh my God, I'm so upset I can't even remember the freaking word. Oh, this consumes her. That should tell you all you need to know. This fucking consumes her. I
seriously somebody mentioned Chipmunk today. Clue mentioned the mini cows because she had showed baby Clue some of the mini cows. And I happened to be grooming Butter at the time. And somebody in the chat, when she started talking, they named Chipmunk, and it brought a tear to my eye. I miss him. When Kyle, he sent me videos every day of him, but I miss him so bad. I hate it.
I would be.
If you don't know who Chipmunk is, he's a micro miniature Scottish Highland bull that is at the ranch, and he's my buddy.
Embarrassed. I would be embarrassed. Do you realize that he just admitted that you are obsessed with the drama so much so that it consumes you? And I freaking believe it. You spend all your time watching what everybody else does. Justin has never done a thing to you, but you sit over there.
She completely misrepresented that, of course, but it is what it is. This is just what she does.
And you trash that man constantly. Justin is nice to everybody. What did he do to you? You constantly berate and mock and you sit there and you say, it's not personal.
See, I told you she holds her nose.
It's not personal. personal. I do this because
the fact that I have gotten this bitch to hold her nose to imitate me numerous times, like at least every couple months, I get her pissed off and worked up, and she does this, and she actually pinches her nose to sound like me. And then she tries to say that she controls us. Ma'am, you're the one pinching your nose and pulling your own hair. It is what it is. But that's documented, and I can show that.
I'm passionate. I've been passionate about victims and their family members since I was 16. Oh, really?
Sure.
Really, bitch? You're passionate about going live and dragging people for filth and inciting all kinds of hate and real life shit against them? Because maybe you won't do it, but hey, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't put nothing past you. You're a fraud, and you're as fraudulent as they come. I don't put shit past you. So I'm not even.
When you call people out and use their own words to do it, it angers them. They don't like being called out on their shit. Whether it be the BJs, the Laurens, they all have their tactic. When they're backed into a corner, unfortunately, we can see that Lauren used the court system and an officer buddy that she had made to kind of control her. Like, people were mad at her. She didn't like that people were mad at her. And this is how she responded. She attempted to get an RO and do this whole production at CrimeCon. Like, think about how manipulative this shit is. But when you back these people into a corner, they talk all the shit.
I'm going to say that you wouldn't do.
And do all the shit. BJ's weaponized the court systems too. Not against me. Against Granny, Clue, Cletus, Barbecue.
Some foul real life shit like that on your own. I believe you would with a quickness. But nonetheless, you're cheap, freaking fraudulent, petty Betty Karen trash bag. Oh my God, I can't.
I mean, come on now, though. Just so you know, if you are an Islander, again, it's not that deep. We didn't know what the communities were and just started making a joke out of it. And if you're called a petty Betty trash bag Karen, it's because this is where it originated. You're welcome. I have came on here in a black trash bag in honor of her about a year ago. I mean, it's just a thing. We embrace it. Simple bitch, 100%.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't put nothing past you. You're a fraud, and you're as fraudulent as they come. I don't put shit past you. So I'm not even going to say that you wouldn't do some foul real life shit like that on your own. I believe you would with a quickness. Yes. But nonetheless, you're cheap, freaking fraudulent, petty Betty Karen trash bag. Oh my God, I can't.
Now you guys kind of understand too why I've always supported Kresha, but I've kind of stayed out of the chats and stuff. I go toe to toe with a lot of assholes, and I'm not loved. I mean, this is love to me, but they're not fans, and they go in other chats and cause disruptions, and I would never want to do that to Kresha. So that's why I was like kind of hung out. But I've always recognized the harm that Lauren was doing. I didn't know to this degree, though, and I wish I would have been able to do something to help. It makes me sad that Kresha felt so isolated because of Lauren. If I would have known that, like, Kresha held her own, and I am so incredibly proud of her. So incredibly proud of her. But it really bothers me to see how and the extensive lengths that she went to try and cause harm to Kresha. It really does.
It's people like you that call shit like.
Oh, we've got a support group, actually. The nonsense support group meetings. They rotate the locations, but they exist. If I hurt your feelings and I've offended you, they will take you in. And you can tell all your hurt feelings. It's a thing. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I just have some really strong opinions and stand on them, and they don't like it.
Period.
And yes, that was done in front of her minor children. Oh, yeah, Bran. It happens.
You want to sit here and mock me? You want to sit here and
Yep, all I care about is as long as people are good to Crusha and support Crusha, that's all I care about.
mock me about turning my audio off? I mute because of people like you.
I had actually encouraged her at this time to mute more often because of the things that were being said offensive in her background during the coverage of true crime cases or things that she didn't want people to hear. I encouraged her to mute more often. This is what she spun that into. Hey, Mercedes girl, good to see you. Hey, Aries.
Because of trash bags like you that sit there with your ear to the speaker just
Yeah, Aries, that's a really, again, thoughts to his family and loved ones.
looking for anything that you can to twist. You can't come on here and do your own content. You want to sit here and talk about people actually you want to sit here and say that people. Oh my God, I'm so mad, y'all. I am so pissed right now. Just give me a minute, because I'm gonna say some shit that I regret. I'm over it. I am over all of you.
That's another thing. She encouraged her audience to believe that I was doing something nefarious to her kids. That's a good thing to clear up, actually, Autumn, with a bunch of new people around. So how I move, just for anybody that knows, when I start covering something, I start documenting that. That means that if I'm going to review something before I review it, I have it downloaded or a copy of it. So if they decide to remove said video while we are streaming it, we have a copy to go back to because I'm making a point with it. So I have always screen recorded or documented, downloaded, whatever. If it's something I'm going to review, I'm setting up my content. I don't come on here and just like wing it. I usually have purposes. Tonight got a little off in a few, but we got to the main points of tonight anyways. We do end up in some weird places, okay? I'll admit that. But I have intent. So I document this shit and I timeline it. It's important to me because those details matter when you're talking about the manipulation and trying to show it, the patterns of behavior. Like the depths of manipulation with Lauren is extensive and so many different angles. BJ was the same thing. However, because I do that, I had some screen recordings and we were playing Jackass Roulette, meaning I was scrolling through my phone, playing clips that I had recorded. Some of them were full live streams. I would get to a part, her children, you would start to hear interaction with her children. I would let it play for a few seconds and then skip. She turned it to her audience that I was specifically clipping her children, their voices, and playing them. Date, time stamping, just her children. No, I was documenting her. That was just in the background and I was skipping through it. But because she twisted that to her audience, one of her channel members by the name of Penny Monroe decided to say in the comment section of her video that I was a child predator and that YouTube and law enforcement should be contacted about me. I have a career off of YouTube, a job that is valued to me. I don't take accusations like that lightly, especially when I care for my nieces. I've already had their custody threatened one time. I don't fuck with that shit. They've been with me for 10 years. I don't play stupid games. And being called a child predator, not going to happen because of something I didn't fucking do. I called BJ's law enforcement office. Sure did. Because it was BJ's kids that they were trying to say I did something nefarious to. And where would it be reported? So I contacted her law enforcement. I made one call in February of 2025, gave them my name, my phone number, my information, and told them if they got calls randomly because of this situation about me, here's my information and how to get a hold of me. I don't sit around and play games. I went real life on myself by contacting her police department and giving them my information. Then it became a whole thing that they continued to do over and over again. Then an account was made that claimed that I was a child trafficker and that my other half, my significant other, Kyle, that he touches children's genitals. That account came into my comment section, made comments. They wanted to be seen. One of my mods saw the comments and the name on the account, hit it, notified me. I saw it hours later. I came live and showed the account. Thankfully, the account was taken down over time. But I reported it, did everything I could. These people play dirty games when you back them into the corner with their own words. I've been accused of calling CPS or being involved in this. Nope, that's the only thing I did. I went real life on myself. I don't fuck around with shit like that. At all. In any way, shape, or form. Been there, done that. I'm not going to do it now. Oh, yeah. Of course I was mocked for that.
Every one of you that spend all your time focused on other people.
Yeah, I guess, Revival, it just goes to show, though, the care and concern for mine that I take seriously. They can mock it all day long. I would hope they would do the same if that happened to their loved ones. But again, that's realistic. They're just hypocrites.
Trashing them to the bitter end. Sitting like I have never in my life seen people that get so fucking mad at somebody.
I've also been, oh God, now it's like history lane. For anybody new here, I've also been accused of calling CPS 211 times on one person. That never happened either. No proof was shown. But that was the first thing that they tried using against me a long time ago. Never happened, never was involved. I've been accused of being involved and pushing someone to the edge. That never happened, had nothing to do with it. But there was that comment. I've been accused of being involved in kidnapping someone's child. There are some crazy motherfuckers around these parts. Be careful. Just know that some of these people are not okay. And I go toe-to-toe with any one of them. Fuck out of here. When it comes to what I stand on, I stand 10 motherfucking toes down and say it with my full chest. I haven't wavered. They think I got lost in my mission. No, my mission has always been right here. How victims and their families have been treated by social media content creators is fucking sick. Lauren's on task exactly with that. They use religious manipulation, emotional manipulation. They have all forms and facets of how they do it to exploit and profit off of people's pains. I didn't get lost. You just never stood for anything. You're right. We've never been the same. I'm glad you finally recognize that.
That don't even speak on them. Not.
Oh, and I'm also considered condescending because, yeah, I run circles around a lot of these people because I'm just not a shit ass human like that. I don't do that shit.
It's crazy.
It's not that hard to understand what I'm talking about or what I stand for and what I stand against.
Mallory, I don't talk about you. Why can't you shut the fuck up? Why are you so obsessed?
Yeah.
How long ago has Mallory been a part of my channel, you guys? I feel like it's at least a year and a half. Is it not?
Sweet and sleuthy. It's terrible.
She can't get her own content. She's not freaking original enough to come up with her own shit. This is easy.
I mean, tonight was pretty original. Most of you haven't. The Islanders have. You guys that are here all the time understand nonsense streams. That's why you're here. You expect the unexpected and you just roll with it. They love me because I'm me. And I'm using the term love loosely. They tolerate me. They always expect the roller coaster rides. It's pretty original, BJ. At least I don't get on here and lie over and over again and within an hour catch myself up in the same stream lying.
This is lazy. She's even talked about how this is easy content. It ain't.
I mean, really, Lauren's provided content for years. Am I wrong? Fuck. The fucking rabbit holes off of Lauren are so deep and extensive. Just one family at a time. She has done so much to so many for years on end and gone unchecked, really. Yikes.
Nothing to fire up a live stream and sit there and commentate over everybody else's live and talk shit the whole time. How simple is that? You simple bitch. That's what you are. Nonsense. You're a simple bitch.
Sure am. 100% simple. Sweats, graphic t-shirts. Simple. No work. No plastic surgery. Again, do you. No modifications. No nothing. I am extremely simple. Cheap bargains. Love grocery shopping and couponing. Simple as they come. Not that difficult to figure me out. I'm a bitch and own it.
You're a simple.
Oh, and I'm afraid of Clue. Shh, don't tell her though. It's a secret. I'm shaking.
Bitch. That's what you are.
Duchess. And I've been pressured. I'm just joking. They want simple bitch merch. I promised to merch forever and we're going to donate it to charity. I just am OCD and can't decide on a design and need to do it. And I keep freaking myself out. So I just need to do it.
You're a fraud. You sit here and you lie to these people all the time and you tell them how, oh, I just care about the victims and their families. It's not personal, Brittany. Oh, it's not personal, so but you slagged me on my looks how many times? It's not personal, but you put my picture, the worst.
It's our little secret.
Worst fucking pictures you can find of me on your freaking thumbnail. It's not.
Again, self-deprecating humor is a fucking thing. We all get caught at some fucking lovely screenshots. Okay, it is a thing. You assholes have passed around a 5-second clip of me showing my bikini top one time. 5 seconds. My tits were out in a bikini top. I live in Arizona. We have a swimming pool out here. Okay, it's just, I don't know how we ended up here, but they have used a still image in 5 seconds from like 2 years ago in so many videos. So if you see me and my boobs are in your face, I'm sorry. It's a thing. They use it all the time, and I apologize for offending your eyeballs up front. I had a lapse of memory. I've also done toe kicks on here and embarrassed the shit out of Revival because I had to bend my knee because I'm old and don't move like that. Okay, I do stupid shit. It's just a thing. I'm 42 and act like an idiot still at moments. And they get screenshots of it. Embrace the fucking thumbnail and shut up. Those are you.
Personal, but you talk about my fucking husband. It's not personal, but you sit there and you let people in your chat drag me for filth and talk shit and say.
Okay, I also have done a fupa dance a time or two. Okay, so many cringe moments. My mods love me. I'm telling you, they love me.
Things about my kids that's not true, and here you are. You guys, it's fair game. You can say whatever you want to say about her. The other day, somebody said that you look like a man, and Molly go like,
you know what the funny thing is, though? That's so true, because how many people on here could have showed up as the YouTube filing cabinet and it would have landed? It's because of Pika and people saying I'm in the Rolodex, the filing cabinet, the timeline, like all those things. Our own people say that shit all the time. That I just embraced it and went with it. But it wouldn't have worked. Like, people would have been like, what the hell is happening here? It just worked for me. That's just my sense of humor.
Please chat. I wasn't even around.
Hey, Kay.
I was nowhere to be found. Said you look like a man. Said that you was a tranny. I was nowhere in sight. I wasn't a part of that live. I wasn't on that panel. I wasn't in that chat. I didn't say it, but you know what she did? She went on her community post. She shared the screenshots and she blamed me for the shit.
Oh, no, Bran.
Bitch, I wasn't.
Bran, I told that story earlier. I'm sorry. There's so much to this. This is why I pause and talk all the time, because you guys, there's so much to this. I explained it earlier, but I actually ended up getting this one to Google Fupa one time. I titled the video Fupa on the Loose. She thought it was a backhanded slap at her. It had nothing to do with her self-deprecating humor. It was an old joke thing. But she ended up Googling it on screen and trying to like say I was referencing her. It was about myself. And she made the biggest ass out of herself. So I'm sorry that I just made you Google it. Yeah, Fupa's a thing. It's a thing in this sector. You'll hear. Don't be confused. What a time to be alive.
Even that.
Rain, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ignore us. There's a lot of shit. Okay. There's just a lot. Don't let us take you some of these places. We get around. Okay. We've seen some things. I don't know how we're all here. Autumn's here. Duchess is here. We've seen some things out here. We might have been, yeah.
There. I didn't say anything about you looking like a man or sounding like one. Okay? That sounds like a personal problem. I didn't have any part in it.
Group of claps.
You sit there and you go after everybody. You drag me. You drag just.
And all I ever said, truthfully, the only thing I really did say about her looks that really got her really mad at me was I said she fell out of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. That was the first really nasty thing I said about her. And that really hit her. I mean, they have called me everything but Becky. And that's not a joke. Like, my nickname from them was Lady LaDude when they started covering me. They were jackasses and went right for my looks to begin with.
You hold on, y'all.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. They mocked my daughter sharing her mental health journey, which was incredibly brave, and the stigma behind it. Like, she was incredibly brave.
People like you are the problem. You are the problem.
I am the problem. Bitch, I have Sinner and Saint tattooed as an ambergram on my hip. You're just learning this.
You're a hypocrite. People like you are hypocrites. You want to sit there and pretend like you're in.
Self-admitted hypocrite. We all are hypocrites. And if we don't admit that, we're liars too.
In this for all the kids and the families and all of that. You want me to tell you something? You're worse than any of them could ever be. You're worse than any tragedy pimp on this platform. You're worse.
How dare we affect their bottom line and push back on them being able to push off misinformation about these victims, missing children, tragedies, people's worst days, that we are not entitled to misrepresent the way we do with true crime victims of any sort.
Than any fucking troll on this platform. And you want me to tell you why you're worse, nonsense? You're worse because you use Sebastian's name. You use Katie and Chris's name. You use Seth's name as an excuse to go live every day and drag people on YouTube and talk shit and put them down and talk about their looks.
Girl, I don't need an excuse. There's plenty of content out here. You just provide.
Talk about their parenting. Talk about everything that you can find wrong with them. You're worse. And if you don't think for 1 minute firing up those live streams, what number are we on, you guys? She wants to sit there and talk about how everybody else.
I've covered a lot of fucking people over the last year. 2 years. Going on 2 years. The list is long. And there's so many that I haven't even remotely been able to touch.
How every freaking body else is exploiting Sebastian.
I'm going to have to pull up Silvers. Duchess, I don't think we're in here when I was explaining Silvers on the scene tonight. A lot of people don't have a clue who he is.
But go look at what number of live streams she's on this week. Ever since you stepped back in and you started dragging me, dragging Justin, dragging Smiley, dragging CJ, dragging everybody that you can. Ever since you stepped up, guess whose name you're doing it under? Sebastian Rogers. You are a fraud.
You could stay awake for this one too.
You are a hypocrite and you are a phony ass bitch. And I'm sick of it. I'm ending this.
This was August of 2024. She still loves me long time.
I'm ending this live because I don't want this attached to what I'm here for. Just know that me getting that email is what set me off. I had no intentions of doing this. I'm going to end this right now, and I'm going to come back, and we're going to talk about things that matter, okay?
And I actually have tried to have civil conversations with this one.
But I needed to say this Ben George said she didn't call CPS. She messaged minutes prior to your live to distract you. Maybe she did. I don't know, Ben. All right, guys, I'll be back in a little bit. I'm sorry, y'all, but sometimes I'm just over it. I'll be back.
And this is what she does. So when backed in a corner with her own words and the lies and the things that she has told and weaponizing of the court system, this is what BJ's reaction has been, and she spins drama. Unlike Lauren, this is the direction she goes. They're all, like I said, they're all just packaged differently, different credentials, but common denominator is they make a living off of exploiting victims and their families at their worst moments and telling their stories. Wherever they blur the lines, they're blurring the lines majorly. They become the victims. They create and weaponize our court systems. There's an overreaching. Hey, T, it's good to see you. Yeah. Well, she can't handle any pushback, Shannon. Any pushback at all. Not one bit. There was one. What was I going to show you? I said something. And then I said I could show you. I don't remember which one was. Which one was it that I was going to show? Huh. Oh, this one. Do you guys know what wet dog tastes like? Anybody? Yeah, I don't either. I haven't licked a wet dog. Don't know what a wet dog tastes like. I'm good not knowing what a wet dog tastes like, truthfully. You might ask, Becky, why are you asking that? That's really random and disgusting. Well, yeah, of course it is. But there's a reason why I'm asking that. Because of this. This is BJ.
Any cold foods, particularly meat, because every time I eat a cold hamburger or cold chicken, it tastes like a wet dog. It tastes like a wet dog.
I mean, when you eat cold food, does it taste like a wet dog? Never licked a wet dog, so wouldn't know.
It's got like a, oh God, it makes me sick even thinking about it. It's the meat. That's why I don't eat it.
Yeah, I don't think I remembered that either. Meet Bullhorn Betty, the wannabe face of the MAGA cult.
As of Monday, kickstarting our new channel, Right Move Broadcasting.
A MAGA safe space.
And that is going to be our political channel. If you guys would like all of the news and clues of the updating of what's going on in our country, what's going on in the most recent politics worldwide, the national platform, state platforms, as well as local platforms. We're going to be starting to dive into it as we start approaching 2026 and the 2028 elections. So I hope to see a lot of people over there. It is a biased channel, like much of the Bullhorn Betty channels. I am a conservative, so my viewpoints are conservative.
I should have played this in the beginning of my rant.
I don't really care if you're a Democrat or Republican, but if you can handle it, I can handle it. But we're going to be talking conservative talking points. We're going to be talking about conservative ideology. If it's not something that you are, if you are a liberal woman, you do not want to be on my political channel, okay? If you're a liberal woman, you really don't even want to be on my my true crime channel. I will be honest with you. I'm anti-liberal woman. Okay, liberal white woman. If anybody wants to call me racist, I'm a racist against a liberal white woman.
Trump. On his promo code MyPillow, he's going to get 20% of the sale. Not the children's of orphans of dire young ladies. Adam's going to get 20% of the money. Do it. Okay? MyPillow. MyPillow promo discount code when you check out. At Trump 2024 swag.
Trump 2024.
Let's do it. White power. Yes.
Okay, I can't stand them. I think that they are the worst creatures that walk among us. So if that offends you, then you probably won't like anything that I have to say to you. So you might want to just block the Bullhorn Betty channel and any affiliated channels that I got, because I don't see where we're going to meet eye to eye. Like I just don't see where that's going to be possible. I don't like working with people that say they're here for good causes, that they want to end crime and then support crime. I do not like white liberal women. Okay, I think they are a disease. I think they are a mental basket case.
All I gotta say is I could kiss Kash Patel. Like, that man, first of all, he pretty much shut down the Democrats. He wasn't playing their ball game. He stood on his record.
And I think that there's something seriously wrong with them, okay? So if I think that there's something seriously wrong with them, I'm not going to lie to my audience. I'm not going to pander to...
You want to kiss Kash Patel, who is doing everything to help distract from releasing the Epstein files. Go on, Betty.
To political correctness. I think liberal white women are a disease and a cancer to America. God bless each and every one of you. We'll see.
I love how she always follows it up with God bless. Even my phone call that she gave me, it was God bless.
See you soon. Don't forget, tomorrow's Sunday. We can pray for Betty. God bless.
I mean, there's Betty.
Do it, lady, for what? What do you mean? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Do this say this shtick.
Don't tell an untruth.
Oh, back to Larry. Sorry. Another fine moment of Larry. We're almost done.
Do it, lady, for what? What do you mean? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Do this say this shtick.
Don't tell.
I mean,
they know Craig's got legs. They're being an asshole.
What am I crippling that?
They're being jerks and saying that. Like, I'll say, no, hold on a minute.
Songs speak for themselves. I mean, it's TikTok's fault, not mine. Don't be mad at me. There's a whole cesspool.
Ivy League says also not one person here has said.
There's a whole cesspool of these characters between Lauren and BJ and Bullhorn Betty and others. If you want some laughs, there's probably some in there. If you don't know who these people are, you'll get a freaking whiplash. It is what it is. I'm sorry. We went on a whole journey tonight. And we got 8 fucking hours of this monstrosity to get through. Not quite, but feels like it. It'll be 36 by the time we're done, at least. All right, you guys. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight. Thanks for doing all the sideline bullshit. I just need a break from that shit. But I think we need to address a few things BJ has said too. So... no, Duchess, I'm going to pull that for the next stream so I have some of those segues, because it's a perfect opportunity to kind of display that there's so many people like Lauren. They're just displayed differently, especially with what's going on recently and how this is being kicked up. All these different cases that they use, it's mind-blowing to see how fast they move. All right, you guys, I hope you have a great night. Again, thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, mods, once again, for everything. And to everybody that was new, welcome to the shit show. We're glad you're here. Well, I think we're glad we're here. We made it, though. See you on the next one. Bye, y'all.